Check 1, 2, check, mic check. Yeehaw, doggy. 4 minutes left. Woohoo! Bam. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? Got a few things I got to do here before we open up. I got some calls I'm looking at here. Let me get right into it. Boom, right there. I haven't done any of the levels yet, so I'll put those up for you here. Matter of fact, some mornings is good to do the levels with you. We are coming into some supply right on the bell right now. We've got 3 minutes left. Just wanted to get up as I had problems this morning with having some issues, some technical issues in the background. Still having them right now, but I was like, fuck that. We have to get up. So let me know in the chat. First off, good morning. Let me know in the chat if you're going to Diamond Hand. Usually overnights I sell. Well, I got a few rules on this, but normally I will take the money off the bell. 2 minutes left until open. And I renegotiate the trade for higher. So if I'm losing money, like if I've lost all the money in the trade, like if I've lost every dollar, I'll leave them on. So if they're just like dead calls or dead puts, and I'm not going to make anything, like I've got no point in selling them. It's just a lotto trade at that point. If I'm down just a little bit, I'll normally close. If I'm up, I will normally close. When I run the probability on this stuff, I tend to do better taking the money and running. Personally, that's just me. And then I renegotiate the trade or my trading for the rest of the day. Sometimes I could have made more money, but for me at least, looking back on my trader log, I tend to do better. Each trade is a renegotiation. Now, when you're trading 0 dates and 1 dates as well, once that trade is over, you lose that value. There's no not implied value. It's called intrinsic value on a 0 date. So the moment that direction is over, you're losing money anyways. So there's that idea. Now, there's always going to be somebody in the comments that comes back and we got 25 seconds left. Someone will always come back and be like, well, you could have made 4,000%. There's always someone in the comments, whether you're winning or losing, that had a better trade or held or sold. Now, the only other rule that I would give here would be sometimes it takes a few minutes, 30 seconds, depending on the time. It says like 15 seconds, sometimes 2 minutes for those options to build premium we got 1 second left here. Oh, yeah, baby. $2.41 right now. $2.42. Ooh, doggy. And I'm out. I'm flat right now. So, I mean, this is what I do. I take the money and run. We can go up from here. I got no issues with us going up from here. I like to take the money. And then, you know what? This is another thing that I like to talk to people about is, you take the money and run. And let's say you're in for something for 100 contracts. You can go back in with 10 contracts and rebuild a position, 10, 20, 30, 40. At a better price. I mean, let's look at it right now. So 4.7s are now, we're up for a moment, we're up to 247. But I can go back in right now with 409s for $1.16 and renegotiate my bet. Be like, okay, so I'm in for $1 now. I'm keeping $1. Now I've got a free trade for the day, right? So that's just for me. how I do things. I don't know how. Maybe you can tell me in the chat how you do things. I like to. I personally like to renegotiate every trade. So you can do what you want. I realize that some of you will be like, no. We're just gonna ride them all the way up. That's fine. I'm good with that. Give me just a second here. I got to do the levels for you. I was having screener problems. So I signed up for Happy Friday, everybody. So the pivot point is 405. Way down here. We got some stuff to look at here. Pivot point is 405.38 today. Way down here. We got a bunch of H lines. We just got rid of this one, so we just kicked that one out. We got rid of that one over there. Nice combination this morning. Look at that 5-minute trigger down there. Unbeautiful, sexy 5-minute trigger. Alerted you on. Hold on here. We got one right here. We blew past that one, so I'm going to get rid of that one. That H line is out. Next one is up here, up at 411.90. I gave a target on ES this morning as well, so you can take a look at that for the hourly trigger. R1 was 407. Way down here. 407.02. And we have a large range today. Like, we got some big ranges on today's. We have some big ranges to fill. 408.91 is the next one. 408.91 right here. That's R2. Hold on here. Right there was R2. This is the gap fill above this yellow line that I'm showing you right there. And then R3 is 410.55. 410.55 right up here. That's R3 right there. And we've got, let me get rid of some of this stuff. So, let me get rid of this. We've got return to the scene of the crime shit. I mean, we got return to the scene of crime all over the place. We got receipt of the crime over here. Watch my cursor. Shout out to the GOAT, Brian Watts. We've got a big return to the scene of the crime here. We got another scene of the crime over here, and all this shit was done like end of day stuff. So this is like low volume stuff back in here at the end of the day, and then we've got all this return to the scene of the crime way up here. So we've got a bunch of shit. I mean, even outside of R3, we blew past S3 twice this week. So for us to go up to R3, not out of the realm of possibility. Absolutely not. So there we go. Now trading 409.41 off the open this morning. Put that back up there for you. Just a nice fat squeeze. Let me see if I'm on Twitch right now. Give me a second here. I got a few things to go through. I got to put the triggers up for you. Good morning. Now sitting on a 1, 2, 3, 4 trigger. We're gonna rip faces off here, folks. We're gonna rip some faces off. Daily trigger right here. Hourly trigger right here. 1 minute, 5 minute. Daily trigger, hourly trigger. Extreme bullishness here. Extreme bullishness right now. Extreme bullishness here. 407.50. Hold on here. 407.50 right here. That's the HT, the hourly trigger. Daily trigger. 408.41 right down here. Hold on here. So now you see where I want you to see where the daily trigger, hourly trigger, 5 minute trigger, 1 minute trigger on the 5 minute chart. Take a look at the VIX really quick. VIX now trading underneath the daily trigger. The hourly is coming down on top of it. I want to show you that next. A trap for the Bears this morning. Here is price right here. Follow my cursor right here. Here's price. This green right here is coming down, right? So you're going to expect at least, or be watching. I want you to be watching, paying attention to price on the VIX staying underneath the hourly. You now have a 1, 2, 3, 4 trigger cluster on the VIX to start selling off on a Friday down here and looking for some new lows. Going back to recheck 1724, recheck 1599. Move this one down here. We'll move that one right there. We'll move this one right. Oh, wait a minute, right up here. We'll go to the 1 minute really quick on a right here. We're going to look at it. So just right here. I want you to see it close up. Even if the VIX gets a quick pump in it, like this, you're just waiting for it to rip lower. You're waiting for this 5 minutes to come down, the hourly to come down and start sending this lower. There's that hourly right there, 5 minutes, 1 minute, daily trigger. So you're looking for a rejection here to go lower on the VIX. I'll keep my eyes on the VIX in the background for you. Nice squeeze for a Friday. Nice relief rally for a Friday. Let's see if we can get a better H line for you here. Hold on. I'm going to try to get a better H line above for you. See if I can get a... Give me just a second here in the back. I got to go back and look back in time here and see where exactly that tee-off was. There's like a failure right here. And there's one... I think that might be it right there. I think I'm right on that one. It's like sometimes hard to see. Okay. Just check these one more time. Where all these scallywag bears are. Just want to see if I can get an exact tick. Sometimes, you know, you don't get the exact tick. And so you got R1, R2, R3. We're above the pivot. Above R1, above R2, above R3. Or heading to R3 right now. Where we have a 4-trigger cluster that's extreme bullishness to the upside. I'm going to do your supports on the downside now if you're a bear. And are we done going down would be the big question. Was that bottom? Did we not, did Cap not get his 396? Did he not get his 400? Was 403 bottom? It's tough to say. Like, are we like starting a new rotation? I don't think so. I still want to, if we can, I would still next week like to see, I still would like to see, so I can see if I can take a look at the MBI real quick. You know, the MBI is, I'll say this, the MBI is right where it was, the last bottom. So the last bottom that we had just a week ago or whatever, this was it. So MBI came through this morning, and this was the bottom of the last rotation that we had. So could we run for 2-3 days? The Bulls have that on their side. The Bulls can make that argument. We just did it last week. So could that be bottom for, I don't know, a few sessions, 2-3 sessions? Possible. I hope that it's not. I need us to not need us, but I always like to see us get down to like 20%. We were down to 31% yesterday. I would like to see it. I mean, I always like buying in confidence. I never like buying like a hold on a second here. 40 S1 is 403. 49. S2 and S3 down here. Oh, S2 401.85. There was an argument being made yesterday that yesterday, the day before, I didn't bring it up yesterday, that we could that all of this shit with the banks could trigger a nasty short squeeze, like nasty. Nasty, like 200-300 point nasty. And we've seen stuff like that in the S&L crisis too. We saw that happen in the S&L crisis. Trading 410 right now. No stops left behind for the Bulls. Okay, what are we doing here? We're almost there. Trading 410.19 right now. 4130 on ES has some pretty decent supply on it. Okay, I think we're ready here. I got a few more things I got to do. I got to put the financial juice on. I had to like reset my system. I've got like I'm switching over from. Oh, by the way, I want to make this public here. Fuck you, Xfinity, and fuck you, Comcast. If I never have to pay you ever again for the rest of my life, go fuck yourself. The fact that I'm finally getting fiber, if I never have to pay you again for the rest of my life, it's one small win that I've had in my entire life. One small thorn that I've lived with for decades. I hate you, Comcast, and I hate you, Xfinity. They're done. Take this job and shove it. U.S. unemployment rate this morning. Bizarre. I'm on FinTwit, and the numbers come out, and I got people out there going, we're getting a rate hike in June, and I'm like, yeah, no. Like, well, there's a few things that were said on FinTwit this morning. They're like, we're getting more rate hikes, doom and gloom, and I'm like, whoa, well, it's time out here. I'm like, time out. I'm like, number one, yes, we know we're getting more rate hikes. We know that. We're likely not getting them this summer. We're likely going to get them in September. Mark my words on that. Now, let's say I'm wrong. Captain Jim's wrong. We get rate hikes in June and July and August. Let's see if we do it once a month. We get to 2 or 3 emergency rate hikes. I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. And the reason why I think it doesn't matter, and one of the reasons why I think they are pausing for the summer is because they ran into this regional banking bullshit crisis. Corporate rating, as Bob Kendall, dude, eloquently titled his video last night. Eloquently. The vigilantes. We know, if you don't know who the vigilantes are, look up the bond vigilantes. There's some books you can read about these guys. And this is like, we were talking about this earlier this week. It's like new school corporate rating. On stream the other day, I said it reminded me of the movie Wall Street. It reminded me of the 1980s. Greed is good. And if you can destroy a bank and consolidate them, if it's known that we're in the part of a business cycle where there'll be traditional weakness in the banking sector, and you can go in there and just start raiding, like a coyote or a fox in the hen house, then you fucking do it. That's why people are rich. Now that doesn't mean I like it, but it is crazy to watch in a business cycle. Traditionally, having a weak financial sector, for some of the associations with that traditionally weak part of the cycle, claiming that it's like bad, like it's bad, doom and gloom. And I'm like, wait a minute here. Winky brought up SNL, so I went back and looked. And I'm like, the fucking market squeezed. The market didn't come back to see a low, and the market squeezed faces off for years. And if you are old enough, you remember that the SNL crisis was considered worse than the Great Depression. So let's get back to rate increases. These same sharks, these same vigilantes, I know have their eyes on commercial real estate. We've been talking about that non-stop here for months now, right? 2 months. It's been our conversation every week. And that we ain't done in commercial real estate.
So WTI crude up around 4.
And you're going to see it this summer. And my assumption here is that the Fed knows this. And you've got a regional bank CEO getting fat. And you've got people in the background, right? The vigilantes know that they can create shit. And you know that there's some commercial real estate CEOs, they don't give a fuck if their company goes under, if their company gets raided, if their company gets taken over. It's all money and greed. And so if this is set up for the summertime with the commercial real estate, because we know that traditionally real estate starts to get weak next. We know this. And so when we look back in history, and we know that there's greed, right? Greed is good. The old movie Wall Street, not the bullshit, the new one that they made. I'm talking about the one from the 80s. So we know that's coming. And you know who else knows that's coming? Jerome Powell. They got the debt ceiling bullshit scam to create vol, measure and dick contest. So what do? I mean, you what do? You know it's coming. And he knows it's coming. So there's a couple things that'll likely happen. We already know that they supported the banks. We already know that they're likely going to support commercial real estate. And you're a CEO and you're some fat guy like Bill Ackman and Jamie Dimon. What are you going to do? You're going to take the money and run. And he's going to have to support this shit. And the balance sheet is going to go up because of that. I don't want to hear any of your arguments that they're not printing money anymore. I don't want to hear it. I read the details and when they were removing money from the system, and they were warehousing that shit. They were sending it to auction, and whatever wasn't fucking bought, they were putting it to the side for the next 2 to 3 generations. It's public knowledge, just nobody reads that shit. But it comes off the books. So they created all this fucking money. Then on the balance or on the sheet it shows that it's gone, but it's not. And whenever they need to, they're going to pull it out and they're going to support the system. And that's what they did with the regional banks, and that's what they're planning on doing with commercial real estate. And so even if they were to raise rates this summer, it ain't going to fucking matter because the balance sheet's going to go up, and that's going to make the stock market go up. Higher for longer. Just when you thought that we were in agreement until we got into the regional banking crisis, they fucked you. They fucked Jim Bob on Main Street. They fucked a bear. They fucked a bull that wants a bottom in the market. They fucked everybody and said, hey man, hold on a second, USA. We got to do a bunch of raiding here. We're not ready to go up. We're not ready for a bottom. In this cycle, we're going to go in and we're going to raid all these banks. We're going to raid all these mid-sized commercial real estate firms. And we're going to go from company to company. And we're going to raid them. It's going to take us 1 year to 3 years. So you got to hold on. You're going to deal with inflation. And oh, by the way, whenever that next election cycle comes up, we might not even get a bottom because you'll get a new president and you'll get a new Senate, and they're going to promise you they're going to pay everybody more money, cut taxes, and make a new economy. So there might be this big chance where we don't even get a bottom. You might just accept it. So, do we get a rate cut this summer? Possible. Will it matter if we get not a rate cut, a rate increase? Possible. Likely? No. Because they're going to have to do some supporting. Now, if they do, if they're like, well, we're doing some support, so the balance sheet's coming up, so we'll throw another rate hike on there, that just equals everything out. Does that make sense? It doesn't create crash. If you're a bull out there, you can easily, you go out there. We got the employment rate going down again. We got the inverted yield curve that's going to go down again. You're looking for something if you're like a crash person. You're looking for the unemployment rate to skyrocket. You're looking for rate cuts, believe me. We've looked at it till I'm throwing up over it, where I don't want to look at it ever again right now because I get asked oftentimes about it, and I'm like, we've been looking at this shit now for when I had my last office in my other house. And I told you that 1 year ago. We're in May. I was talking about you this last fucking June. So, we looked at those things. And when they go to front run them, you're looking for a rate cut. Rampant unemployment. Those are the only two fucking things that are consistent. Rate cuts, unemployment, raging. And if you have never experienced that in your life, if you've never lived through watching your dad go through it, or your mom, or your neighborhood, if you've never lived anywhere where it's filthy rich and the filthy rich disappear, I don't mean old money, I mean like this new money that every cycle has. If you don't see grown men losing their wives, kids, living out of their car, if you don't see people that think they're going to have a job, especially that middle management, people that think their jobs are safe when they lose their jobs, you see our whole neighborhood. 1/3 of it is empty. Lawns not mowed, lawns turning yellow. Until you see that, you ain't seeing your rollover in the market. The one that you're looking for. And right now, they're putting it on pause. They got shit to do. They got to do some raiding here. Gross. They broke the contract with you. I told you they broke the contract with you. The moment they supported those banks, I came on this stream and I told you. They broke the fucking contract with you. That's what they did. You're welcome on the bull plane alert. It's gross. It's disgusting. And you see it, and it's like, man, it's like a Zamboni just rolling down the ice. You're just like, here it comes. The scam, the fraud goes on. And then you're in real time in the age of the internet, in the age of live streaming, the age of YouTube, and Twitter, FinTwit, like old school Yahoo was. All the apps out there, all the tools out there, all the webhooks, all the data and the information getting around as fast as possible. Very clean looking. You're seeing it in real time, not having to read a spreadsheet. It's my Friday rant, baby. Made some bank. John Haggerty chiming in. I couldn't convince my desk mate to buy shitty bank shares for $1 in 2008. Yesterday, Winky and I had a long conversation about this in stream in the middle of the day. It was an important conversation. Bob Kendall last night went on a rant about that same conversation we had yesterday. I don't think he was watching. But I'm not the only one, and Winky's not the only one, and Joe Donut's not the only one, and John Haggerty's not the only one. All these old fucks have seen this before. I made a post on Twitter last night. It was last night. I think I made a post on Twitter. I didn't show a chart, but if you looked at the regional banks in January, right? We came into the end of January. The short was on in the end of January. I didn't see shit. I didn't see a fucking parade anywhere short regional banks. Winky's been telling me this single sentence for a month. I never knew what SVB was. I trade banks all the time. It was never on my radar. I know Winky's out there watching what's out there. I know all of us do. So the short was in 2 months ago, and it wasn't public. But right now, the bandwagon is sell banks, 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 everywhere. Sell banks, sell banks. When the short was January 31. And while this cacophony is going ballistic, no one is bandwagon jumping buy banks. Or which banks do we buy? Or do we buy these 10 shitty banks and we have 3 of them get destroyed, right? We have an FRC that blows up. Okay, so I lost on FRC. But the other 7 in 2-3 years are probably going to be cranking. Get bought out, something. That doesn't mean you buy it today either. But in these past couple weeks, there should be like a raging chorus from retail saying, what the fuck are we going to buy? When are we going to buy? Which ones are we going to lose? I'm on the phone with Joe Donut yesterday, and we're talking about Schwab. And when Schwab first got sold, Winky, Joe, and I were like, what the fuck is going on? It's people that want it cheap. It's corporate rating. It's share rating. It's not going bankrupt. And even if it did go bankrupt, it's a scam. Now trading 410.46. 1 minute, 5 minute, hourly, daily trigger, max bullishness. Trading up to R3 right now, 410.48. You know what the fucked up part about all this is? The thing that got my ass in the overnight? The thing that I was pissed off last night. And I was pissed off because I was like, you know what's really pissing me off? I was like, you know, this is not a message for young traders. If you're a young trader and you got like $1,000, $10,000, $50,000, $100,000, you're a young trader. This doesn't apply to you. But if you're an old trader and you've like accumulated some fucking money, you must, I'm gonna not warn, this is like a lesson. You must be able to graduate into the next cycle. And it is not easy. You're going to be surrounded by a cacophony of negativity. And you need to be like wading through this pile of shit. Because if you're going to put some money and invest this market for the next bull cycle, bull run that will happen, you don't have to actually be that tactful. If that shit's so cheap, you can just buy 10 bank stocks and let it sit for 10 years. But if you have money, you can still day trade and swing trade and do all this other shit. We're in a bull run. But right now, this is your go time. This is your show time. This is when you stop listening to these. When it gets the max bearishness on sectors, this is when you should be looking. This is your time to be looking at the piece of shit that traded down to 80 cents and didn't get delisted, so you can buy and hold. Now, I do agree, like, some companies, man, they're not going to make it. But there are some companies that will make it, that will go through an M&A, where you will get paid. And if you're like that's too risky, Cap. Well, 3.45 on S&P 500 is not risky. That shit ain't going bankrupt. VNQ. Who knows what VNQ is? Vanguard Realty Trust. If that rolls over this summer, that ain't going bankrupt. But I'd have my eye on it. VNQ trading 82.45 right now. If that has a low this summer, KRE, you buy that shit for the next 10 years.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
KRE trading $34 earlier. What, you add at 34, you add at 28, you add at 15, or it's 10. Just keep DCA in that shit. So when you hear that cacophony, if you have money, if you've been in this market long enough, this is your first big cycle, second big cycle, and you've got money and you want to deploy it, I promise you, in 5 years, you'll look back and you'll be like, oh shit, I was listening to all these fucking bears. I didn't buy KRE. I didn't buy Vanguard Real Estate that summer. I didn't buy the next one that's coming up, right? You have to make the next jump. You graduated college. Now you're going to grad school. Trading 410, 62 right now. Max bullishness. Fill the gap above at 411.96. I want to warn you at this gap up here, this line, this H line that you see, it's kind of dodgy. There's like a realm. This H line up here is like an area. It's a general vicinity. There's a lot of dog shit that happened up in here. roughly 411.96. $407C's trading $3.80. 410s now $1.46.
White House economic aide Ibushi as well says prices remain high and I'm seeing signs of a slowing inflation.
Good morning. Hope you're all doing well today. We're going to try to get Winky back on. I hope I got his ass all fired up. We're going to try to get Winky on here in the next few moments. He said he has an hour. Rant over. I'm going to assume that Winky is like the WWF, the guy with all the paint in his face, and he's just shaking the rope right now. Joe Harper's on the edge of the edge of the mat right now, screaming. Who else is out there? Is Jar Jar out there? Jar's out there. Jar's out there screaming. Ah! Let me see if we can get Winky on. Because I got some questions. You guys got a bunch of questions for Winky, don't you? I love that man. I don't know how you couldn't. We had so much shit to continue to talk about yesterday. And you guys didn't get, you guys get to ask me questions in the chat. He gets so saucy in the chat sometimes, too. So maybe you can ask him to expound. Hold on a second here. Let me see if I can send Winky an invitation here and see if he gets it this time. If you're listening right now, Winky, I haven't read much in the chat yet, bro. So, main camera, webcam source. Let's see if I got this right. Let's see if Winky comes on. Squeezing to 410.97 right now. 4 trigger cluster to the upside. Oh, here he is, baby. Here he comes.
Seeing regional bank deposits flows again stabilize.
I want you all to know something out there. There is a group on Discord, a group in this chat every day on Twitch and YouTube that are here helping all of you every day, year after year. The only free sub out there. All right, so I think I got Winky on now. Winky, can you hear me? Hold on here. Winky, can you hear me? It says he's on right now. Let me just check settings real quick. Share video source, optional. None. Main camera. I think I got this right. Winky, if you can hear me, brother, just say something. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I think I got him on mute. All right, Winky, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey.
Extending climbs here with Brent crude extending gains, right?
How's it going, my man?
Good. So I've been thinking about this whole bank feedback loop where everybody's connected globally to all the information all the time. And man, I'm really They got it. I think the regulators are gonna have to do something to kind of like curb the shorts because okay, so I'll use a real world example. So I had $25,000 in an Affirm savings account because it was like 2.5%, and this was when everything else was zero, right? So like they did something weird where like their earnings release came out like early or something. They posted a tweet or did something like in the market that I didn't like, and I just ripped all my money out of it. So like I think the fact that like everybody's watching the bank that they have all their money in at all times is I don't know, like that's going to create a pretty sticky situation I think for the banks.
You saw the outflows and inflows into the large prime banks past month or so. Have you saw those numbers? Seen those numbers yet?
Yeah, I've seen it. It's like some of the little banks that are pretty much on the fringe saw some outflows, but most of the banks like Fifth Third and Huntington and the ones that like I would be more interested in playing around with, Schwab, like I don't really know that Schwab's even a regional bank, um but yeah, I have been watching that, yeah, and it seems like they're targeting the right ones for the deposit withdrawals.
Joe Donut. His dad moved a bunch of money into a fund. It was a guaranteed 5% money market fund. It was like 5% every month or something. I'm going to try to find out right now if he can post something about it in stream.
Yeah, but so like basically I think what's going to happen is if people keep shorting the banks and rating them, to use your term, which I think is appropriate, if the market keeps rating the banks and then you're a depositor and you just see like, oh, the stock of your bank like Zion's or whatever went down 38% in one day, you're going to be like, maybe I should take all my money out of there, right? And
Yeah.
then you're going to see the deposits go down, and then someone else is going to be like, oh, I need to take all my money out, and then basically Zion's is worth zero. So like they have to take their finger off of, like I don't see what like stops it in this era. Like 20 years ago, like nobody knew, like Bank One was having trouble, nobody knew about that, like nobody like Warren Buffett was the only guy that even like was looking at the balance sheets back then, you know what I mean? Like, but everybody's getting all the information about everything all at once. So it's actually pretty easy to do this stuff these days. It's like way easier now to like cause a complete panic than it used to be, I would think.
Well, Joe just sent me a link to the fund. I just posted it on FinTwit on Twitter. So if any of you are looking for a link to it, Joe said that he would come into the stream on either Twitch or YouTube and answer any questions people have about it. So like John Haggerty, Binky, any of you guys out there that are interested in this fund, it looks like Joe Donut will be in stream. If anyone's interested in that fund, and that's Charles Schwab product. I'm looking at. So this morning I was looking at regional real estate, or I was looking at real estate ETFs, and then I said, "Nah, fuck this. I'm just going to go down and start down the rabbit hole on regional commercial bank stocks." Do you think that they're up next?
So you mean
no?
like regional banks with the most lending exposure to commercial real estate?
Yeah, so I pulled a bunch of I think I've got 10 tickers. And I was figuring that over the weekend that I would, I had a few tickers that I had researched before, but I was like, yeah, let's start digging in on some of these like mid-size. Do you think that we'll have a commercial real estate crisis this summer or fall? Or do you think that's someone else was telling me that because we know it's going to happen, or maybe, I don't know if that was you or somebody else was saying, if they know it's going to happen, it's not going to happen.
I mean, it'll be true to some extent, just like anything else in this market is, right?
Yeah.
Like, maybe it's not 100% true, but 28%, sure. I would say there are a couple of specific stocks and segments I would stay away from if you're thinking about shorting commercial real estate. One thing I learned during 2020 is that you never short SPG, which is Simon Property Group, which is one of the best malls and the mall operators in the universe, basically. And like, since that company has existed, there have been like 20 reasons that it should have gone out of business and just disappeared. But like, no matter what happens, the CEO keeps that thing like humming along. So
Yeah, I don't
if
have
you're
them on my
thinking about
list.
shorting malls, I would definitely look at like Mesa Rich, which is MAC. As far as large office building REITs, I haven't really done the research. I really need to get up to speed, like you were saying. I also really wouldn't short in general data center stocks like Equinix,
Yeah,
Digital
I
Real,
got them on my list, I think.
Digital Realty Trust.
I've got them on my list.
Those companies tend to like have kind of their own, I don't know, I want to say vibe as far as like commercial real estate goes. They
They're not
don't
doing work from home on that shit, are they?
Yeah, I mean, those are just like like that's only going to ever grow basically. So, I would just focus on like find like the worst office building. Did WeWork go public again?
I think they're on my list.
Yeah,
I'm
they
not
did.
I'll share my list when I have it done. I've got 10 of them right now, and I have to dig through them. But I think WeWork was on it.
God damn, WeWork is 44 cents.
I've got a list of them here in the background.
Good Lord, that's hilarious. Well, that's probably where it deserved to be. So you can't short WeWork because what is it gonna do? Go to 27 cents? But
no, I haven't looked at. I've got O, Refi, BP, YPP, CBRE.
yeah, CBRE is a pretty good one too.
They got ACRE, GP. I got a bunch of others too. RYR.
You might want to add MAC to that list.
That's the ETF. When I get the list done, I'll share it with you.
Cool, man.
And we can look at them even deeper and see we can drag up on that. You know, it's a thing too. Is I remember when I texted you about the White House investigating short sellers and
yeah. That's what I was saying. Like they kind of have to like do some. It's way too easy to create this feedback loop on banks. Like I can't believe they haven't done it before. Like it's just so easy. It's
yeah,
just
Sonny
like
Neverage just mentioned it right here. He just said, well, the press today is already laying the groundwork for banning short selling on banks. You can see it a mile away, blaming short selling on the collapse openly.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is. I mean, like, okay, some of the like SIVB and FRC were obviously in trouble, but the like top tier ones, they're fortresses basically. Like, I mean, it's kind of absurd. I mean, I'm taking advantage of it. Like yesterday, I bought tons of KRE and a bunch of other bank stocks that I really like. And today I just flipped them and made some money, But like, I don't know if they're going to get away with it a third time because I feel like this is basically the second big short wave on the regional banks was like yesterday and earlier this week. But I don't know if they're going to get that third push or not. I got to do a lot more work on that because either the White House or Congress is going to ban something or, even
if it's only temporary.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be temporary. I think they actually made it illegal to ban short financials another time too. I think it was during the financial crisis.
Yeah, they did. They
might have even banned all short selling.
They banned it all. And
yeah,
I think Bob Kendall said something last night. What did he say that piqued my interest on something last night along that line? I forget what it was now. If it comes back to me, I'll try to remember it. But there was something else that piqued my interest that I was like, I remember that too. And there's something about he was saying about the naked shorting, and he's like, there's guaranteed there's naked shorting right now, and he made a point that there aren't even shares too short right now, and people are still able to get short. Like different dealer brokers you can't even short them, openly short some of these regional banks at this point. So there's got to be some synthetic shorts, a ton of synthetic shorts out there. And some dealers, though, a few small dealers are still offering, even though there's none available.
Yeah, I mean, there's something going on. Like companies like that aren't supposed to move. Another like that, they're not supposed to move like that, but another good industry to kind of keep your eye on would be like insurance too, to see if there's like broader financial weakness, because they're not technically banks, but they benefit and suffer a lot of the same ways because of how they invest the money that they take in from premiums and turn
Right.
it into like payouts. Um, so they could also be a thing if somebody finds an insurance company that they can, you know, make look like they have no capital, like then this whole thing will start again in that industry as well.
What are your thoughts on today? Do you think we go up there and tag that H line or no? We're getting pretty I think we're
See,
getting
like
pretty.
I can't really even speculate because I was firmly in the camp that we'd hit 420 by today. Like for 5 weeks, I
Yeah.
guess I've kind of been like thinking that that was the way. So I'm not even gonna guess.
Do you think the 4200 qualifies on ES or no?
Uh, I would have to see like the technicals, and I would look at SPX for that. But I don't. I mean, there was one day where you were talking about why you thought 420-ish was a reasonable target, and that they might even bounce above it because they wanted to make sure or whatever. But
Yeah.
like,
So we're at 417. We were up there at 417. We tagged 4200 or 4206, I believe. Don't hold me to this if you're in the chat right now to the exacts. It's probably right, but you know, I'm looking back in time without reading anything. I believe we
yeah,
tagged 4206 on ES. That's when they triggered the sell. My thing here is not even 420. It's my thing here is 430 due to the JPM collar.
well, yeah, but see, like my thesis was basically based on that 2-2 high of 418.31,
Mhm.
which at that point everybody wanted to hit 420. It was all over CNBC. They were going to push it up that last day,
Yeah.
and then that was the end of that run. And I figured this time, why even get to 417 if you aren't going to take a stab at that high? Like, why even go all the way back up there
Yeah, I
just to
think
not even
even if you get the
not
high by
even
a tick, like you do the high by one tick, even if you come back down for support.
yeah. I mean,
I figured
why
420
go to
on SPX.
417 and not go to 418.31?
Yeah, there's like that one more tick above it. At least like you get that tick, you find the support, you run back up, and then you hit the 420, and then we do like 430. I thought we'd do 430 sometime in, I believe, late May or June. We hit 430. But then looking on a larger time frame, like the year, I had some targets above of 460, even up to 470, I believe, and maybe even 490. But the way that the channel is right now, it looks like we could just be tagging like 430 all year long, like 430, then 435, then 431.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. A lot of people were saying that we're in a flat, just sideways market, but
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, and I've been saying this since I've known you basically, and like, I still don't see an earnings recession necessarily. And a lot of people will push back on me and say, well, that's because estimates have come down so low that it's impossible for them to miss. I don't really think that's true, honestly. I think that companies are still doing really well, just like just like all the people that lived through COVID. Companies that are still around lived through that shit. They became basically tanks, for lack of a better word. And it's going to take an awful lot to bring them down. I mean, people have learned from COVID, like, all the stores that were shut down and stuff, man. Like, if they get shut down again, they're going to have a playbook for all that shit. So, like, I just don't
Here, I got something for you, Winky.
go for it.
In the chat of YouTube and Twitch, I'm going to post a link to an archived article that came out on Market Watch. So if you guys don't own a Market Watch subscription and if you read your 3 articles for the week, here's a free version of that article. I'm posting it right now in Twitch and in YouTube chat. Just click on it. It's not clickbait or anything, or I don't know. Doesn't lead to like feet pics for Captain
It's not a
James.
phishing link.
Yeah, it's not a phishing link. It's archive.com. If you guys don't know what archive is, it archives the internet. It lets you view
The Wayback Machine is what it used to be called.
Yeah, what it does. So if you don't pay for a Wall Street Journal subscription, you can post a link to an article there. It'll archive it, and you can read it for free. The article is about. By the way, the companies that I listed earlier, those aren't companies that I'm going to short. Those are a list of companies to research. So we have to go down the rabbit
you're
hole
looking
on these.
into those. Like
I got
we're not
people in there
to that
going, you
point
can't short
yet.
this one. You can't short that one. I'm like, we got a list. Easy.
Well, I mean, Simon Property Group is going to be around in 10 years.
Yeah. This article that I just posted for you to read out there, if you go through it, there's an there's a chart down there about average cumulative stock market performance for the past 6 hiking campaigns. You should look at that. And then there's another one below it called World Stock Market Returns for various periods after last Fed hike for each cycle. And it shows first, second, third, fourth week, 90-day full return. What's fascinating is financials shine. And that, no, wait a minute. Do I have that right? Yeah, I think, but the NASDAQ lead comes ahead. So read that article. The S&P 500 for various cycles each last Fed hike. See if I can show this to you right here real quick, Winky. Can you see a screen here, Winky, or no?
I haven't read through the entire article, but the first thing I found completely interesting was the people that they asked to comment. It's Bill Ackman, Jeffrey Gunlock, Mike O'Rourke, all these like market guys that are short all these banks are like, I can't believe Jay Powell said that the banks are resilient.
Right here. This is the one that I'll point your attention to. I believe this is the right one. Returns for various periods after last Fed hike for each cycle.
Right.
Yeah, you want to keep your eyes, I believe, on, I think it was like financials are at 12%. And at the end of the cycle, tech catches back up 14.61%. That's a 90 days full return. So if we price in a pause, my posit here is if we price in a pause and if we price in, that doesn't mean we don't rate hikes again. What we do in this any market is we price something in. If it doesn't happen, we take the money back out of the market. But before it happens, we do it before any of this stuff actually takes place. So if J Powell, I don't care what you read out there. If you watch that presser, that was a fucking pause. Not a cut, but that was a pause. He was too wishy-washy. When he said it wasn't a pause, he later answered multiple times that it was. Now, do I think we're going to raise rates again? I do. But if they're going to price in some kind of a pause through the summer, I guess that's my question is, do we get those returns or near those returns? 6%, 8%, maybe not 14 in 90 days. That's where you get your 430. I guess that's kind of backing up that posit that maybe we do get 430. Oh, do you disagree with that? Or I forget what because this data doesn't come from Bill Ackman. This comes from
I know the data
Macroeconomic.
doesn't, but all the people that were commenting and basically bitching about Jay Powell's statement were like billionaire people who are all bonds and short stocks. So of course they're going to be like, that was appalling what he did. I
they're
honestly,
all long
man,
bonds
I don't
right now, right? They all want their bonds to print.
So like, here's my problem. Okay. So we got October to May, shorts don't pay, right?
Yeah.
So like, it would be a magical surprise if, let's say, in the middle of June we're at 430. I don't think anybody's really necessarily positioned. I mean, maybe you are. I don't know, but I'm not necessarily positioned for that.
I'm positioned for it in IWM right now.
Yeah, I'm also in IWM. So you think like any rally that's related to that is going to hit the small caps first?
I think that I'm trying to buy or I'm trying to capture premium on that. And when you look at when you, I mean, like it's like we talked about before. In this day and age, for you to really get a leg up over the market at large, like if you just look at S&P 500 and small caps, there is some and even NASDAQ, there is some outperformance stuff. But small caps have been underperforming. We haven't rotated into them yet. They have earnings coming up, but it still generally follows the same track as the S&P 500 and the Qs. Qs still generally follow the same track as S&P 500. For you to get a leg up in this market, you know that we have to look for something like regional banking crisis and find the tickers that didn't deserve to get whacked, even if the market's continuing higher, right? At all, like the market's going higher, regional banks aren't participating. So for you to get a leg up, if everybody's making money in S&P 500 or Qs, you have to find the deals.
Yeah, you got to find the stinker.
Yeah, exactly. The stinker. Then
you gotta find the trash that's gold, or whatever you want to call it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why we do the spec. That's why I do the spec growth IPO companies that IPO'd 3 years ago. And it's fucked up, not fucked up, but I try to run those scans on weekdays because I'm trying to find that stinker, or that's that company that's outperforming when the market is not performing. Same kind of concept.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You're just basically trying to be max contrarian.
Yeah, max contrarian.
Yeah, that's basically how I live my entire life. So much to the chagrin of others, but
well, I can feel. Yesterday I was thinking about your pain yesterday and our conversation and your frustration. We've had your frustration conversation before on phone calls, and it can't be easy for an investor out there that is trying to wade through the hip deep bullshit to not just survive but evolve in the next decade. And it can be frustrating. I don't think that there's another way to say it. It's like I don't want to wake up into 5 years and have missed some buying opportunities. John Haggerty just talked about it. He was just commenting in the chat saying, in 2008, it was so much doom and gloom that you might have missed out. You look back and you go, "Fuck me, man! I didn't buy Apple at $1 or $2 or Amazon this is going back to 2000, but because they're going to zero." PetSmart went to zero, but if you had bought like a basket of those tech stocks, you'd still be filthy fucking rich today.
Yeah, 100%.
And it's hard. It's not easy day in, day out, especially in this part of the process on the market where you can go. I mean, dude, so we've been hearing collapse now since last fucking May and June. Every day, nonstop, and the cacophony grows louder and louder and louder.
They've been calling for like earnings recessions and GDP to collapse.
Yeah,
for 8 quarters, 7 quarters now.
Yeah, dude, it's just like, for me at least, every once in a while, I'm ready to snap. There was a last month or something. I was like, I just want to walk away from the fucking market. I think this was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I was feeling that way too, and I don't remember exactly what it was that happened, but this thing that we do, as they call it in The Sopranos, it's probably the only thing where you can be 100% right and still not profit from it. And that bothers me a lot, like where, the market sentiment or, things that something that's like super bullish is like a meh, and something that's super bearish is like up $10. It's like, I don't know. It's almost like you have to be completely insane to call some of these things. Those are the things that I'm kind of like, that I get uncomfortable with a lot, but that's just the way I'm built.
It's almost like it's built to tire you out, and
that's what it is. It's okay. So I don't know if you know slot machine theory, and I don't know why I know this, but basically if you're playing slot machines, your whole goal is to play as long as you can, hoping that you'll get like the big bonus thing that pays you. So it's kind of almost the same thing as the stock market, where your only goal is just to not go bankrupt and try to hold on until your great thesis plays out. That's
Yeah.
like my theory. Like, you have to be able to sustain.
That's the Mike Barry theory.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, because like, if you just get blown out every time you make a trade, you're not going to build anything over time, or it's just, I don't know. You got to make smart bets, and you got to manage them.
Like people buying Tesla 1,500, and it's just like the noise. I was like, and of course I got ostracized. I'm on fit. I think I said no, I'm out. It was like 12 or 1,300, and I think we went up a little, another 100 points or something. I don't know what we went to, but and I got ostracized. I had people that were like, "I fucking hate you. You're not a fucking Tesla bull. Go fuck yourself. You suck balls." And it's the same thing here in some ways, in specific things. It's like you know what you're doing. It's going to zero, and you should not be buying down here. And
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, but
you get worn out on both sides of it, because you never seem to win, or no, you never seem to win in the like the emotional, mental aspect to this, or the I mean, you win in the money side of things, but
right, or it just feels like you're on.
oh, I just lost him. See if we can get him back on. We just lost him real quick, I think. We just lost Winky. What we're gonna do is we're gonna switch over to talking about. We'll try to end this part of the conversation about trader mentality, trader psyche. I want you guys out there that are watching this, I want you to know that you have to be a sociopath, and you remove emotions from trading and investing. And everything is great when we're in a bull run, right? Everybody's happy, it's all going up, everybody's making money, everything is great. But when you're in a recessionary run or a bear market, and for me, it's been since December of 2020. My trading has been reduced and reduced and reduced and reduced since December of 2020 to where we are today, and it gets tiring. It does. It just gets tiring, and so you have to have the will to persevere. But to say, even though that you have to remove all emotions and be a psychopath or a sociopath, excuse me, not a psychopath, but a sociopath. To say that it's not, sometimes it's not fun anymore. And sometimes the cacophony on both ends, on the highs and then on the lows, it just becomes it's a little overwhelming. It's not overwhelming. It's just tiring, right? Well, let me see if I can generate a new link. Copy. I'm going to send him a new one. You'll always hear people out there that'll say things like, I'm the most Sigma guy out there, and I'm like, I don't know if I believe that motherfucker. So shouldn't have said that. Was kind of rough. I'm like, I think that guy's got $1,000. I do. I'm like, I don't believe that guy. I'm like, because the people that I do trade with or invest with, they have this same. They have the same. I'm not the only one that's saying this. Is my point. But at the same time, while we are dealing with this, I don't want to. I sent you a new link, Winky, so you can join us again. You don't want to lose sight of the prize at the end of the rainbow either, right? So when it does turn up, people start to join you in their happiness, but they're normally like mid or top buyers. They're not the bottom buyers. Some are. You'll meet a few that are like, hey, I was there with you since the beginning, and you'll remember those people, but the group grows larger and larger, and they're normally top buyers, right? And then eventually there's a, oh, damn it. Sent a new link. Trading up to 411.64 right now. I'm going to take some off here. Hold on a second here. So I'm out right now. I'm flat again. So, I just sent Winky a new link. I ended up losing him on stream there for a minute. But, you know, it's not easy. I mean, when you're at a top, right, and you're trying to sell when everyone is buying, it's difficult on the psyche. When you're at a bottom and you're trying to buy, it's really difficult on the psyche, is my point. The middle area is great. But like when you're in cyclically, when you're down here and you're up there, it's a nightmare. Streamlabs said I left the meeting. I did. So I was in the meeting, Winky, right? And then you got cut off, or like I don't know, like the bars went away. So then I went in and generated a new link. So that would cut off that. Then I would have signaled that I'm cutting you off, and then none of that makes sense. So there's like a link generated, and then I lost you. So then I ended the call and then started a new call. I apologize, brother. We're not done, Winky. I'm gonna wrap this up so that I want people to ask you some questions in the chat. Look at that red bar. I'm closing. Red bar. Big old red bar. So I sent you a new link. So join us in the chat one more time, man. So we can get the chat to ask you questions. I think a lot of people want to ask you things for you to expound upon. They listen to me every day. I'm like, I regurgitate. We have new viewers every day, and I'm like always doing that for people. I'll set up a story over a month, and then I go on a rant for like an hour about tying it all back together again. So I need you to bring some freshness to the stream. Yeah, hold on, guys. Before you ask the questions. Yeah, I don't know why Streamlabs is sucking so hard. I just sent you a new link, Winky. I just sent you a new one, man. Hold on, man. I'll send you another one right now. Just go back to your Gmail and click through the link that I send you right now. Try that one. I want to know if you can't join a second time again, too. Tell me right now if you can't join that link, that new link I just sent you, because I want to see if I have to turn Streamlabs off a second time. Can I not interview somebody twice if we lose the connection? Yeah, I'm probably going to have to. There's a way for me to do a collaborative camera outside of Streamlabs, but it's complicated. It is more, well, it's two things. It is more guaranteed to work. Technically, it's more guaranteed to work. It's a lot more work, but the last thing I want to try is when this Google Fiber is supposed to come online on Monday. So I'm going to see if Google. I think part of the issue here is the upload speeds. Comcast sucks with upload speeds, even when they promise you commercial fucking internet that I pay double for, $365 or some stupid a month. No. See if you can. I don't want to show my. I don't want to show my Google on. Just try to click through. Just one more time. Just try one more time to click through. You did click through and you're not in. So this is a total fuck show with hold on here. Ah, that pisses me off now. So this is definitely like a an issue with Streamlabs. Yeah, man, let me see if I can do a Google Meet. Hold on. I can do a Google Meet. Hold on a second. I pay for it. I pay for Google Meet every month, so let me see if I can do a Google Meet. Hang tight. New meeting, start an instant meeting. Hang tight, brother. I have to invite you, I think, here. Show everyone. I gotta do an invitation. Present now. Raise hand, more options. Give me a second here. Add people. Maybe we can get Joe on the call here. Let me see if I can get Joe on the call. Maybe we'll get Joe in here too. We'll send him an invitation. Let me know if you... I just sent an invitation to Joe Harper and Winky. Let's see if we can get these guys on here again. Say something really quick. Wink. Can you hear me, Winky? I can't hear you. I should be able to hear you, and I can't. Host console, chat with everyone. Like I can see your audio in the background, but I'm not picking up. Let me see here. Hold on here. Winky, say something again. Be like check 1 2, check 1 2. I had the desktop audio off, so maybe it'll come back on here in just a second. Jamboard. Request access. Access denied. You'll get an email saying it was requested. Hold on here. Never ends. Can you hear me, Winky? Micro Center. Primary. Did it go to spam?
There?
Can you hear me?
What's going on?
I think I can hear you. Hold on.
Volume is too low or some shit. I don't know, man.
I can hear you, I think. I can hear you, brother.
Fuck. Why is this so hard?
I got you, man. We can hear you on stream.
Minis everywhere can do this stuff, and I'm just like, oh, what the fuck?
Can you hear me, Winky? We can hear you. I want you to know. Don't say anything crazy. Can anybody out there? I can hear Winky. Can anyone on stream hear Winky right now?
Why is this so goofy?
Can you guys hear Winky talking on stream? Oh yeah, okay, you can hear him. Good, good, good. Maybe I'll text him right now until I can hear. I'll just tell him that we can hear you.
Oh, okay, cool. I can't hear you. That's why I was confused.
So Winky can't hear us.
I'll just listen to your audio through Twitch.
So a 4-second delay.
There will be a short delay.
So we can hear you, Winky. What we'll do is this. There's a 4-second delay, so you're going to hear like a pause between questions and answers. Say something again, Winky. I might have lost him.
Hello.
Awesome. So here's what we're going to do, Winky. I am going to be quiet here. I'll work on the chart above us. I want to let you guys know out there that we have more supply showing itself above. So can we go higher is the question. I want you to watch my cursor here over here real quick, okay? So I want you to see this above. This is supply even higher. Okay, I want you to see that up here. There's more supply presenting itself. This is like a downward dog for an upward dog trying to get on top of the downward dog, right? And so we've got this H line right here. But there are some targets even above the H line. So we're going to look really quick on Bookmap. And remember I said that was I said to you, hey, it's a general area. So I want you to see it right here. There's this area right here. There's another one, another target above right here. And there's another target even higher. So wait a minute. Put that one to put one of those right there. So there's some targets up here, okay? I want you to see that right here. There's this target right here, okay? And that's way up there at 413.86. Now, I'm going to show you two more things before we get back to Winky talking. And that's due to that supply that's showing itself above, right? The last thing that we're looking for is, hey, is this a bull trap or not? And so we're going to look at the VIX really quick and just see if the VIX is lying to us or not. So we're going to take a look at the VIX and then take a posit to, can we go higher? Can we go higher here? Or are we at some kind of a support? So just on the VIX really quick, we are kind of free floating here, right? We have more room for the VIX to go down. See that? We're not going to retest. We have more room to go down in VIX. We can actually go even farther and farther. It's not like the VIX is already right here. So even if we go up here and come back down, we haven't seen the VIX bottom, like bounce, bounce, bounce for a move up. We haven't seen that yet. VIX is kind of in a free fall right now. So is there more room for the VIX to drop is the question. You bet your ass there is. So can we go higher here? It looks like we can, man. We can go higher. So I'm gonna turn this over to Winky here in just a moment. I want you guys to
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily
let me write one more thing up here.
Profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
H line, baby. Another H line right there. And here's your next H line. Inside the chat, I want you to begin again asking questions. And now I'm going to warn you of something. Two things. Winky, if you don't want to answer something, you just ignore it, okay? Some people will try to put you on the spot. If you don't feel confident answering something, you don't have to say to them, like, I don't feel confident. Just answer the questions that you're like, I want to answer this. Just be like, start answering a question, then move on to the next one. If it's a question that you need to prepare for, either don't answer it or come back to answer it down the road or in Discord or something like that. So I don't want to ever put you on the spot or anything like that, or anybody that I interview. And that doesn't mean they're not smart or anything, or that they're like huzzah, anything like that. You want to have people prepared to answer questions. So, but do ask questions inside of the chat if you'd like. And I'm gonna shut up now. And what I'm gonna do, Winky, is I'm gonna, dude, access denied. I'm gonna go to the chat, dude, and I want you to read. You can read through them as well. I'm gonna read a couple off to you. Let me see what some of these questions were. I saw some questions above. John Haggerty said, "Hey Wink, do you trade futures, minis, micros? If so, which and how?" I'm not getting an answer from Winky right now. I'm not hearing him. Doesn't even get an answer from Winky right now. No, he's not muted. Everything's good on my end. I think it might be Comcast. Xfinity really fucking sucks balls. I gotta be honest. Yeah, he's not muted. So you know what we'll do is maybe we just continue this interview maybe just do a third meeting on Monday or something, and we end up getting. Let's look on the 15-minute real quick and see if Winky comes back. Yeah, there's a 15-minute bull flag or bull plane right here. Are you back, Winky?
Sorry about that, guys. I don't know.
So he's back. Winky, big question. Do you trade futures?
You guys still there?
Yeah, we're still here. We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I did trade future. I'll give you the short version because I just went through the entire long version before I knew I was disconnected. Okay, so I started trading options in 2020 when everything blew up. Then I learned about the tax advantages and the different rules regarding futures, and I tried that out. My experience with futures was I entered a trade in NQ, and an hour after I entered that trade, I was down $30,000. And then an hour after that, I was up 60K. So I sold it, took the money, closed the account, never went back.
You know who has a story about that is the GOAT, Brian Watts.
That was my futures experience.
So what is your like, how do you trade today, your complete thing? Like, do you have stuff in mutual funds, savings accounts? Do you buy stock? Do you trade options, stocks, ETFs? What do you do?
Like Frank the Bear or Binky was saying the other day, I sort of have different buckets for different purposes. Like I have a savings account that has quite a lot of money in it. Then I have a IRA, and then the IRA I typically gravitate towards index funds, ETFs, like things like safer bets like that. And then in my trading account, that's where most of my stock positions live. And Also, I trade options out of my stock account. Sometimes I actually flip. I open new accounts just for single trades because I don't want to stare at it while I'm.
Hey, Winky, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call you, and I'm going to put the someone in the who said this?
Stock positions, and I just don't want to look at it necessarily while I'm.
I'm going to put you on. So if you can hear me, I'm going to put you on a phone call instead. We're just going to bypass all this bullshit, so we can be more fluid. Hey, I've got you on live right now with my phone, and it's just easier, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what. I think Streamlabs might just disconnect me after 30 minutes. I don't really know.
Say something again. I want to just check my my sound mixer.
Hello.
Sweet. So they can hear you now. So
cool.
So yeah, you're on board with the different accounts for different things. You don't trade futures anymore. Brian Watts, dude, had that same experience that he recounted once, and it's a hilarious story about the panic that sets in when you see your account just trade wildly like that.
Yeah, and it was like such a short round trip. It was 120 minutes, and I'm just like, okay, that's a lot of volatility in that amount of time.
He sat on like a 6-figure loss over a weekend or something, and you know, like his whole life had passed before his eyes, like losing everything. And he ended up making the money back, but you know, at that time period, not knowing if you're going to get a margin call, not knowing if it's never coming back. I think he was short too, so yeah, like, you know, we're just going to keep going up, and I just get smoked, left behind.
Yeah, exactly. That can happen really in any instrument, but it just seems like it's sort of like more unlimited in futures. Like I don't know how to explain what I'm saying. Like options, you put $100 in a contract, that $100 is like where it can go, right?
Limited risk.
Yeah, limited risk. It just seems. I mean, you can limit your risk in futures too, but like had I put a stop on that NQ trade, it would have went down like. I don't know, I think it was like 500 points in an hour, and then I would have sold out of it after like 25 points. I would have lost money, and I never would have got the double upside. So it was just, I don't know how to necessarily do that work without losing money, so that's why I stopped doing it.
I'm going to interject for just a minute here. I want to let people know. So I want you guys to be aware of something here. So if you're at home right now at 10:45, look at my cursor where it is right now. We had a new high at 10:45 a.m. In the next 15 minutes, heading into the half an hour, or excuse me, at 10:45 we had a new high on the half an hour, which is 11 a.m. So the stock market hours, if you don't know this, are on the half an hour. So stock market hours are 9:30 to 10:30, 10:30 to 11:30, 11:30 to 12:30, up until 4:30 in the afternoon. So we count an hour as 10:30, 11:30, right? So we're heading into the 15-minute right now, right? So at 10:45, we got a new high. So at 11 a.m., or excuse me, 11:15, I'm looking for a new high here. So if we don't get a new high, right up here every 15 minutes, we don't get a new high, or if you fail to make a new high like we did right here, there's a higher chance of the market rolling over to check. The first check would be the 5 minutes. Okay, so it's 11:05 right now. By 11:15, I'm looking for this new high. If we don't get a new high at 11:15, I'm gonna expect a rollover to check this R3 area. Doesn't mean we don't trade sideways and then get up here and do this stuff. But it's starting to get a little long in the tooth up here. So just be conscious of that. You see the trade sideways here. You're going to be wanting to see by 11:15 a new high, at 11:30 a tag of 411.96. If we don't get that, we will roll over. So you might want to take some money off the table, leave some runners on, that kind of stuff, start to manage your trade. Maybe you take the money off the table and re-enter a cheaper call option, right? So you like, let's say you bought a call option at 50 cents or $1 and you take the money at $2 or $3, you roll your trade down to a 50 cent and $1 contract and pocket that money at this point. Okay? All right. Sorry, Winky. Go ahead.
No, it sounds good. Sounds like a strategy.
So next thing, we've got some questions here. Let's see what people are asking. Do you see any questions yourself that you want to answer?
I answered Haggerty's question, unfortunately. Let me, anybody, just go ahead and ask me questions, guys. I'm in both chats right now. I'm monitoring, so just ask, and I'll try and answer.
John did make a comment about the size, right? In futures, you can do micros. I mean, the micros, the fees right now are ridiculous. But you can do micros. You don't have to do full-size contracts as well. You can do the mini rather than just going like, hey, I'm buying ES or selling ES.
Yeah, I know. But so, like, the way that I learn is I tend to learn through doing and under extreme pressure. I don't know why that's the case. I don't know why I can only learn if I'm, like, in trouble. But that's how my brain learns things. So I just jump in. Like, when I want to monitor a stock, I don't put it on a watch list. I buy a share of it because I have risk on it. And if, I don't really care, but it just, for whatever reason in my brain, having risk assigned to something makes it more important to me. So that's just how I do things. So I have like one share of like 80 companies that it's basically a watch list, but I have like exposure. It's kind of weird. I'm a weird guy. I tell everybody I meet that. So this is the way it is.
Do you, someone asked about hedging. Are you the, like, so you know how like if you're on the 5-minute EMA, 27 or the hour, it doesn't matter if you're on like 27 on a 5-15 hour day. If we're trading above it, are you long the stock and then do you short?
Right. Let me kind of explain how I.
If you own the underlying, do you sell calls and puts? Do you take on puts to hedge your long position in the market? What do you do?
Yeah, so basically on anything that I have equity in, I kind of, okay, so like a lot of people probably think the only thing I own is like Berkshire Class B shares. But I have a portfolio, not including the one share portfolio that I have. I have a portfolio of about 25 different stocks, right? And there's all kinds of different shit in there. There's Para, Uber, things like that are kind of like stinky, and I've kind of just been like watching out of the corner of my eye for the last couple of years. And then I have stuff that I really, really like Regeneron, Lilly, Nike, Blackstone, Morgan Stanley, Disney, all that stuff. So like the way that I approach hedging is it really depends on what the position is, right? Like when we were heading into Uber's earnings and it had a lift, I was like, holy shit, like this is the chance that I have to hedge. And of course it went up a little bit, but now it's kind of like retreating back to its where it belongs, I guess I would say. Like Uber will one day be $70, but analysts have been calling for that for the last 4 years. So like if you look at that, like, okay, Uber $70 at some point, but every single year they come back and re-up their target. So like that one I hedge a lot. Para obviously is a pretty sloppy stock a lot of times. I usually hedge that. I don't spend too much time hedging things like Domino's Pizza. Different stocks, I'm sure you guys have noticed this too, like when you go to trade a contract and like the minimum increment's like 5 cents, or you look at the pricing on options on just certain stocks that people don't tend to like flip in and out of, like Domino's and things like this. The option pricing is just extremely high, and they don't really move that much. So it really just depends on what I'm looking at and why I'm thinking that it might be a good time to hedge.
You know, I was
Basically,
you and I are gonna talk about one of the tools we're trying to release is a way to chart options further out in time. I try to, when I day trade, I try to watch the options chain for the next week. But like Volatility Wiz, he goes through the options chain and builds spreads way farther out in time, and he's always looking for spreads that'll actually like a spread that within the price spread he can actually get paid. Like open a spread for near $0, call a broker and be like, hey, yeah, I see the spread is this. And then sometimes he's actually made money. He's actually been owed money opening up a trade. Do you do any of that? Do you look for like, hey, this option that's 3 months away, it's at the bottom of its curve, or?
So what I like to do, like in that regard, is I like to have like, okay, and a lot of people think I'm like a witch doctor because I talk about seasonality, and I really like the work that Larry Williams does. Like, people can razz me, but I don't give a shit. Like, I've made so much money just following Larry Williams.
I love Larry
over the years that like they can say anything they want about him or me, and I'll just be like, okay, whatever. But yeah, so I like to look for setups that kind of hit scratch multiple itches at once, right? It might be, okay, they have earnings in 2 weeks, and on top of that, I like the company, or, you know, they have like a biotech FDA approval, like a catalyst kind of, you know, I look for catalysts a lot. Like,
I love catalysts.
What's gonna move the stock? Is there volume in it? Does anybody give a shit? You look at the options chain. If you see all zeros of the option chain, don't fuck with it. Like, if you see, like, there's some options chains you'll look at, and there's like the whole thing is empty, and you're just like, okay, this probably isn't gonna go my way if I play with this. Like, you just kind of have to. You gotta seek out energy. You know, like energy in the instrument that you're trying to trade. It has to either be moving in one way or another towards the catalyst date, or nobody else cares. That's really the point. You have to be in things that people like. You have to play the game. Like, if you're playing poker, you have to sit down at a table where there's other people.
Well, yeah, I remember we were talking about VIX last week when we were at 417, and I brought up the options chain of someone buying 26 VIX in June or something, right?
Right.
And they put out, what, 13 million or something, or 5 million. I can't remember what it was, but that was digging through the options chain when, of course, the VIX is crashing, and someone's out there going, no. I'm buying some June, these dirt cheap.
Right. Yeah, but see, that's actually an interesting question that I have for you. So, like, when I was first starting getting into like trading communities, and I'm an old internet engineer, so like I'm acutely aware of how much 80% of all this shit is a giant scam. But when I started kind of getting into trading discords, and you'd ask about the VIX, they'd be like, we don't look at the VIX. The VIX doesn't matter. You don't trade the VIX. That's not what it's there for. That was like Strizz's Discord, not to mention names. He wasn't even in the Discord at that point. But like, they just like roasted me anytime I'd say anything about the VIX. So like, it surprises me to see you like, oh yeah, the VIX. But you don't actually trade VIX, right? That ticker, you do it in a different way, right? What are some of the approved ways that you use to trade the VIX?
Well, you know, it's weird. Like, I was reading Volatility Wiz's newsletter this week, and he was like, "This is how you express this trade elsewhere." And it was like, it was great how he worded it, and even when
I'll have to go back and look at that.
I'll send you a link to it, and so you can read it. But it was great because I don't I've tried trading the VIX, and I've got on shorter time frames. I've tried to trade the VIX, and I've gotten burned so many times. And I think his point to his audience was use volatility to express volatility in the trades you're trying to take, or in planning your trades. We
Right. Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, so I'll say a lot of times in chat that I only swing options in stocks that I own to make additional income or to protect myself. That's true, like, basically 95% of the time. Sometimes, like, if something price dislocation happens and I feel like, okay, this is dumb. Why is this doing this? I'll just go for it. But 90% of the time, like, I swing options and things I've either been watching for like 5 to 10 years, or things that I own and I stare at the price ticking every single day. Like, I just watch it, how it moves, what it does. If it has a bad news release, I know that that's usually worth like 1.07% of the stock price, and if it goes below that, then I know I should buy some. Like all those kinds of things. Like, one of my best trades recently, and this is going to sound stupid to so many people, was I was just on a website and I saw an ad that Gap was selling $50 gift cards for $30. At this point, that stock was at $15 a share. I shorted the living hell out of it. They reported their earnings and it dropped to $8. It can be that simple, honestly. Like, if you see a retailer just like blowing out their entire stock, like, you can use real world clues to like make trades.
Yeah, like
basically.
the Chegg trade. I was like,
Yeah.
How did I not see that coming?
Right.
Like no brainer.
But there's just so many tickers, you know what I mean? Like, there's so much stuff going on. And then you'll have those people who just pop in, and I don't have anything against the people who want to trade the low float, small market cap stocks or anything. It's just really dangerous, and I've never had it go my way. Not a single time.
I'm just talking mostly about the Chat GPT thing. We know the entire conversation, or not the entire, but a major part of the conversation is from educational institutions saying their resistance to Chat GPT, and of course it's going to impact online tutoring. If you have students that are just going to use the cheap version of an online tutor, at all, Chat GPT, it doesn't bode well.
Yeah, but why can't Chegg do that? So
No, I agree.
The thing that kind of worries me a little bit about GPT and everything is, like, it does a couple things really well. And they're releasing new models and they're adding new capabilities to it and stuff, but like right now it can't, like, people are like, oh, it like wrote code, it wrote all of Call of Duty in 12 minutes. That's not really what it's doing right now. It's kind of just it has millions and, well, trillions of lines of text that it learned against, and now it basically just figures out statistically what the answer people want is, and it gives you the answer that basically it thinks you want. So yeah, I mean, it is the first time that AI has ever become AI, but then again, there's nothing stopping Chegg from being the online tutor AI. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think that. My suspicion would be that when I want to say the Chat GPT began to ramp, let's say 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago, like ramp in the public zeitgeist.
Like when they actually let users in.
Well, I guess my point would be is that can Chegg maneuver that quickly to meet that demand? Probably not. They probably want to wait and see. Their C-suite's probably slow. I mean, you figure it would not shock me when ChatGPT started to become like just even introduced to the zeitgeist, that it would still take them months, if not further, to pivot for that eventuality.
Yeah, I mean, if okay, so like here's another thought that I just had about GPT as far as Chegg goes. Like for-profit education, like it's almost like smoking. Like when I first learned what Chegg did, I was like, okay, like that should just be some shit that the government provide. Like the Department of Education should have Chegg.
Uh-huh.
You go to the DOE's website, and it's basically what Chegg is. That's like, I don't necessarily know that that's bad for society. You subtract the shareholder thing from it. I mean, that sucks. But then again, companies disappear. It's a tech company, right? That's kind of the risk that you're taking. But you could also okay, so Chegg's a good example, but you could also look at like Duolingo, man. Look at that stock. How high is that stock? Are we going to need to learn new languages if you can just talk into your phone and the phone talks to the person in the language, in the exact dialect, and the
It's weird.
perfect.
My kids so we teach our children languages.
Yeah. I mean, it is useful and it does help your brain. Like
It's
develop.
not that, dude. It's only like I don't Duolingo. Once you begin to learn a language, it's not as good as you think it is. Or we don't find Duolingo to be as it's like an introduction only at best.
Right. That's kind of like what I was saying though. That's almost another tutoring stock. You get what I mean? Like it's supposed to teach you something that's a complex, and they kind of like gamify it and make it like, oh, you get sparkles if you say this phrase correctly.
It's really it doesn't do a good job of you understanding a language.
Right. But
context.
Okay, so if GPT was Duolingo, you'd just be speaking to it all the time, and it would be speaking back to you you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you could just have whole chatbot conversations in that language, and like it could slowly correct you. So like that might be one that people want to take a look at. I mean, it's at $122. It has a 0 PE ratio.
Mm-hmm.
It's a $5 billion company. I honestly never even knew it was public until I saw it on that screener that we sometimes look at. It showed up there a couple times a few weeks ago, and I was like, okay, well, but man, that stock is one that if they say anything about GPT on their earnings on 5/9, it's not going to be $122.
No.
Unless they say they're going to be the GPT of languages, and in which case it'll probably double.
You know what I'll do is I'll ask my daughter to they use it every day. Maybe they can send an email and see if they get it. I think you'd be shocked if you like contact them and said, "Do you have any plans for AI?"
Or I mean,
some dumbass that answers the phone might answer yes, not knowing that you're.
This is another good tip for anybody that owns stocks. A lot of times, if you just email investors at the domain name, you can contact people like companies and be like, yeah, can you send me a deck about this and that? Like, as long as it's not like confidential information or, material stuff, you can talk to those companies. They have whole public relations investing teams. That's what they do.
I've called companies and just tried to speak to people in on different desks and just like find contact numbers and then ask questions like, hey, I'm an investor. Just, are you doing this right now, or can I expect this? I'm a customer of yours.
Right.
Do you have any plans for this coming out? Or I'm potentially buying a bunch of security cameras. I want to go through you guys. Who do I talk to for ordering these cameras? I heard you guys were going to develop these things. Is that a real coming? And you might get like somebody that doesn't. Most of your people in a company are not focused on the price of a stock when they get asked.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
Yeah, and like a lot of the contact point people at most companies are just like
get a free trial at TickStrike.com.
It's just like a call center attached to Zendesk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like any of those people have any like direct. But if you do go to the investors department, those people all have to be trained, and basically ninjas that don't violate the SEC rules.
Yeah, if you go through like the investor channels, that's or that they're gonna know. But if you're just like calling up, being like, "Hey, man, I want to buy," or "Are you gonna ever add AI? I'm a long time
Well,
user."
No, my point is that sometimes you can learn things that the rest of the market don't know
Yeah, just basic
from
things.
the investors at whatever.com, but it's not like illegal information. It's not like insider information. It's just something. It's like, okay, I'll give you a quick example. So like that company Boot Barn, right? Nobody's ever heard of Boot Barn except for me and Jim Cramer. He told me to buy that shit at $13. It went up to like 110. And
I love Boot Barn.
I love Boot Barn. It's freaking awesome. But my point is like the reason that I knew like I wanted to be in it was because they brought one to Ohio. This is the first like they're growing. It's apparent, right? Like they're putting up new stores, and this was during COVID. Like they were building out new giant country western workwear stores in the middle of the pandemic. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, they're like, fuck it, man. We're 100%. We're all engines go. So if you see something like that, I mean,
it's not being picked up by public.
Right. It's not being picked up by nobody gives a shit about Boot Barn. Like, like, you know what I mean? Like, so if you're like just driving around in your town and you see like, oh shit, like, or, we just got a Shake Shack close to me and there's like 2 in the whole state, basically. You start seeing like new brands and stuff pop up around you. Like, you can use those types of signals as things to look at and invest in. It doesn't always have to be like Twitter and Reddit and like.
I want to do 2 things. I'm going to come back because this is to your point. Well, first I want to tell people out there. So if you're watching right now and you think we're going to crash through this green box or something like that, you remember earlier what I was saying to you is if we don't get the new high here, watch my cursor, right? We'll come back down and check the 5 minutes. We're coming into 11:27 right now. We're going to find out if the next hour is bullish, right? So into 11:30, we want to see by 11:30, 11:33 a new high. If we don't get the new high into the new hour, we can roll below this green box. So it's pay attention into this next hour until the 11:30 hour. Now back to what Winky's saying. He's giving or using a vehicle, and he's circling back to what he's saying to you earlier about you can trade the things that you know. If you see that Boot Barn's opening up down the street, if Shake Shack is expanding, if you see your teenage daughter using, like kids are early adopters oftentimes in publicly traded companies' product offerings. So like if you see a company like Hasbro, let's say they made a fidget spinner for the first time and they're a publicly traded company, and you see all your kids and your kids' friends, or you see you're out drinking at a bar and you see all the women are owning a certain handbag, something like that. Or if you go to I don't know, like a rodeo and you see guys using pink tutus or something, it's coming from Lululemon, that you can kind of get inference from this.
Yeah, I mean, you can have your own edge, like, and not even think about it as an edge, basically. Like, anything that I'm like, well, this is kind of a stupid idea. It usually works. Like, if you're like, this is the most basic thing, like, during the pandemic, I would drive by the Toyota. There's like 3 Toyota dealerships within a mile of my house. I don't know why this is the case, but it's just the way it is. And I would just drive by the Toyota dealerships. And there's not a single car in the lot. We're probably going to keep buying Ford. You know what I mean? Like, and then once those Toyotas started filling in that lot, I was like, okay, Ford's done. And that was $21. So like, just look around, basically. Like, there's always something to do. There's always an opportunity. There's always the next thing. So, as long as you can, going back to my point about the slot machine thing, as long as you don't get completely blown out of the water, like, you can always make it back or fight another day.
If you're looking for puts here, if you're a bear, I see someone in chat said, when are we buying puts? You're looking for price to go under these green bars to go under the white line here. And you want to watch this white line curve down. And you'll look for a rejection above right here. And you can set the trade up, but you don't execute it until you're right here. If this chart was upside down and we were bottoming and trying to buy a dip, pretend this chart was upside down, you would want to still wait for price to get above the 5-minute 27 EMA before you took the long. If you run this trade 10 times, 100 times, this put trade right here, you would blow your account up. You might be right this time, but over time, you are unlikely to be right. And my example here would be if we begin to roll down here, and instead of rolling straight down here, we begin to trade sideways, and you get cut up in here, and then theta kicks in at the 2:30 hour or something like that, you're going to get torched. We end up consolidating. This white line, instead of rolling down, begins to go sideways, and then we make that last rip up into the close. You're going to get torched, right? So if you're trying to time a top here as a bear, this is likely not your place yet. Is my point. Not where the real money is as a bear. You want to see price get underneath this white line that's curved right here. You want to see price underneath it and a rejection to target down below it 408.50. You might call it once, and I want to warn you of something. I got to be really clear on this. In chat, okay? I've tried to harp on this the past month or so. There will always be someone that made the right choice, and it can give a false sense to traders and investors that like Cap was wrong or Cap was right. So it's like this. It's called a anecdotal evidence. So if you had 100 people, or if you had 20 people in chat, and 10 people took a long here, right? Let's say 10 people took a long here, and 10 and some calls right where we are right now, and 10 people took puts here, and I'm talking to you about this. Well, let's say we go down. You'll see 10 people in chat say, "Woo, I called it." And you'll be like, "Shit, I should have bought puts." If we go up, the other 10 people will comment in chat, "Hey, I called it. It was calls." Does that make sense? So there's
to what you're saying, there's only two outcomes.
But
there's only two outcomes.
But
so
in chat, it seems like someone was. It seems like, "Hey, I should have went with that call." So it's like a false narrative. It's like it's counter alpha or
yeah, there's all sorts of things like recency bias. You might get one of those, and then you double your next trade, you lose all of it. Like there's it's all just a big cycle out head death.
Yeah. So when I talk to you about this trade specifically of us rolling over here, I'm trying to teach you the high probability win on that trade, not following what the chat room says. Okay. So does that make sense? So if you're listening to me talk to you on a stream, I'm trying to teach you, hey, if you want to capitalize a roll here. Now there is another thing here that I don't talk about often, but I do share a white paper on, and that is as long as we are above the white line, you are long. You could own the S&P 500. You could own a $10 stock. Doesn't matter. You are long above the white line on the 5-minute. Now you do want to look at the hourly and the 15-minute and the daily and all that kind of stuff. But if the market rolls here, you could then short a stock or short the S&P 500 or buy some puts. Now I'm not going to get into the mechanics of how this works. And that would cover your long trade. So let's say your bias is we're going up here, right? So right now you buy some calls, right? So you got a 10-pack of calls. We're going up, and we begin to roll over here, and it confirms the downside move, right? You could either let those calls burn and take on some puts to break even. So, hey, my thesis was wrong, but I'm at least not going to lose money on the day. Or you would put a stop loss here on your calls. And let's say you bought calls for $1 and they go down to 50 cents. So you're now upside down 50 cents because it broke to the downside, but you're then going to wait for the confirmation that you're going lower. You'll jump on the put side, and that would actually pay for the 50 cents that you lost, and hopefully you'd make some extra money in the on that side too, maybe an extra 10 cents or 30 cents or something. This works itself out on all kinds of time frames, like 1 day, monthlies, weeklies, all that kind of stuff. So just be conscious of that there's two sides to this trade either way. If you're a bull here, you're looking for a test. We're rolling over right now. You're looking for a test of this white line. You want to see price touch right here. There are some signs here of what's happening. You can see the consolidation taking place, right? You know there are sellers above. There's resistance here. There's supply here. And you want to find out if there's demand. Okay, so we are expecting, we're positing that there's demand here, that right here, that there are buyers waiting. We think there are buyers waiting here. So as the sellers step in, they're going to push price down. And if there are more buyers than sellers, we're going to get a reaction to the upside. If we find that there are no buyers here, we'll begin to find out where we know the next level of buyers are. That's down here, right? We posit that there are new buyers or smart money is lower, right? Something like that, and that we're going to roll here. So just keep all that in mind. And then also keep in mind is when you see the white line vertical, it's more bullish. See this white line right here? See how it's going up? That's more bullish. When it's sideways, it's less bullish. It's neutral. And when it's heading down, it's more bearish. This actually leads you ahead of this. This actually begins to lead you. So if price is starting to roll sideways, it's telling you we're in indecision here, right? If we start to bounce up and the white line begins to head higher, it's telling you we're bullish here. Makes sense? So instead of trying to predict if we're heading higher or not, it's sometimes better for you to set the trade up and wait for it to prove to you. So let's say you're like, oh, no, Cap, I'm bullish here. Then what you're going to be doing is you're going to set the trade up, not buy it, but wait for confirmation to the upside. And then you capture this part of the trade right here. You don't need the entire trade. You just need some of it in here. Does that make sense? You need this money right here. You don't need this bullshit down here. That's like shit you don't need to be a part of. Does that make sense to you guys? I don't know if it does or doesn't. Whatever. Let's get back to Winky. So Winky, how about this? I wanted to ask you about shit. I had a big question for you. Let me ask people in chat. What do you guys want to ask Winky? David's putting some good points on YouTube right now. He's saying, in my rules, I always look for the high of the session to be made between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I agree with that, David.
I just wanted to call out Disney.
Yeah, do it. Say something.
I just wanted to call out price in Disney. It's 99.23. They report on 510.
And also, first-time chatter, Whitey Reds is saying massive put wall at 4125 on SPX. Wang Yutang saying gold's breaking out. There's also a third where we go flat after buying the put hedge, right? There's another question here. A bunch of people in both YouTube and I want to say thank you to all of you in the chat right now that are dropping your trading rules in the chat right now, because those all hold true. I agree with all those rules. I use all those same rules as well. There's I've got like a list in my brain that's like 100 rules long, and I'm trying to go through them all when I'm trading. And I think about all those same things you guys are talking about. So please always say those things. When I'm saying something in chat about those rules, and you guys want to put your own rules in, definitely add those because it only helps.
I want to address the question on the YouTube from Nick. It says, Winky, if shorting banks is banned, do you see SoFi Moon? It's been beat down for so long. So my thoughts on stocks like SoFi, Affirm, etc. are those are fintechs, right? And during their meteoric rise to fame, everybody was like, well, don't buy BAC because that's not a fintech. Buy SoFi because that's a fintech. Don't buy, JPM because they're going to get destroyed by a firm. All that stuff. So, like, I don't necessarily see SoFi as a regional bank. Like, I don't know that you can reclassify it when it makes sense to you. I'm not trying to be short. I'm not trying to be flippant. I'm just saying I don't necessarily. There's so many other regional banks, like actual like regional banks, stood up already that I don't think you have to go that deep into the chain to find an opportunity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that.
But that was a good question. Thank you.
That's a good question, and I think about two things. I think one, it comes down to personal preference. Like Bill screamed higher on its ER yesterday, and like I love Bill the stock. I love it. But I got what I wanted out of it for me personally. So like my personal preference, I'm on to the next spec growth company.
Yeah, 100%.
So
like sometimes trades are dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's like I like Bill. I like the company. I like it as a stock. But for me, I'm like, I'm gonna now start looking at some new stuff for the next Wall Street bet meme stock that happens in a year or two on it or 3 years on it. So I'm not like anti-Bill. But that also leads into the last part, which is to your point, which is we had made that point yesterday, which was falling in love with a ticker when you can, if you love SoFi, like if anyone says, like I shouldn't say if anyone says to me, but because I do love certain tickers or certain companies, like I know Disney's not not going into bankruptcy. Like not my Main Street hat on, but my trading hat, and I like the stock, but it's so much better, to your point, Winky, to have that list of 1,000 or 100 or tickers in a basket that rotates, so that you don't drink the Kool-Aid on any ticker out there. That's one of the first 5 years I traded. Well, no, when I was trading stocks, I went through like penny stocks, then biotechs, and then you need to move up to trading options on tech companies, the big boys, all that kind of stuff. But I drank too much Kool-Aid for a long time. Like you become a believer, and I lost a lot of money from that. And I guess to Winky's point now would be, if you don't have a basket of 1,000 tickers that you're watching out there, if you don't have 1,000,
I mean, I don't
or
know that
100,
it necessarily has to be 1,000
or 100.
But yeah, I mean, just the ones that whatever you feel comfortable like knowing, basically. Like if you're busy and you don't have time to like go to a boot barn 80 miles from your house because you got other things going on, maybe that's not the right stock for you. But that's what I did. I drove to this thing and saw what it was and went in it, and that's what I did.
I think the only recommendation I have here, though, is that you build a list.
Yeah, you have to have like a list, because a lot of times you'll see dislocations or what you could, I guess, causation or correlation, depending on how you frame it, between different stocks. Like there was a day, I don't know, it was probably last year, where Uber had some really good news, and then Lyft was halted on the really good news. And I was like, I'm going to short the living shit out of Lyft because, like, you have to have the pairs. You have to be watching, like, especially in something where it's like Uber and Lyft, and that's the only two companies in a segment. It's like, watch what the other one's doing also.
Yeah.
Like you can't just like even with the banks, like I own like 7 different financials, but I damn sure watch what all their competitors are doing.
Yeah. And to that point too would be when they don't move, and like, or someone was saying to me, a good friend of the show was like, well, should I just buy, I think it was BBBY or AMC or one of the ape tickers, and they were like, well, it's so low right now, why don't I just buy it? And I was like, yeah, well, I realize it's low, I realize it's likely going to squeeze in the coming weeks, but you're now trapped. You're now can't deploy money anywhere else. If something else starts to go on a run, you're then possibly take a loss by being
The
trapped
euro
in that
falls to
ticker.
the lowest against the pound since
That goes back to
December
that whole
20th at
idea of
87.185 pence. Last down 0.49.
Yeah, sectors, segments of sectors.
yeah.
Like,
I only trade this one stock. I think you, if I was young, I would say to you, however you lost all of your money, my recommend is always go to I think the indexes are some of on higher time frames are some of the easiest money makers out there. You have to learn each index, and then you start to learn about tech, individual tickers, and then you learn about, I don't know, fucking airlines or fucking whatever it is your poison is, but to exposure
Yeah.
around different sectors and individual
Right.
tickers.
Like the way that I got started was I bought, I don't know, I was probably like 20 or something, and like I don't know why, but for some reason back then I was really super into watching Fox Business. Like I'd work like 20 hours and then I'd go home and watch Fox Business. It made no sense at all. But anyway, so like I just got suckered into some like bullshit like 68-cent tech. Like everybody does. Like
Yeah.
you get in there and you basically get Wolf of Wall Street. I feel like you have to go through your period of time where Jordan Belfort is selling you stocks. Like, and then you're just like, yeah, I think I'd rather, because you're like, okay, so, and then I get the math. You're like, I could buy 10 million shares of this 12-cent stock, but that's like, you're the only one that owns that stock now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you gotta, like I said earlier, when you're playing poker, you gotta sit on the table that somebody else is playing at, man. You can't. It's gonna be you and the dealer. You don't want to play a game where it's you and the dealer, man.
Nope.
Like, that's not the game you want to play.
I agree, but they have to go through that, right? I think all new investors.
Yeah,
traders.
I mean, you kind of do, and it's sort of like, so like, if I hadn't mined crypto for free in 2011, I might have got swept up in that, but it just depends on like how you where you approach things from. So like I did it from an R&D standpoint. I was actually looking at it from is this a viable thing to run a business upon? And I just accumulated some Litecoin and Ether, and it's just been sitting in a wall. Like my cost basis is $0. So that's the other thing about crypto. My cost basis and all that crypto is $0. Cost me nothing.
Dude.
And when I mined it, it was like worth like aggregates of a penny. So like anytime I sell any of it, I have to, on my taxes, I have to put like the date it was mined, what the price was.
Mm-hmm.
It's like an aggregate of a penny, and I'll sell it for like $100. So that like things like that's how I know it's kind of okay, I'm not gonna say a scam, but that's how I know it's a no-sum game is because it's really easy. You can spend like $1 million and move Bitcoin like $3,000 a coin. And you could spend $1 million in advertising and move it like $10,000. You know what I mean? So like it's that's why I don't get in it. But it's like the whole point of that was like meet the market where you're at, like the things that that you can always find something to do if you kind of look at it from that standpoint.
I lived in, I don't know if I should say this or not. I think it was between 2007 and 2011. I was living there longer than that, but at that time I was living in Park City, and I was renting a condo there, or a duplex, and my landlord lived on the other side of the duplex. He was an engineer at the local community television. I think we're after the can't get in trouble anymore for this.
The
But
statute of limitations.
yeah, I think we're past the statute of
Right.
limitations.
Right.
No,
Okay.
no names. But he was now before that I had traded Bitcoin. Well, not traded. I bought Bitcoin to use on Silk Road and stuff. But he turned me
Right.
on to mining Bitcoin way back then, and he was doing it out of the TV studio. He was using their servers to mine Bitcoin when it was fucking worthless, like utterly. He's rich now. That guy made.
Oh, I thought this was one of those stories where he had like 38,000 Bitcoin and he bought a sub with it. Have you heard those? Have you heard those stories where like somebody had like 100,000 Bitcoin and they bought a pizza with it, and you're like, God damn it! God,
I did that. I did. So what I did was there was a halving that took place. I got rid of a bunch. So I had a bunch of Bitcoin for many years, and then back in last time I got rid of it was the last halving. I got rid of a bunch of it. But there was the halving before that. I got rid of a bunch of it. But I got my wife at the time thought I was crazy, and when I owned Bitcoin when it was zero, I think the last amount that I had of it was like $3,000 or $4,000 worth when it was like 0.000002 or something like that. And my wife was like, my wife thought I was crazy at that time. I was like, this is gonna be something someday. And my neighbor's mining it out of his ass. He's filthy rich now. Like, big mistake in my life. Big mistake. I don't listen to her anymore. I accumulate shit now.
If you mined Bitcoin, so I got into it late, and this was like 2011.
Yeah.
I got in, and I mined Litecoin, and then in 2013, whenever Ether appeared, I started mining that too, because that one was actually, the promise of Ether was that it would actually have a utility, but it doesn't necessarily actually have any utility yet. Maybe it will. I don't know. But yeah, man, it's like if you mined it, you're at the top of the pyramid scheme. Like if you think of a traditional pyramid scheme, like a Bernie Madoff kind of scheme or whatever, or any kind of zero-sum game, like if you mined it and your actual cost basis is like you said 0.001, like you can spend an unlimited amount of money trying to get other people to buy that shit, and all you have to do is push it up a couple bucks and you're a millionaire. You know, like
it was so this was so I just looked it up right now because that summer he had been mining it for about 2 years, a year or two at that point. That was the summer of 2012. So that was right around when that's when you were
got in like super. Yeah, that was when I started mining Litecoin essentially. Yeah. And Bitcoin at that point was getting to the point where you needed like multiple GPUs. And
yeah.
I was like, that's all right.
Yes, he started running it at this, and no one knew. Like at that time, he's an engineer at this TV studio. And
he got free power.
Yeah, in computing, yeah, free power, and of course, no one would suspect any today. You know, I'm sure that they're watching this in companies. I'm hoping that they do. But at that time, like nobody, like unless you were buying like I don't know Molly or ecstasy or something or mushrooms on Silk Road, like nobody knew about that shit in 07, 08, 09, like 2010. It was very smart people, like the tech bros were still. You could still meet a tech bro at Burning Man at that time and hang out with them, and
that was still like when everybody was looking up their high school friends on Facebook.
Yes,
and shit. You know what I mean?
yes.
Like, that was like the golden age of all of those foolish distractions.
I was a part of that age where, like, I was graduating high school when you wanted to be. It was like the peak of wanting to be in the. Remember the Book of Fate? It wasn't Book of Fate, like the Facebook Book of Faces. Remember there was like a call. You wanted to be in this book for like the who's who in colleges around the United States.
Yeah, what
was it called?
Yearbooks and stuff.
Not a high school yearbook, but there was like a book for. Does anybody in the chat know what I'm talking about? before Facebook, there was a like book of faces in an actual book.
Right. That's like where the name of Facebook came. I think it was like the Facebook or something. I think that's what they called it at schools, and that's why that's why Facebook's name used to be the Facebook, I believe, and then they just dropped the.
Yeah, like every
I'm not
year.
sure.
Every year they put out a hardcover version of it, and it listed like everyone around the country if you could get into that book. Does anybody remember this?
And it was basically just like a hot or not.
Yeah, it's not
Like
it's not the
people used. That's what people used it for. It was like look through this book of all the people at the school and see who's hot and who isn't, and then that's how hotornot.com came about.
Yeah, I think it might have been Who's Who. It might have been Who's Who.
Yeah, it was something like that. It actually they tried to replace like that whole yearbook, the Facebook type thing with that. Yeah.
I think that's what it was. And I remember that year it wasn't so at that time I was living in I was going to a small Catholic university near where Facebook was being developed. And I remember when Facebook first came out, it was like the whole talk was you have to get on Facebook. You have to get an invitation to Facebook. And of course, that was still I think MySpace was at its peak at that point. But I never was a MySpacer. I never took to that. I was an AOL chat room guy. You remember AOL chat rooms?
I mean, I had a MySpace, and like it had like the sparkly background and like a MIDI file song playing.
Yeah.
It was probably like Sublime or something, like Santeria or and it was a MIDI, so all it was like tones, like an elevator music version. It was like you're like cool. And then everybody obviously had to have the hit counter on their Facebook because you need to know how many people came there to check you out, even though it was just you hitting F5 and refreshing over and over because nobody even
I remember parts of that. I was on MySpace, but for a very brief time. I used it to tell people about raves we were throwing. That's a true story.
Nice.
So we would drop the location at the last moment. Okay, so you see the test right now taking place on the 5-minute trigger, right? What time is it? It's the half an hour. It's 11:58, right? Coming into the 12 o'clock hour. The bears are selling into the half hour here. And we're going to recheck to see if we're going higher or not. Now, if we don't get a new high in the next 15 minutes, possibly half an hour, but normally the next 15 minutes, if we fail to get a new high right now, that will signal that we're going to roll over. This is like one of the first little tiny tools that you have. I have a white paper that I've been writing about this stuff for you guys out there, so you'll be able. As a matter of fact, Winky and I are working on some stuff in the background. I'm going to have him look at this white paper and tear it to pieces so that we can release it to you so that you can read it and look for these signals as the market progresses. So right now you're seeing the test of the 27 EMA on the 5-minute chart. And we're going to see if now SPY can get a new high. That signals that we're going higher. If it fails in the next 15 minutes, we're going to look for lower lows at 408.44. All right, sorry, Wink.
No, that's cool, man. You're doing your thing. That's what everybody shows up for. Nobody shows up to hear me talk shit about dumb stuff that nobody cares about.
This is like one long ongoing class, right? Repeat every day.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kramer just doomed Apple. I'm reading. Yeah, I thought MySpace might make a comeback. Matter of fact, I had an original AOL email address, and I thought AOL would make a comeback on over Gmail at some point. That still hasn't happened. I use it every once.
Those AOL.com addresses still work, right?
They do, yeah. They're cool.
Which blows my mind because I believe it's Verizon that now owns AOL and Yahoo.
Like, and everybody's got a Gmail, and then you're just like, here's my, CaptainJimJames at AOL.com, brother.
I mean, it's kind of OG, though. It's kind of like you get cred for having, your name. Like, imagine if you were, Dave at AOL.
I was like Pussy Slayer 69 420 1 2 3 4 5 6, so I can't use it anymore. Because when you're a kid, you use horrible names.
Yeah, the internet was it was a lot crazier back in the day, of course.
Like it was pretty. Like even my kids now, they do that. Like my youngest daughter, her email address is. I've got both their names as email addresses, but I'm like, okay, now you pick one, and I'm like, you're not going to use this in 10 years. Sparkle Eyes, Pink Pony 2023, really?
Yeah, that's kind of a weird situation when you have like your kids creating like. I mean, I imagine my son's grown up. Basically, he's 15. So, but when you have kids and they're trying to like manage, like, oh, I really want this Facebook thing, and you're like, well, it's probably not a good idea. And then you know, and then they pick like a hilarious username, and you're like, okay.
They're like the battles, like, let me teach you about computing and not your phone. We have to read some books on fables and mythology, and now we're gonna do civics and government, and I need you to be able to make up your own values and morals, and then how that interplay, or because the town square is now social media, and how easy it is to control how you form your own narratives is brutal. And
yeah, it is. You're exactly right, 100%. You know, the thing that I was thinking about, I think I texted this to you. I was thinking about this like when the AI thing happened. People have only had like digital computing devices for like 30 years, and like now we have AI. Like we haven't even figured out like big tech regulations yet, and now we have AI.
I was talking to Joe Harper about the other day, where Joe Harper and I were having a discussion about some of the. I personally became fearful when there wasn't, as soon as AI became forefront of the national or the world discussion. Recently, I thought that the most prudent thing would do almost an automatic blanket ban on it until it would be become highly regulated. And if that didn't happen, why? So posit the question of why. What are the reasons? Not that I'm anti AI, just the first response to it is just let it rot. Just let it ride, doggy. Like,
yeah, like my honestly, my like thought about how this is gonna work is somebody who's been like building the internet since 1996.
Sure.
Is there's gonna be a cyber attack. There's gonna be some AI driven attack on something. It'll either be like market finance based. Something is gonna happen, and we're gonna all have to take a step back. Like that's what happens with everything, right?
Yeah, it's like cocaine.
That's why
and
kids used to get preyed upon on Facebook, and that's why they made laws. But also, this is gonna grow. Like the capabilities of the AI is gonna grow so fast over the next 5 to 10 years that like, what are you even gonna regulate against? Because it's gonna be coming up with shit that we don't like. You know, it'll get to the point where you're like telling the AI what the law is, and then it's like, okay, here's how we get around that, Dave.
Yeah, like
okay. The law says this. I'm AI. I'll figure out how to circumvent that. Hang on. Okay, done.
Our conversation veered towards 2 or 3 things: stupidity, people not understanding. Second thing would be greed. And the third thing would be that some fear of who gets the power first. So
Yeah,
it has to be released.
the Elon thing I thought was hilarious when he was like, everybody should stop. And it was just because he wasn't ready yet.
Yeah, like, well, I think even our federal government, my suspicion here is, you have to let AI out of the box for it to
by signing up at
progress.
tothetick.com.
So if it's out of the box, there's nothing really the military can do to stop it. And if it's out of the box in other countries, the military needs it out of the box to us, so it can fight other nations for power. We all know that behind whether you're like anti-war and anti-this and anti-that, we already know that there are ruthless government, different forms of governments, corporations, governments, individuals that want to always stay ahead of the next person, right? And with technology.
Yeah, I mean, there are some countermeasures that you could, or there are some things that, like, I would suggest that people do, and basically it would be like, before taking any AI model that is, you're not really sure what's going to happen once it starts learning. You have to have basically a fake version of the internet with it has to have all the access to all the information in the whole world, and then you have to just see what it does, almost like tricking it into thinking it's blowing up the world. You know what I mean? You connect it to a video game or something, and it doesn't know where it is, right? It doesn't know if that's the real world or if it's like a simulation.
Yeah,
and then the other thing you have to do is you have to incentivize AI somehow.
Compare the two, right? You compare two environments and make sure that it's not lying to you.
Yeah, you have to do. It's like any other software project. You're gonna have to do beta tests. I'm sure GPT was tested to some degree, but I kind of feel like they sort of just dropped that shit one day.
Yeah, this is a. I'll have to. I watch a bunch of MIT. There's a guy at MIT and a guy at Harvard. There's a bunch of long form stuff. I'll post that stuff on the chat someday. I don't started with the Elon and the podcasts and the I posted something about a girl on Twitter who's a physicist, and she's like, there are actual physicists, then there's people that are interested in physics. Those are people that read the books and they listen to the podcasts, and so you'll see physics topics that are always front and center, in the public eye, and then there's of course physicists, right? And you want to actually listen to those people talk. And
yeah,
there's
a different hobbyists, and then there's professionals.
Yeah, there's hobbyists. There are physicists that aren't really working on physics. You want to get down to the actual people working on physics and what they think. And I think that the same thing applies with artificial intelligence. Anyways,
yeah.
I got to let these guys know inside stream right now. Happy Friday, everybody. What you're looking for here, if you're a bear, as we had discussed earlier, is you're looking for price to break below the white line right here and confirm the move lower. So you're going to set up some puts here. And so you can set some puts up right here. Right? And if you see the break below the white line right there, you can then execute the put trade and have stops above whatever your poison is. You can put some stops here if you like. You can put them up here if you like, so you don't get squoze or squeezed out. There can be a trap here. If you do get squeezed out in a put trade here, it does begin to go higher. Just know that you're going to cut your losses and take some calls for the upside here. Makes sense? So you don't get blown out in your posit or your theory. And have a target down below. So I'm going to give you two targets for a bear right now. Okay, so we're on a 5-minute chart right here, right? Your first target is going to be this red line right here, right? On a 5-minute chart, this is your first target right here, okay? It's your first target. You're going to switch back to a 1-minute chart, okay? And you don't see anything here. There's no targets here. You know that target is right here. Here's your target on the downside, right here, right? So it doesn't matter now if you're in a 1-minute chart or a 5-minute chart. And you're going to look at that 5-minute chart, and you can see it down here. You're going to then check the 15-minute chart, and you're going to see and you see this one right here, right? See this white line above here? So you're going to have a couple different targets here for weakness. You're going to put another one right there, right? And then you're going to come back to your 5 or 1 minute, whatever your trade. And now you have some places to look here, right? I'm going to show you something else back here, and just on a hold on a second. So I'm going to mute that right there, and I just want you to see this is where trend is. See this dotted line right here? Right? So I know that if we do have some weakness, I'm going to be looking for demand to step back in down here, right? I want to see if demand will come back in or that trend higher into this close, right? There's your trend heading up. So I've got some targets down here to look where the smart money is. The smart money down here. Is the smart money not down there? Did the demand leave? We're going to start bloodbathing it into Monday. People are going to take profit at some point. And I'm also going to check the VIX right now and just see what the VIX is telling us, where we are right now. It's 11. It's a 12:11, and we failed to get a new high, right? At 12 o'clock, the hourly right now. So the HT, or not HT, the HV, the hourly velocity is now bearish, right? We started at 12:30. I'm going to look back at at 11:30. I'm going to go back to 11:30 right here, and 11:35. We failed to get a new high. We're right where this red bar is right here. We failed to get a new high. We're now at 12 p.m. The bears have 1/2 an hour to get down here. So from 12 until 12:30, the bears have taken over, and they have 19 minutes to get down here and tag this 409.60. Okay, they have a 1/2 an hour. So between now and then, it's now 12:12. They've got 3 minutes in that time frame to get a new low. So in the next 3 minutes, I'm going to expect a new low, and then by 12:30, I'm going to expect to be down here at 409.40 if they get that. If they get that new low.
UN spokesperson, Ukraine, Russia, Turkey, and the UN failed to reach an agreement today on the authorizing of new vessels for the Black Sea grain exports.
So just have that. Wait a minute here. I've got that going in the back of my head. I've got the trade set up right here. Just like yesterday too, right? Remember yesterday when we were selling off and we were saying, hey, this could be a bottom? Remember yesterday I was like, you're like, why are we getting a bottom? And I'm like, it's the middle of the day, right? It's 1:30 in the afternoon. Remember yesterday when I said bulls have until about 1:30, 2:30 in the afternoon, and then we're going to give it back to the bears. I think that was yesterday, the day before. What time is it right now? It's 12:12, right? So I'm going to tell you right now that bears have until about 1:30 or 2:30 to make some substantial moves lower. If they can't get it done by 2:30, 3:30, we're going to start moving our ass back up again. Like we're 2:30 in the afternoon, 2:40 in the afternoon, we'll start to make new highs again. Okay, so bears are in control right now. They have until 12:15 to get a new low, and they have until 12:30 to own the hour and become super duper bearish here. Okay. So let's watch as this plays out in the next 17 minutes. Is that helping you guys out there? I hope it's helping you guys in chat right now.
By the way, I just wanted to say this publicly, but you probably do the best job out of anybody at explaining and re-explaining and re-explaining and explaining until your head wants to blow off your shoulders. Like, your method, you know what I mean? A lot of times you'll go into people's streams and they're like, we talked about this 7 months ago. Everybody knows what we do here, and you're just like, okay, buddy.
Well,
all right.
I was impressed. I took for the first time in 2.5 years.
Cabinet. We have posted the live video for this on the feed in case anyone's interested.
And we got video.
What's that?
Oh shit, we got Biden on right now. I don't want to listen to him right now.
Is he talking about banks or the economy? He's probably talking about non-farm payrolls.
Hold on.
So we got a lot more work to do to make, but we're making real progress. We've already attracted $470 billion in private sector commitments in manufacturing. $470 billion in private sector commitments.
Let's turn him up real quick.
Clean energy technology. And we're bringing back the supply chain to the United States. I don't ever want to be in a position again where a major initiative that we have and a major element of our economy is dependent on a supply chain somewhere else in the world, particularly if it's not particularly friendly. And we're doing all this having already in the first 2 years.
His microphones are not doing well.
Oh, Biden's, yeah. That's a problem we all have, apparently.
Yeah, his microphone is really low.
Even the president can't get Streamlabs to work.
We'll keep him on in the background right now.
Unless we agree to their demands. The two are totally unrelated. Whether you pay the debt or not doesn't have a damn thing to...
Is he looking bad or something? What are we talking about in the chat? I might have to pull up the old Hulu and take a look.
What are you going to cut?
It doesn't look too bad today. Some days he looks pretty rough. He looks lucid. He looks a little puffy. But they all do. I mean...
Yeah, they're all like 70s.
Yeah, dude, they're all fucking old. Like, when you look at all these, like, I don't care if it's Trump or him or... Dude, like, you got, like, these guys are all, like, in their late 70s, early 80s, and, like, they got... You could tell that Trump was all fucked up on Adderall, and now you can see him all fucked up on Adderall. I'm a dumb man. I'm still going to be honest.
Biden adds that Republicans are divided on the debt ceiling.
They've tied it together. They say, we're not going to increase the debt that every president has done for the last...
Even this conversation is horseshit right now.
TickStrike allows you
this whole conversation about the debt ceiling is like...
stock instruments.
It's
Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's senseless. There's no reason for us to even be like, nobody needs that. Like, nobody in their life needs to be like, is the U.S. gonna fail? Who? I don't know. I don't know who that messaging is for necessarily. Like, when I see that, I'm just like, I just turn it off. Like, this can't happen.
I think it's people that haven't taken basic economics
having so much trouble getting appointments and the like.
I think you just need to know the base case that it's never going to happen ever.
According to
It would be
Moody's,
treasonous,
their budget plan would eliminate
seditious for a country. And that's all you need to know.
Say it again.
Debase the dollar as the world currency.
Jobs, according to Moody's.
You would experience Mad Max beyond the Thunderdome.
And my predecessor,
Yeah, like on the streets of Boston or whatever, it would just be insane. It'd be like The Last of Us overnight, basically, except for all the
4 years.
zombies would just be people who lost everything.
Joe and I were talking yesterday, and it was basically, it's like having a, like, I think it's fine to have a discussion about, hey, are there aliens? It's a fine discussion. It's fine for you to do that on the side, like the sober face. But if this conversation is like us
I was in the Congress, so I
saying,
If you had said aliens are coming on Tuesday, or if you're like a numerologist and you say the world's going to end on September 7th, 2024 because these letters in the Bible lined up, or like anything like that, it's basically the same thing. I mean, it's essentially it's making a call on the end of the world.
yeah, like, so if I was sitting in a room with you and you said to me, hey, this is the question, hey, do you think they're going to pass the debt ceiling or the new budget?
And as I've
Debt
said
ceiling.
all along,
I'd say to
we
you,
can debate
that's
where
like
to cut,
asking me if I think
how
the
much
world
to
is flat.
spend, how
Don't ask me that
finally
question.
move the tax system.
Yeah, it just makes you kind of seem like you're not a serious person.
Right. Like, you can go sit in a park and ask somebody else on a soapbox.
Right, I mean, you can, like, just be silly about it or whatever, but, like, I mean, if you're actually asking that question, like,
you all can see it.
If you're actually thinking that way, why are you involved in the, like, you should be, like, hugging your kids and, like, don't, go ride your mountain bike for the last time or whatever, right? Like,
yeah. I can't take, I can't put my money at risk on, well, I can put my money in risk on the volatility that's created by the discussion, or against or whatever for the volatility of it, but I can't have someone ask me sober, hey, do you think that this is going to happen? I'm like, you want to discuss the volatility surrounding this discussion that they're having? Sure, we can discuss that, but don't discuss with me like, is the earth flat?
We should be debating a vision of our country's
They're
future.
fixing it now. They're
Their
fixing it
vision
right
versus
now.
our
Ready for
vision.
debate over
Totally
taxes and
legitimate.
spending.
yeah, I mean, they're gonna, like, even
Just like
if
the American
it's
people say
not
we
like
like their version
exactly
better
the
than ours.
mechanism to
But
raise
to
the debt
base the
ceiling, like
vision.
they're gonna keep spending money,
And-
and they're gonna keep paying for it, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's what it is. The vol around it you can discuss. You can discuss like, hey, what kind of vol?
Yeah,
When does the vol come? That kind of stuff. I'm like, all fine on that. Just don't ask me like, are they not going? If you ask me like, are they not going to pass a spending bill? That's not the question. I can't take you seriously on that.
like the last time that we didn't raise the debt ceiling, like we defaulted technically, but then they were like, "Oh, we gotta roll this back." It was like the next day that they signed like the.
I gotta pause for you for a minute, Winky. So
Cool, man, no problem.
So I need to address this once more. Every once in a while, I have to address this. Someone in chat said, "Can we get away from the politics, please?" I'm gonna be really clear with all of you out there. Very clear. I know that new traders and investors pick that up. Can we get away from discussing politics? From Wall Street bets. I'm going to tell you that the reason for that is because Wall Street bettors can't control themselves. I am an original Wall Street bettor. I'm from the original Wall Street bet crowd. And over time, Wall Street bettors couldn't control themselves. I'm going to educate you. You don't have to accept this, but I'm going to educate you on something. There's a Main Street hat, and there is a Wall Street hat. You must pay attention to politics as it relates to the stock market. And anyone out there that tells you to separate the two, you will lose your ass at some point by not watching politics or listening to it. Matter of fact, Financial Juice has this broadcast on right now on its website due to the importance of markets moving over what the president says. And I don't care if the president's Trump. I don't care if the president is Biden. I don't care if it's a Democrat or Republican or what have you. But if you're a trader and you've drank that Kool-Aid from Wall Street bets, that is not. That's a very dangerous thing to do. And specifically about the debt ceiling. You may not know this, but the debt ceiling can create some very violent money losing loss of money in this market in the rhetoric that's discussed by these political parties. You could be walking around owning any stock out there, and the third week of May, the market could drop 20%, 10% over just the rhetoric surrounding it. So I just need to follow up with chat on that, because I think a couple weeks ago, someone else had brought it up saying, we shouldn't talk about politics in the stream. And I'm like, no, I play both Republicans, Democrats in the stream. I listen, if they can move markets, I listen to them. And you have to listen to Biden today, specifically, have him on in the background for 3 reasons. The debt ceiling. The second reason would be the short selling of regional banks. And the third reason would be the employment rate. The economic calendar every day. These politicians can make statements. Furthermore, the Fed in the Senate hearings, they can make statements that can dump this market or send it to the moon. So we do track those things here. If that is not for you, if you don't like that, you'd probably want to, I don't know, maybe mute us while we're live streaming or come back later. Because I don't want to piss you off either. So if this is not for you, I'm not trying to upset you or anything. I'm just letting you know that there are professional traders here that will listen and discuss this stuff all day long when it's important.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to talk about what's going on in the market, so
yeah, I don't take
that's all like included.
Yeah, I don't. When I have my Wall Street hat on, I don't care if you're a Democrat or Republican. I care about I care about the statements of the policies that are being discussed. I don't you'll never hear me on this broadcast be like, vote Biden or vote Trump or anything like that. You'll never see me take a political bias.
You might tell people to vote for Howard Dean, though.
Woo! Is that what he did?
Yeah, he did the yeah.
I remember that was in Vermont, right?
Yeah, it went crazy. It was awesome. It was like back when there weren't that many memes.
Yeah, there
You know what I
weren't.
mean? It was like one of the best little like video clip memes you could use, but of course it was like an MPEG and it was probably like a gig and a half.
Yeah, it wasn't even a gig, dude. It
Back
was like
then, like
it was like
even with compressed
144 bits.
Yeah,
Megabytes, 144 megabytes.
yeah. It took like
Yeah, that's what it was.
load it.
We did it wrong. It was
Yeah.
Bia. That's what it was. BYAH. I remember.
Hmm. All right.
So yeah, if you're out there and I want you to know, if you're a young trader or a young investor, I understand you coming with the keep politics out of it. That rule from Wall Street Bets comes from a time in Wall Street Bets when it got crazy. I mean, you'd be in the general discussion and it was out of control. I used to be a Wall Street Bet member, and over the years they would ban this and ban that and ban this and ban that. And so I'm actually quite familiar with where that rule came from. That rule came from mixing politics that weren't relevant to the market in that discussion thread. So they had to do that. Here we are adults. We're traders. We're investors. We keep it very much geared towards how it impacts the market. If you ever see anybody in the chat that gets out of control, or even in Discord, I have rules in Discord that says, if you want your own room, you can do it. Like you want to go like suck off somebody or whatever, you can do that in your own private room or something with you and your friends. But even in my Discord, as long as you keep it related to politics, you're good to go. We're all adults around here, and you should be able to. Have you ever seen anybody in the chat that's like goes crazy, saying crazy stuff, anything racist, anything that's not market relevant to politics? Say something. Just be like, hey, can you mute that guy or give that guy a warning? The moderators are already aware of this as well, so hope that helps. So here are the parameters. So we had a test of the white line, right? We tested the white line right here. We also have Biden on right now, and I don't know if you know this or not. You may know this or may not know this. Maybe if Mero was here, he'd tell you about this. But whenever we have an event, like whenever we have a speaker of importance, someone that can move the stock market, I don't care who it is. If it's Biden, if it's Trump, if it's a Fed president, if Kashkari's coming out, if you follow a news squawk, they'll tell you who's important. And so right now, Biden is important, right? At this moment, if you open up Financial Juice on your own computer at home, you'll see that he's front and center right now in Financial Juice. He had a video out that says Biden meets with his Investing in America cabinet. And they're quoting him right now, okay? And so what this is telling you is that there are sell-side hedge funds right now that are short the market due to him speaking, okay? So listen up to this. I want you to listen up to this if you don't know this. There are actual professional traders right now that are shorting this market in case Biden drops a bomb that can send this market to the depths of hell in a moment. He could say anything. You could have, if Biden came out and said just now at this moment, we're banning short selling, this market can rip, right? We know that we could get a ripper move to the upside. If Biden said something like, we're going to get more bank failures, we expect more bank failures, we could drop 30 points in a minute. So whenever these speakers are out, they're going to put a hedge on right now. And until he's done speaking or he says something positive, that hedge will be on the market right now until he's done speaking. Okay? Sorry.
I just wanted to flag Disney just broke 100.
Yeah, Disney was looking really good today.
Yeah, I just had a little vertical on it from yesterday, and it just went crazy, so I closed it.
That to your point, or what we just said. So Disney just broke 100, right? I want you to know something else. If you are a trader, the SPY specifically is being used as a market hedge. So you might see like Disney go up still, but SPY not follow. And the reason it's not following is because dealers, more so than they say they aren't, but they are. And funds are not, they're not shorting futures. they're literally buying 0-date puts. There's a rise of 0-date puts on the SPY. So it's cheap hedging, right? So it's like, oh, I'll just move. You can actually see it in the options chain. You can actually see them move in and buy like 200, 300,000 puts for like 2-3 pennies, 30 cents. And the carry on that is dirt cheap for them in case something negative is said. There's like a rise of this taking place in our markets recently. So, all right. So that's another reason why we talk about politics here. If we were just doing like stock picking, I would probably have on only stuff that was related to those stocks and not the market at large. But because we portrayed the S&P 500, we do have that stuff on. Sorry, Wink.
No problem, man.
All right, hold on here. Let's check YouTube and see what do you guys have any more questions on YouTube for Winky at this point?
Ask me anything.
Because it's Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. Any questions any questions? Thank you, Binky, for doing that. Does anybody have any questions inside of Twitch or YouTube? Are the deep in the money options the hedging? Usually, yes. You'll be able to see, as you can see, you actually see them moving in and out in the implied volatility. You can actually see them moving in and out, and sometimes in some options change depending upon your broker. You can see them. They'll hedge the market on both sides. Some there's calls, some there's puts. Hedge the market. And they do it for a bunch of different reasons too, not just speakers. Sometimes it's done for the trades that they're placing to not disrupt the market. There's a bunch of different reasons. We're not going to go over them right now, but as a matter of fact, I'll look right now and see what. Let me take a look real quick and see what I can see.
And it's so hard to be patient waiting for these ER plays that I like to do. Like, I know Disney's probably going to be 110 after their earnings next week, but like nobody else is on it yet, so I'm just waiting.
Yeah, I agree. The waiting sucks. Maybe we can poll somebody in the. Do you guys think that we go? So it's Friday, right? Let's talk about the end of the day today into next week. Give me a sec, Wink. All right, so it's 12:30 right now. Let's take a look at a few things. So I talked to you about breadth this morning, and breadth is right where it was for us to cycle to the upside. Or breadth yesterday in the lows right here is right where we were last week when we cycled up into the end of the week. Now, on the VIX specifically, right, they clench and unclench the VIX. And there is an argument made by vol traders that'll say, like, if we're trading down into a Friday, you'll sometimes see like an unclenching of the VIX where VIX goes down and the market actually goes up, right? Close shorts on a Friday, wrap it up, and then we come back to it again on Monday. If we were to trade up, let's say we traded up Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we're like blasting up into a Friday, even if we had like a Tuesday, low Tuesday maybe, and then Wednesday, Thursday, and now we're coming into a Friday, you'll see profit taking into a Friday, right? That's kind of the same posit here into Monday of next week. You have 1 down day, 2 down day, and 3 down day. 1, 2, and 3. 3-bar down trade. Now, we know that we were looking for that big bloodbath from Apple, and that didn't happen. And so you're getting the relief trade on volatility in the market, right? Into this close. So what do I think happens into the end of today? I don't know that we close all this stuff up here. It's possible either sideways or up, maybe the creepy crawly into this bell. But I don't see like a bloodbath into the bell today. I'm not seeing it. That we get the bloodbath today into the bell. Like, hey, let's start selling again. And there's some stuff for us to look at here. And this is a 15-minute chart. And the important thing to look at here would be we had demand, right? We had demand at 405, and we had demand again at 405. So we know that there's demand down here. We know that the buyers are still here. They haven't given up the buy yet, right? We know we've got the collar, an upside target on the collar, and bears really need this to break this 405. We also know, yesterday we talked about this trend down here, right? We're talking about, hey, we're down here in trend. Do we stay on trend to higher highs or not? We normally get some weakness in May. A couple. We've looked in the past at financials and tech. We actually get a second tech run in May, believe it or not. But we normally get a couple sells in May. So we're in May 5th right now. We had a sell. I'm gonna expect another discount in May. We're gonna go down once more in May. But is it a bearish month? And the answer is hard to it's a hard one to give. The trend is still up, right? Trend right now is still up. Right? We did break through and get a little weak in here. I'm going to expect that we consolidate next week to find out if we're going higher. We're going to need some support to make a trip higher. If we can't find that support, we will go lower down here and look for that support later in the month. If I had to guess just by looking at this, it sets up an inside week, right? It sets up like this. It sets up this like decision in here, like which way are we going? And some consolidation and range expansion either to the upside or downside. Which way is it? Is it up? Do we get told no? We're going down. This necessarily here. We haven't asked that question. You see that new high right here, at least on this run. You look on this run right here. Right, we got a new high, 417 up here, 62. We're trying to break out on Apple. Remember we talked about Apple, and I was like, it's not usually easy to break out. So we came down here to try to find the support. So you're gonna at least, if you're a bear, next week you're looking for a failure. Well, not just a failure. Into next week, you're looking for a failure, right? To not even attack the new high. So this 417.62, you don't even want to see us trade up there. You just want to see us start trading down. Okay? And that's going to confirm for bears that we're going down to lower lows. That's 396. Well, 400, then 396, and then we'll start talking about breaking larger trend. Now, next week, if you see us trade higher and attack this high, we could go one tick above, and that's bullish. We could trade sideways and then find the way up and out over here, and that's bullish. So next week, if you want to know from me what I think happens next week, after this week, what we just had happen, if you're looking for like, hey, what do I think is going to happen? I think that next week is range expansion and more decision. You can see it right back here, right? The coiling of the market. And one of these times, as we go higher and lower, we're going to find out in here if we actually have support or sellers are weak. So just into next week, if you're looking for what to do, what to sell and what to buy, my posit is that we're going up here. We found support down here. I'm looking to target a new high for next week, 420 for next week. And if you're a bear, you're looking to sell any kind of attempt up here. You're looking to sell this into next week. Okay. If this dip hadn't been bought down here, if Apple earnings were dog shit yesterday, then I would tell you, I would say you're right. You're a bear. You're right. You made it. You did it. Woohoo! You did it. So the job is on the bulls right now. Job is on the bulls into next week. Price target next week would be this 420 up here, 417. This thing up here, 416 at least. Then get 416, 417.62, and buy trend the whole way up. See it right here? There's trend. This little tagger over here. So if we get weak into Monday, if we roll over into Monday, I'm looking for a dip buy into Tuesday or Wednesday, and then some weakness on Thursday, Friday. But I at least want to see this. I want to at least see this happen. How do I know if this resolution to the upside is invalid? On a 1 hour right here. See this 1 hour? If price goes below 408, 410 at any point between now and Monday or Tuesday, 408, 410, this trade higher is over. Okay, this is an hourly trend. You'd want to see a reversal here, but I am bullish into Monday, Tuesday for closing all of this stuff up here. I'm bullish at this point into next week for where we are in price. Okay, so I think every dip will be bought. I think we're going to go back up and find out if supply is stronger than demand up there. If we get told no, we are going to go not much lower, but down at 400 or 396 to find some support. So between now and Monday, here's 408 and 410 right here, right? I just talked about this 408, 410. So at worst, I'm expecting a dip to be bought right in here. I'm expecting buyers to step in, to go back and revisit the previous high, i.e. to get the double top or get a new high or have a breakout or any of that kind of stuff. If this is broken down here, then we will reverse and start to look for much lower lows. We're going to, instead of that 405, we're looking for 400, at minimum 400. So if you see 410 broken, it'll be a 100-point move down. 408, 410, if that gets broken, you'll see an 80 to 100-point move down, likely to 400, and then maybe the next leg would be 396. If any of you guys disagree with that, let me know. Is there something I'm missing here? Let me know. Hold on. Let's now, Winky. What's your take? Oh, you start speaking, Winky. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. I just think at some point, I mean, you're telling people that we gotta close at 420 at some point. So I mean, you just keep taking swing. Like what I'm probably gonna do is just a vertical. Like there's a May 26, 2023, 420, 425 vertical, and it's only $1.20. So like you sell the 425 because you assume that that's not going to go there, and then you buy the 420 because that's what we're targeting, and it's not super expensive right now. I might buy a couple of those actually.
So if you see it, Winky, if you look on the screener there, I've got the HT down here where my cursor is, and the DT. So this is the hourly trigger and the daily trigger. It's moved right now. I'm going to reset them, but you're expecting buyers to step in down there. And I said it was 410 to 408, but well, let's find out exactly what it is. I think it's 407 to 408, so I might be misspeaking right now.
Yeah, I still expect them to at least test that February 2nd high. Like, I've been expecting that for, like, the last few weeks, actually, and they've failed to do that, so that's been disappointing, but I still think they're going to have to do it at some point. So your theory gels with what I'm thinking, too.
Yeah, I like the idea of what I don't like about so the JPM bearish Seagull is 408.26. The JPM bearish Seagull 6 doesn't care if we trade up or down. But if we're like a magnet, if we're heading down towards the middle strike, I have faith in us getting there normally. So it's not like when we're headed, when they put that trade on, if we started heading down there, be like, yeah, we're going there. Not a dip to go up higher, but like if we start, let's say it's the beginning of the quarter, and we squeeze higher immediately off that trade. I'm going to expect us to go down and hit that middle number on the bearish Seagull. If we dip on that trade, like a week or two later, that we dip, I'm expecting we're going to go to hit the top of that target first. So I guess and this is all about hedging flows and stuff against that trade and where the market thinks we're going. Blah blah. Doesn't matter. I'm doing it right now. But if we're up here at 416, 417, 420 on ES, I'm like, yeah, we're kind of fucking close, man. When we get close to that number, and we're in the first week of May, we didn't hit it at the first week of April. I'm like, yeah, if they can get up there just get up there and monetize that shit, then they get their free hedging for the downside move. And then we start making our way down. You know what I mean? We haven't done it yet. So I'm like,
Yeah, like I've been saying the last couple days, man, like you went all the way to 417 but not 418.31. Like that's so dumb to leave that up there. But like I feel like they're gonna try to close that too high, and then they're gonna overshoot it by a couple bucks because last time they couldn't get there. They couldn't get to 420. So in my heart of hearts, I would guess we get somewhere like 421.67.
we hit it
by the end of June. By the end of May. Let's just say that 421.67 end of May.
Dude, we hit
not financial advice.
So we hit for ready. We hit for what do we get to? So the last caller we hit 4195.44 on SPX, and it was their caller was 420, wasn't it? 4200, I think was the. Got that wrong?
I can't remember.
I think it was 420, dude. And they like basically hit it, and they hit it on February 2nd. So like we're in March or May 5th. So I'm like, I'm like, does some news break or some squeeze, or does Biden outlaw?
Let's put together a pair trade then, okay? So let's assume that the market has a target at 420 or 421.67, whatever gibberish I just spilled.
It's 430. It's 4 right now.
Okay, so let's just say 430, okay? So you could express that by buying calls, and you could sell KRE, or you know, if that's the like, you got to kind of target it based on what you're worried about, right? Like, so what's the other side of this trade? What could possibly make SPY not go to 430? So you just basically do the long side SPY, short side whatever you think might go wrong in the next 3 weeks, and then you're covered on both sides basically. And then but you obviously, like, you hedge or you use like KRE or whatever. Your counter thought is you go super cheap on that, like, you know what I mean, like, to hedge yourself. You don't go like at the money on KRE when you buy your puts or whatever.
I always try to look out in time, like I'm doing it right now on stream, and I'm like, okay, so we've got June 1st, right? We know the debt ceiling bullshit's there, right? First week of September. If it was a put spread, then I don't really need to care about timing. If I was going to do a put, then of course I should probably make it like a July put, but let's call it like June 15th or June 7th. And my posit is that we're going to, just looking on this chart right here. Let's look at SPX right here. Let's bring this down. Let's bring this like here. Right? And I think we're going to, I know that 430 is up here. So my posit here is that they're going to, sooner than later, that they're going to try to send us up here at least. Attempt. Like first week of May or something. Or even maybe end of May. This is like a magnet, right? It's not a magnet yet. But if we break up here, it's going to be a fucking magnet. So, my posit's bullish.
I get your thesis or whatever, but my only point was like,
so
if you're actually worried about not happening, you could easily head to the other side.
Well, I know we've got vol on the 1st of June. So do I take the long trade for what are calls for 430? into June, if June 7th, maybe 430 Cs, or something. I don't know how cheap those are. And then a put spread to the downside for a failure that are in the money that expire at like 414, 410 on June 7th. Right? Does that make sense? So
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that's a good way to express a trade.
so that's how you have the protection, the hedging on your long thesis. So if your long thesis fails,
not expected. However, a Q&A with the audience and media.
and another cool part about this is just on a daily,
Cook delivers a
or not a daily, like 4 hour. This is a 4-hour chart. For my thesis to be real, price on SPY needs to stay above, or SPX needs to stay above 411.14, or excuse me, 411.14, or on the 1-hour chart, truly price needs to stay above 410.05. So 411, or excuse me, 4105. So if my thesis is we're going up here, we're not done going up, and we're going to try to retest this previous high. So some rules. If you're at home right now, you'd write a rule. You'd be like, okay, I think we're going up here. If we have a failure of this last previous high at 415, my thesis is junk. I have to short the market. If we fail to close 4166, my thesis is garbage. If we fail to stay above, and I don't mean like a dip, I mean like reject and start heading lower. This debunks my thesis, like this 410, 408, this whole area down here. It's like as long as this holds, my thesis is still good. So maybe I'm just long here, and I don't take that short trade unless we break below this gap down here on SPX. What do you think of that? Do you think you take both trades same time, or you just write the rules and maybe set some alerts?
I started buying into that spread, that vertical I just called out, the 420, 425 on May 28th. Like, I just bought like a few of those. I'm going to DCA it and see how it goes. That's just like basically how I express those types of trades. Probably definitely make more money if you didn't sell the 425 against it. I mean, if it goes above 420.
Yeah, I think that this area down here, this like 408 to 407, if this shit holds, the bull thesis is alive right now. I think until price shows below and rejects that, the bear thesis doesn't come into play anymore.
Right, because the whole point of yesterday was to close the downside, right?
Yeah, you close it.
That was the entire session.
Yeah, the entire session was we're double bottoming and it's end of week coming up.
So yeah, like why would they have? It's almost like the inverse of my last question about the highs of 2-2. Like why would they go all the way down there, close all those gaps, and then just send it back down to 408 again immediately? It doesn't. Some of this stuff just doesn't make any sense sometimes, and you have to just look at it like that.
Well, and then Apple didn't have a bad ER, right? They didn't.
Yeah, Apple was fine. Shake Shack was great. Like even Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines had a good report. Like it was kind of astounding to sit there and watch all the regional banks down like 25%, while like all these like Royal Caribbean hasn't exactly been a
performer over time.
A banner stock recently.
Yeah, none of these companies are going bankrupt. None of these companies are failing. We're not getting that at this point, right? The people are working. People are creating wealth.
Yeah, everything's okay. I don't know,
Yeah. So I think Apple was a key, and not just Apple. These other reports, the same thing. This whole reporting season, is not indicating trouble, is it? At this point,
I haven't seen a ton of that. I mean, there's been some names that have been destroyed, but that's because they like Chegg or whatever. Like there's stories.
I'm talking about systematic, like
systematically everything's probably fine for now. Like I don't. I'm the first guy to leave the burning building.
Yeah.
Like, I'm the most nervous guy. Anytime somebody says anything in chat, I'm always like, I don't know, man. So I'm like I'm a huge skeptic. So, like, if I'm sitting here buying Disney calls for 512, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like that's not exactly a market signal or anything. I could just be a big asshole, but
They might reopen the economy. I'm going to exit Piton. No, bro, don't do that. It's going to stay popular. Trust me. I'm like, nah. I think I'm done. I think I'm out of here now.
right. You just get that like vibe, right? You're just
Yeah.
like, okay, I don't think things are as bad as everybody's saying they are, so I'm not gonna act in that. I'm not gonna act in that fashion.
Yeah, I think unless we break this stuff down here, the ball has been passed to the Bulls into next week. So you need to see more selling.
Can I get like 2 minutes? I want to answer Permeable Tom's questions from the YouTube. He asked a couple of really thoughtful questions,
fuck yeah.
and I feel like I should at least address it.
Yeah, and I'll be quiet. Answer.
Permeable Tom says, Winky, best trade, most memorable trade. It was if you guys have ever followed my old account on Twitter, you know that I was Mr. Signet Jewelers and Mr. Williams Sonoma over the last couple of years. I would say that those two companies and catching those trends and pounding the table on Twitter and just begging people to even look at them, and the result of my trades in those companies were probably my favorite trades of all time. Nobody thought everybody thought Williams Sonoma was a zero. Everybody thought Signet was a zero, and I did the work, and I was telling everybody I could find, buy this shit, and I'm still maybe the only person that has Signet and WSM on a watch list. I still don't think anybody even really knows that those companies exist.
Dude, I totally remember those companies. That was legendary, bro.
So that was the first one. There's another one. What's the most valuable tool you picked up along your trading journey? My honest answer is you guys. Having a community, having people to bounce stuff off of, because it's like a lonely business. You're just sitting here staring at a portfolio all day. Your alerts beep off and you're like, oh, that's fun. But honestly, more of the social aspect of being able to is Bed Bath & Beyond really worth $50? Probably not, that's a useful tool, just having a community that you can talk to. If you're talking about trading tools and things like that, I mean, I don't know. I'm mostly just a price guy. I try to find dislocation in price and I act upon it to the best of my ability. That's essentially all I do. I just watch prices, and when I'm like, that's bullshit, I buy or sell. I don't necessarily use a lot of the tools that you guys use, and of course I've tried all of them. I've tried the unusual options call outs, tried Bookmap. I mean, it's all those things are just a different arrow in the quiver. None of it's going to be you win. You know what I mean? It's not like a game genie.
No, it's just
you don't just plug it in, and you don't just plug it in and it gives you the contra code.
It's just a quiver in the like I said, a quiver in a basket or a toolbox. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's not like you're cheating or there's really the only way to actually cheat is to already have billions of dollars. So I don't think any of us have to worry about that.
And don't forget access.
Yeah, but that also comes with the billions of dollars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me hit one other one, and I'm gonna answer that also because I really appreciate the thoughtful questions.
I'm going through them right now too. So keep answer. Let's see what we can find for questions.
Permeable Tom asks, Winky, how long before you were consistently profitable?
Shortly expecting the Baker Hughes data.
I'm going to answer this in a way that hopefully doesn't piss a lot of people off. I don't feel like I've made it yet because my value goes up and my value goes down. And you have good trades, you have bad trades. I've never once, I don't know if it's just because of where I come from. I grew up poor. My parents died super young, so I've basically been on my own since I was 20 years old. So I don't have a backstop in my life, so I can't really get super risky with things. So I just like doing it. Let me see. Kind of lost the thread there. Oh, I like kind of just feeling like I'm not consistently profitable, right? Like I kind of feel like the day that I decide I've won the game is the day I lose all my money. So I don't really feel like I'm consistently profitable. I mean, I don't necessarily have like a record of my trades, but
Feds could comment on
you know, some of them go really well, some of them go really bad, and there's everything in the middle.
Just a warning right now on the SPY. SPY is trading above its 1 and 5 minute trigger. We also have a cross below of the HT and the DT. HT daily hourly trigger crossing the daily trigger. Price above the 1 and 5 minute triggers as well. Hourly trigger is very bullish right now. Go on, Winky. Sorry, brother.
Oh, I just wanted to answer a follow-up question from Retracer. Sorry, there was no it just messed me up. How long did you trade before you paid I pay taxes on my accounts every year, essentially. I think the first time I got a wash sale or something, it like screwed something up with my taxes and I kind of like broke even. But yeah, there's always some winning every year, basically. But it's, you know, it varies depending on what the market's doing.
Have you ever had any major losses where
748.
or how about like lessons or size or
Rotary
maybe
oil
had a major win that just like
588 lower than
I
the
just missed a bunch
forecast
of money away? Anything like fun, any good story, like crazy stories, bad stories, anything that people can relate to?
I mean, I guess sometimes if there's anything anyone can blame me of, especially around here, is that I just kind of locked my jaws in on something, and I sort of just that just comes from knowing yourself though. Like I dig my heels in, and then like if the facts change or I come up to a position or somebody else's thesis that, you know, kind of invalidates my own, then I'm usually pretty unable to change my stance. That's something I'm working on. Like, I know you and I'll send you like a ticker and I'll be like, I think this thing's awesome, and you just kind of ignore it. I assume that just means you don't like it. Like, I assume that's what it means, and I'm like, okay, so
I want you to
maybe
know.
I shouldn't.
No.
Do that.
No.
Like,
Most of the time, I just didn't see you saying something about it, or I haven't read it, or I haven't responded. That's the truth. Like 80% of the time.
all right.
But if I say something, that means I do know that you're like. If you hear me say something like, "I know Winky's doing this," then you know that I'm against your trade.
Oh shit! So if you call it out, that means
Yeah.
okay. All right.
I say something.
Okay, fair enough, man.
I don't like ignore. I don't actively ignore. What it is most of the time is that between you and I, like most of the time, is that I'm either too busy or I'm not reading the chat or
Right.
You know, it's not you.
I mean, that all makes perfect sense. Like, I was just actually joking around anyway. Like,
Yeah.
you can't.
But I will say
really,
something.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I will say something though. If I'm like, because there are tickers or things where I'm like, I do keep in the back. I want to be honest with you too in this, but like, I'll be like, I know Winky's posit is on this, and I'm totally going against that right now. But I will say something to you. Like, I'll be like, I'll make sure I make a note of it publicly with him. I'll say Winky thinks this, but
Fair enough, man.
But I'll say this, like you said earlier, the community in the Discord, the community,
Yeah,
the
or just
chat.
like in chat, you know, like, and that goes to the question about like ways to get better at trading. You kind of have to be able to, you know, like you have to have a thesis. You have to have some kind of confidence in your thesis. But also, if somebody comes along and is like, that company's going bankrupt next week, you got to be like, maybe go to Google and type in the ticker and see, you know, like that's probably the biggest lesson that I've learned is just to kind of be, anything can happen, and that's always true. That's a constant. Like anything in the market can happen.
Yeah,
like I had 10K in AMD calls going into earnings, and I got out of a lot of it. But like And then they announced that AI shit yesterday, right?
Yeah.
It was a day. It was like 24 hours after they reported their earnings, and my shit burnt to the ground. Essentially, they were like, "Oh, there is hope after all," you know, like so. And I didn't even think their quarter was that. I thought it was going to go to 90 anyway. I was like, I don't fucking see what y'all are talking about. But again, that's just the goblins, man. They're like, they moved on to some other shit, and you got to be aware of that.
Why don't you tell you guys something about right here? It's called a KISS play, okay? So you're gonna see a recheck on this one. This is a 1 minute chart right now. Hold on. It's a 5 minute chart. You're looking for a retest to confirm the move higher on 410.78. Should see a liquidation break, not guaranteed, but you might see a liquidation break down here, and this would confirm a move higher into the close. I am bullish into the close right now. And one of just to get back to what Winky's saying is about the goblins on AMD. Dude, like when I came back from vacation, dude, right? To the idea that like we go over things repetitively. Came back from vacation, and like the first day, second day back, there are people in chat for the first time in 2.5 years. They're just like, bear plane on this, bull plane on that. This is happening, that's happening, all this different stuff, and I'm like, and it was all like not counter alpha, but like kick ass alpha.
Yeah, like people are actually learning from what you're doing.
Yeah, they're like,
that's great.
They're fucking learning, and I was just like, it made me feel so fucking good. And I like what you're saying about community, and part of the reason we started this too, like there's like a bunch of reasons, but one of the other reasons was that a lot of the people that because I have like I follow this guy because of alpha, or I want to learn how to day trade from this other guy or whatever, but a lot of the gurus out there, it's always after, right? There's never like like you get what they have to say about something, but you never get their, hey, this is my opinion, what's going to happen? And so I'm like, I know I'm never going to have a bunch of followers due to that, but I always wanted that as a trader and investor to have like someone say, I'm long this right now at this moment. Like I'm not going to name names, but there's people out there that will tell you, hey, I'm long this. I entered 2 days ago, and because it's already up 10% or something, and they have a way to get out publicly, so they always look like they're winning.
Well, yeah.
And I lose publicly here, right? And you lose here publicly on stream as well. And I want these people to always have, or people here to always know that there's wins and losses, that you're not fucking perfect. I'm not fucking perfect. And we shouldn't ever be held to that standard either, of perfection. When we invest and trade and stuff like that, like being a real investor, real trader, that there are wins and losses as you go along that road. And so I don't know. What we're saying about the community part, man, is how it's like your favorite part.
That's the other side of the trade in a lot of ways. You know, a lot of times, like I'll be like, I like Qualcomm, and John Haggard would be like, wait for 104. And then, of course, it's at like 117, and I'm like, how the hell is this going to go to 104? And, of course, it was like 102 2 days ago or some shit. And, like, I added some shares at 102. I was like, this is awesome. But then I was just like, God damn, that dude is like...
fucking laser eyes, dude.
Like, I didn't even see, like, I saw that on no charts, like, that number. I was like, okay, cool, man. You got it.
Yeah.
I wish he would, I hope one day he'll show me, like, what he saw specifically on that chart that told him that was the price, but...
He closed, he closed puts yesterday. So I was like, I'm going to buy some calls. I was bearish into the close, and I'm like, I'm buying some fucking calls here. And Johnny's like, I closed my puts, man. I'm like... and of course, he did the right thing by closing his puts, right? He would have gotten fucking torched. So it was, I don't know. I just think the community aspect to this is like second to none, man. Like if this thing ever fails, just to keep the community is it's one of the best communities I've been a part of. There aren't many more that I've seen that are that good. I don't know. What do you think about our community versus other communities you've been a part of?
Okay, so like,
Macroeconomic advisor Rama Murky says
we were on Twitch, you know, some people would come in and they'd like start trouble, and I'd have to like time them out. But like, it's so like, it just weeds people out. like the community just kind of automatically you just ignore people. Like it's almost like magic, kind of, given that I've been involved in a lot of different Twitch streams and like I kind of know how that goes. Yeah, it's probably like the best community, like streaming Discord community I've ever been involved with. Like there's, and like some of a lot of the trading Discords are actual like locker rooms, right? They'll post like the nastiest, like most discriminative, whatever, you can be on either side of like whether you're woke or not or whatever, but like, like it's just gross a lot of time. There's a lot of that in Wall Street too, like where dudes or ladies or people are just nasty. Like, but everybody's typically pretty cool, man. Like, I don't have a lot of things that I have to moderate all the time. Like, and that's not an offer to people to like just go bananas, but like we all actually usually when we moderate, it's one of your mods clicking on the button accidentally.
Yeah.
Like. They click the sword and then everything just turns off. It's like, well, chat's done. But yeah, man, it's actually pretty nice, like so you build a good community. You got a lot of really good people, and I feel like it self-filters people out because you just don't respond to people when they're like, buy this $2 million company.
Yeah,
and then
yeah. If you want to be like, I've been I've been in those Discords, and I'm like, like if I think if people wanted to be in that community, those communities are there. Like, there's a lot of them. Like, if you want to be in the like I've been in those communities where it's like dog eat dog and sharks swimming around.
Oh yeah,
and I'm not anti that. I'm not into that.
Where I was asking about the VIX, and they were just like, we don't talk about the VIX here, and I was okay.
Yeah, I think there's a community for everybody. For me, I was like, I just want a cool place I can hang out with people and
actually hear order flow in futures,
make money, and take it seriously, make money, and
trial at tickstrike.com.
not rage, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you guys? Let me see what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, you guys chime in too in chat and let us know.
Yeah, I'm bullish on SPY right here. I think I went over. I think I went over SPY. In detail quite extensively here. I'm actually bullish into the close on SPY too right now. As long as price right now stays above 410.81, I'm bullish. Price we had a price check down here. You saw the green box. We checked it. Bears lost, right? They got their new low and they lost it. We weren't able to complete and get down here to this 408.94. The way is up at this point. We're gonna go back up and check this supply above. You can see the supply on the book map. You can see it above. It looks like we're gonna feed into that. There are like buyers above. It's sellers, but or not buyers. Yeah, not buyers, but there are like I'm mixing this up, but the sellers are above, but in reality, those are buyers, right? So price will seek out above.
Yeah, I wanted to answer one more question if we have a second.
Yeah, dude.
Bebop on YouTube was saying, Winky, I love Larry Williams too. Someone was asking who he is. You're better qualified to answer that than me. So what Larry Williams basically does is he's developed this, I don't know if it's a database or I don't know what but he
it's a database, dude.
He just puts out charts that are like, since 1937, every time it's a year ending in 2, and it's, the SPY or SPX does this, it means that in December, it'll go up 100%. Like, he just comes up with these, like,
on the 5th day
statistics. Yeah, he'll be like, on the 11th trading day of July, buy $10,000 in SPX calls and then sell it the next day it opens positively. And like, of course, if you look at these trades, it's like 98% of the time it opens higher the next, it's just, and I know a lot of people don't like seasonality and again, the whole witch doctor, see the future, but there's a reason why those like certain things work like 90% of the time. He's not making it up. You can tell if you look at the charts he publishes that like literally the waves you see on and like the unemployment versus SPX, it's like exactly reversely correlated.
Dude,
so
when he breaks out the Excel charts or the Excel documents, and he's like, see all these numbers right here? He's like, I've been writing this shit down since like 1980.
Yeah, and he like, keeps track of all of his trades since like, because he's like, he's legitimately 90 years old.
Yeah.
And like, I constantly think to myself, he's gonna die, man. What do you better write down all these fucking rules he's been publishing for the last 50 years. Like, no, he's seriously like 90 years old.
Dude, the
So,
data
like,
alone is worth insane.
yeah, like his computer is probably would be worth so much. Like wherever he just stores all of his stuff is worth like so much money. But yeah, like Cap was saying, he'll produce it like just a table basically of like if you buy SPX on the 3rd day of July, then you only gain 5%. But if you wait until the 6th day, it's 29% every time. Like it's just.
And then he gives the percentage of that percentage. Sometimes he'll be like,
he's like, well, 89%, it'll go up 29% of the time.
Yeah,
like, holy shit, dude.
He's like, on this day you'll make 85%. On this day you'll make possibly 95% if you wait 2 more days. But you have a 85% chance on the first day of the 85%, and you only have a 30 or a 60% chance of the 95% on the second day you could close them. I was like, what?
And you know, he's not always right, but like it's enough to almost feel like you're cheating. Sometimes, like last year, he was all over it. Like all those like weird like 4th of July trades, or there was one like going into October where he was like, just buy as much as you can and it'll be fine, or whatever. Not October because that was a shit show, but I don't remember exactly, but. You know what I mean?
I remember that. I remember that video, dude. He said so. So I remember one video he did, and there was like stock charts that put out some like 2 or 3 bearish videos. They had like Elliott waivers out there, all this nonsense. And, not that Elliott waivers the nonsense, but like just nonsense bear stuff. And he came out with like a super bullish video, and it was total contra to everything that was being said in the market, everything stock charts was saying. And then like the market dipped for just a moment, and stock charts just like came out with more bearish videos.
Right.
And at the end of that month, he was fucking right. He was the only one.
Yeah, I mean, it's all data. You can't really you can't dispute anything he says. The only thing you can dispute is how the market reacts on that moment where 90% of the time something happens, right? Like you can't really dispute it because you can go back and look every single year in SPX what it does over whatever time frame, and he's spot on.
Dude, Bob Kendall's very similar.
And the White House
Bob Kendall's like, market could be like going down like 150 points, and he's like, it'll bounce by tomorrow and be right back in trend. And I'm like, he's got ball. This guy, like Bob Kendall, he's been trading forever too. And I'm like, all these old guys that are out there that have been pros, I'm like, dude, like their knowledge is insane.
And
insane.
SVB was very quirky.
And you don't have to you can use it as a signal, right? Like another era. You don't have to completely blindly follow everything he says. I will point out one thing about some of his calls is you have to definitely separate the trading days of the month versus the days of the month. You have to. He counts holidays, like market close holidays, as not trading because it isn't a trading day, right? Yep. He counts weekends as not trading days. Yep. So, like, if he's like the 12th day of May, it's not May 12th.
Right.
It's 12 trading days. Yeah, 12 sessions. You know, so that's the only thing. And like, you can email them. Like, he's got that website, I Really Trade.
I talked to him. Like, I've talked to him a bunch of times. I sent him emails.
I mean, he just replies back. He's like, yeah.
Yeah, he replies back. He replies back.
I asked them about that, like, days, like trading days versus just days or whatever. And they were like, yeah, it's trading days, and here's how we calculate it. And I'm like, okay.
I want to get, I would love to interview. I'd love to interview
him. You know what? Like, so he had, like, he needs, who's gonna keep doing that shit when because he's like one of the only guys that really gets deep into like the market statistics and like probabilities, and
I don't know anyone as good as him. Is anybody in the stream?
I don't see anybody that basically does what he does. Like, and you know, some people might talk shit about him because Kramer buys his charts sometimes for Mad Money. But, you know, Kramer's been buying his charts for Mad Money since Mad Money began.
Is Brittany here right now? Is Brittany in the house right now? I think Brittany's here. Hi, Brittany. We're talking about who are we talking about? We're talking about Larry Williams right now.
Yeah, Larry Williams, one of the and he's accessible in his trades. Like, it's not super. You're not like selling options to, like, you know, whatever. It's all just like buy Dow Jones index on this day, sell it when this happens, and you'll probably make this much money. It's like, and I even bought his annual report this year. It was like $120 or something, like ridiculously cheap, and it's like 80 pages of like individual stock picks, and they're like what he expects them to do on like a month-to-month basis, like Apple, Amazon, AMD, all that shit. Like,
The Canadian dollar.
he puts a lot of work into it, and it's not like his stuff's not that pricey. Like, and he even has some indicators he's developed over the years, and they're available. I think it's TradeStation. That's where you can get his indicators.
It's on TradeStation.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he's good at what he does, man. He can't.
If you guys don't know,
Go ahead. Sorry.
If you guys don't know who Brittany is, check her out. She's got a Twitch handle and a show on Twitch. She's a partner on Twitch. She's a well-respected actor, writer, business owner, and a Twitch streamer. So if you guys don't know Brittany, say hello to her and check out her channel right now if you can. Sorry, continue, Winky.
No, that was pretty much all I had to say about Larry, man. He's just, you know, and he talks plainly. You can tell, like, he's not like, you know, he's not like Sim. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Jim? Is that it? Jim?
Yeah.
He's not like one of those guys that, like, is super technical. Like, he's just like, well, this is what I do. And this is how I've done it for 50 years. And you're just like, okay, well, maybe I should listen.
Starting to break above right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had that consolidation. We had to check on the 5-minute trigger. The move is now up. We've got some supply to the upside here. You know where the H lines are above. We have this first one right here is kind of a gray area. It was really sloppy how we sold in this zone. So pay attention to the liquidity on today, at least on Bookmap. Brittany's saying she doesn't get to stream as much as she'd like to. So Brittany's a new trade. She's learning how to trade and invest. So she watches the stream here and there, pops in and out when she has time when she works. And Brittany, we haven't checked in with you in a while. How is your investing, trading journey coming along? Are you learning along the way? What have you been up to with your trading journey? Let's see what she has. Does she know who Larry Williams is? You should check him out, Brittany, on YouTube. He has videos on YouTube. And to that point, with Brittany being a new investor trader, Winky is working on tools in the background right now with us, and he is going to in the future work on education for us on the website for new investors and traders. And we have a dev working on paper trading and options profit calculators with trade setups and that kind of stuff. Maybe Brittany can check that stuff out down the road. But what are your thoughts, Winky, on what we're going to do for the basic financial education stuff on the website?
Yeah, man, it's just basically like I think we were talking yesterday about how when I first kind of joined your stream, I would see people just being like, oh, I just traded my rent money. You know, like, it'll basically be like basic personal finance stuff, like have some money saved up before you start trading, have some money saved up before you start investing, you know, using different buckets of money for different things, paying off your debt before you start trading, because, you know, like, Chase's best credit card has a 27% rate right now, right? Are you gonna beat 27% like in the market on a steady? I mean, maybe. I mean, probably you do, Cap. But you know, like you just have to look at things a little bit more, not more rationally, but you have to at least be rational about what you're doing. As far as your own personal finances. And of course, there's always going to be those guys like your friend who mined Bitcoin and now he's like a millionaire. But like the statistics on, as Larry Williams would run those statistics, that probably not a very good percentage of the people that get involved with that sort of thing end up in that position. But yeah, so those are the kinds of things. And like I'll probably write some stuff about how like I personally look at things. I think that would be helpful because I feel like everybody that you've brought together kind of does things a little bit differently, and we all came from different places. And you know, it'd be good to have like a overview of what everybody's good at and what their roles are.
Yeah, what they like that's like Winky and John giving lessons inside of Discord as well, right? And
Yeah.
your wife's boyfriend and some everybody's doing their own thing in there. We have other people too inside the Discord that do lessons and teaching. If you're new to the stream, you can always join the Discord, and I don't care if you're like a new trader, an old trader. If you've been doing this for 10 years, I don't care. There's like this ego that everybody has. Winky was talking about ego earlier. I have that same ego. You're like, oh, I'm going to join this thing, and then I'm going to show everybody what I have or what I can do. And sometimes it's that's good to do if you're that great trader. But sometimes it's good to like read the room, right? Like if you go into someone's home for the first time, or if you go into a party or something, you don't know anybody, you introduce yourself and you listen and learn. And hey, I'm CaptainJimJames, or I'm Jim James. Who are you? What do you do? And you don't always want to trust everybody either, right? You go into a party and you go into meet people at a new job or something, and you don't know who is really who. Some people will present themselves as being something that they're not too. But the most fascinating part is if you're always about learning, even if you know a lot, you kind of like be a wallflower, like not a real wallflower, but be a wallflower and ask questions. And then find the people that can give you the tools or the teaching or the extra thing that you're missing or something that you don't use. Winky just talked about how a ticker was going to go down to 104, right? And how did John Haggerty deduce that? So, and you know, Winky's a good trader, great investor, but to go up to somebody and be like, hey man, I want to learn what you've got there, to have that mindset can really help as an investor and as a trader. So if you
sorry, not to interrupt, but especially if you have an example, like if somebody's like, hey, that's going to go to 104, don't buy it yet. And you're like, well, it's at 116 now, so like, I don't see it going to 104. And then they're right. I mean, you know, that's a useful thing because obviously you have a real world example of something that you missed.
Yeah, the useful thing, absolutely. And so I guess my point there would be is if you're a trader, if you're listening to this broadcast, I know this broadcast gets restreamed in blogs. I know it gets rebroadcast in Europe. I know it gets rebroadcast in other places. So you might be watching this on incognito window or something like that. If you have something to add, or if you're a great trader and you just want to help people out, or if you're a new trader, or if you're a great trader and just want new tools or new experiences, don't hesitate to join that Discord. If you're trying to teach other people, get inside that Discord. If you're trying to learn from other people, get inside that Discord, man. Definitely. I don't know. I love the Discord. I think I'm pretty impressed with it. So.
Yeah, just the whole community in general has been amazing.
Honestly,
like, yeah, it's been really good. Like educational, and people are nice, and you know, it's like
it's an easy place to ask. Like the fact that you can go in there and just be like, "Hey, can you teach me how to trade futures, please?" Or can you direct me to the futures traders so I can get directed where I should go to next? Like that kind of stuff is invaluable. It's hard to find that. You can read all the books you want. You can watch all the YouTube videos you want. But to get in there and like team up with someone that's actually doing what you want to do is you can't pay for that.
Yeah, exactly. And like the other thing is like sometimes like somebody's alpha will stop working. A good example of this was that girl Lily. I don't know if you guys remember Lily from Twitter.
Oh
during
yeah,
the,
yeah. I know
2020.
Lily. I'm friends
She
with her.
created
We're
this
friends.
like really dope indicator called Nope that literally worked 100% of the time until she published it on Twitter, and then like I guess the algos just wrote it into their thing to avoid those exact things, and now it doesn't work anymore, right? So like you always have to be learning new ways to like trade and new like things, because they're always going to patch. If you make too much money doing this, they're going to patch it. It's almost like they look at it as a software vulnerability. They're like, oh, I beat this game, look at me, they're not even hitting me. Like if you're playing a video game, you know, and you find like a glitch and it's like hilarious, it's kind of like that, man. They'll be like, oh well, this is an issue, and then they'll just patch over it, and then it won't work anymore.
David, I want to say to you, David, thanks Brittany. Yeah, you're gonna get a beta test, Brittany. You're gonna get a lifetime. David, I appreciate that offer, man. Like David AMS is a badass futures trader. If you can, David, you can ever text me or whatever you can do to get in touch with me over the weekend, I'd appreciate it. So David's offering us to offer some help as well. David's a gangster. Straight up gangster. So I'm reading through right now. Yeah, Bebop said he bought the report from John Williams as well. Squeezing higher now, breaking above the previous high on SPY, going to the H line, trying to tag 411.96 right now. We've got further H lines even higher. If you're in long calls right now, congratulations, you're making some money. What about that Ruth Chris, man? Like, we gonna have boiled food again, or Ruth Chris being bought by
Darden?
Yeah, man. Applebee's gonna turn into an Applebee's.
You know, the only company that I like trading in that sector mostly is Eat. They're the parent company of Chili's. I typically get a couple good trades a year out of that one going into their earnings, but it has to either fall really far, like out of its zone, or it has to go way higher than where it normally is, and then you either short it or buy calls, and then you just wait for the money to roll in. But if it hasn't moved a couple percent since the last time they reported earnings, you just wait for next time. I just gave everybody like one of my blueprints. God damn it.
So Tesla,
that's not gonna work ever again. That trade is dead.
It's
so
dead now, bro. You're screwed.
Delete that one from the internet.
Tesla trading above its hourly trigger. It's 1 in 5 minute. Extreme bullishness. Did a kiss trade back right here. Boom, kissed it, and it's rocket shipping up. It is looking to price target on Tesla. We're getting close. 172.26. I'd expect 170 to be a point of contention, a bone to pick, and then possibly to get into 172.29 on Tesla. 172.29. Start taking some off as we approach that 170, 172 and change. Thanks for SPX, whoever did that, had that question on Spyplex. Spyplex, thanks for asking that question on Tesla.
Nice call out.
Yeah, nice call out, brother. Yeah, that's what it is. Call out. Thanks, Winky.
It's almost like you're playing Call of Duty, and the guy's like, "There's a guy in that tower over there," and like nobody else sees it. That's what we're doing here, basically. You know what I mean? We're just like, "There's a mine over there. Don't step on that."
So John Haggerty's checking in right now too. So I was talking about exiting Tesla as we get closer to 170, 172. You need the meat of the trade, but not all of the trade. You can, if you're like 100% in, you like exit and just leave a couple runners. John Haggerty is checking in right now saying 1 day swing exit of Q's contra hedge calls from 395 bought at yesterday's deep lows. Soon after the open, sold 1 Q's 119 May 23 320 call at 593, baby. 1 Q's 119 May 23 320 call at 616 bats, baby. Dana White did buy UFC? No shit. Love you too, King Kyle. What do you got there? SWPY? Or you mean SPY, right? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I got price targets already here. I got 3 of them. You got this one right here. You got this one right here. You got this one right here. And you got this one right here.
Continued growth.
On SPX exact, you want targets for SPX today? Sure.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up.
Hey, Cap, I gotta get out of here, man. I was able to buy a little extra time today.
All right, man. I'll let you go.
You know what? We should connect this weekend and get that, get all that stuff worked on.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get with you today. What are you? Do you have any time today or
Tonight I'm pretty busy, but Saturday and Sunday I'm basically wide open. So
okay, man.
Sunday would be great. I could like work with you all day Sunday. If
awesome sauce.
Like, if you just wanted to hammer something out, we could just do it.
Yeah. So just letting everybody know. Thank you, Winky, man, for showing up today for the second part of this interview. We're gonna try to get Winky, Binky, a bunch of other people to start streaming and making videos over time here, and try to have people on. Right. I need to have someone else on the show with me here and there, and so thanks, Winky, for coming on, man. I want to say I appreciate you being here every day. You are a major part of what we do here, man, 100%. So thank you.
Well, thanks for having me, everybody. And, you know, like I said earlier, the community's great, and I learn something new every day from you guys. So, yeah, just keep it up, man. Let's make some money.
Make some money, brother. Later.
Later, guys.
All right, later. All right, there we go. Winky, dude. So that was part 2 of a 2-part interview. I'm stoked, man. Like, we've been wanting to do this for some period of time, and it's finally happening, right? So that's a good thing to get Winky, put like a name to a face, or a voice at least to someone that moderates, administrates, does some dev in the background, and that is in our community, right? You guys, I look up toward Tabinky too. Like, if you think I don't look up Tabinky, that's crazy sauce. He's a great fucking trader. So I look up to John Haggerty. I look up to a bunch of you guys out there the same way. So definitely appreciative that Winky's here. Yeah, man, exactly, Stacy. Tagging up here at this 411.60. Remember this first H line that I was telling you about? It's kind of like a fuzzy one. It's not like there was so much violence in what was going on the past couple days that where the sellers were is kind of blurry.
Not to high unemployment.
So 411.80. We know that when we hit like 410 or 411 or 412 or 413. This will be a grind. Into Friday close, do we do the creepy crawly up in here at some point today? I'm thinking that we do. I'm thinking there's this like creepy crawly bullshit. I'm thinking we do that creepy crawly stuff, whether it's now or later. Just I'm getting that creepy crawly. Pin ticker DXF is being pushed by Wall Street Bets soon. Round 3, first round 12 cents to 91 cents. Second round, I don't know. Oh, my screener just went out. I'm having screener problems today. Still having screener problems. Let's see. Yeah, we don't talk about Mysterious MM. We don't know. Do we know who Mysterious MM is? Is this like a bot or something? Is it a real person? Do not trade this. I'm gonna recommend you do not trade this. I want to tell you why right now is that people come into streams and make these posts so that they can get people interested. So I'm not going to comment on it. Even if it goes up, I don't care. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want to go to prison or anything like that. Yeah, it's a super low fucking stock, man. It's like, I'll tell you right now, 100% DX, that ticker that guy was talking about. Thanks, Johnny. That ticker that guy was talking about, highly likely someone's behind it. Pump and dump. You are the exit liquidity on that ticker, guaranteed. At some point, you are. Yeah, it's guaranteed, 100%. I could move that ticker if I wanted to. So no, I don't want to talk about that shit in the stream. Did you ever give out your web address? Thought yesterday you mentioned you had one but didn't post the address, the website. Yeah, website's being worked on right now. It's close. Some people know what it is. It's close to being live. It's being tinkered with and worked on. It's very complicated. It's very costly, very complicated, time sensitive, all kinds of nonsense. Not nonsense, just it's a lot of work. It's more work than I thought it would be. You guys are gonna get any of you guys that have signed up at CaptainJimJames.com are gonna get an invite to that website before anyone else. To the actual website. We're working on trademarks and all kinds of stuff so that we don't get in any trouble. So David AMS is saying that Cap starting this weekend, I will start to share my trade plans and futures. I trade NQES, GC, CL, and RTY. I have a pretty simple, straightforward strategy. I hope others learn from me. Hell yeah, David. I appreciate it, brother. Yeah, if you guys don't know David, check him out. If you guys check out David AMS, man, on Twitter, he's a badass. Known him for a while. He's a badass. Why does good question. It's a very simple answer for that. We have compressed volatility, and what it's telling you is that to not expect volatility. A return to normalcy in markets is what it's telling you. Yeah, I know you used to post more, right? Didn't we used to interact? I'm not on Twitter as much as I used to be either, bro. But give me a shout, man. I want to talk to you. Or hit me up in DMs if you forgot my number, and I'll give you my phone number. We'll chat. Yeah, I love volume profile. I use volume profile in the background. I don't show it here on stream mostly because I feel like I'm doing too much. I like market and I use market and volume profile. I have got market and volume profile chart or graph charts that I built on Thinkorswim. I used to show them here every once in a while, but I'm like, for the stream, what it is. You know what I really want, David, is I'm looking for somebody to do a weekly video or a nightly video. I'm looking for 4 people. I've been talking to different people about doing this, but I don't know if you're interested in any of this. Let me know. I'm looking for someone to do a weekend video, like on a Saturday or a Sunday, a stock picker show. I'm looking for someone to do nightly videos 5 nights a week. And then I'm looking for someone to do a daily or weekly written brief.
Heavily on recession.
If you're ever interested in any of those things, let me know that too, bro. Like off stream or something like that. It's been hard to find. It's not an easy thing to do. It's easy and it's not easy. But if you're ever interested, let me know. I'd love to chat with you, man. Yeah, thanks, Dave. Appreciate it, brother. Squeezing up now, 411.87. And put the microphone back up here. Make sure I got the mic up. Collab cam, desktop audio is up there again. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Get my voice back up there. Trading 411.87, returning to the scene of the crime. I believe 411.96 is the scene of the crime from yesterday, and then this one, the big boy up here, is from the other day. This is a place to take profit. As I come into this H line right here, this Jason Hendricks line. Fed's Bullard saying Wall Street seems to be betting heavily on a recession scenario. The pandemic has put the U.S. back in 80s and 90s style central banking of trying to tamp down inflation. I feel can bring inflation down by allowing the labor market to get back to normal, not too high unemployment. A strong labor market probably means continued consumption and bolsters confidence to continued growth. CBDC remains a matter of debate until Congress decides what it wants to do. Now, he also says, I don't see much happening in the near term on central bank digital currency. My sense is that the regional banks will do just fine.
I think monetary policy alone will put the U.S. into a recession. It will take a shock of some sort.
Right on, Dave. I got your text just now, brother. You see that quick reversal right now. This is where sellers stepped in yesterday.
Territory of being sufficiently restrictive.
So the whole market is betting on a recession, and he's basically saying, Bullard's saying, with everybody betting on the recession, the move is likely up.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
He's saying there needs to be a shock of some kind. I agree with what he's saying in this stuff. I agree with what he's saying, that this summer you're looking for those shocks. I think they are too. I think they're looking for that commercial real estate shit to come down the pike, the debt limits debt ceiling, that kind of shit. You definitely want war. Bulls want war to continue, the preparation for war. The shot, we all know what it is, right? SPY still max bullishness right now. Hourly still very strong right now on SPY. I'm going to look at ES real quick in the background for you guys. See if it's coming in any. Yeah, see, ES is still quite bullish right now here as well, at least on the hourly. Returning to the scene of crime yesterday, then you got the next scene of the crime on ES at 4177.75. In this run, we've got the other high above 4206. I don't think we get up there today all the way. Possibly. We could do the creepy crawling to the close here. That wouldn't shock me. Yeah, David and I used to hook up in the... I sent David... David, did you ever get my DM on Discord? Do you remember what I didn't see your DM, so I wasn't on Discord, man, and I saw the message from you, and I sent you a DM on FinTwit like a month ago, and I'm just not on Discord enough. So David and I used to hook up in the morning, right? We used to trade pre-market together, or he'd be done trading in the morning, and I would be just coming into the market in the morning. So we'd kind of like, he'd be checking out, and I'd be checking in, and I'd be like, what do you think about today? Or what can you glean from last night that I need to know going into today? That's an NQ target 13,350. Yeah, we can rant about Bob. We used to rant about Bob all the time. I didn't see your DM on on Discord, man, until like 4 weeks ago. I was like, I have to reach out to him right now. I was like, I gotta talk to him. I was like, matter of fact, I was talking to a couple buddies a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, if this guy ever calls me back, I'm like, he's our guy. I'm like, he's such a gangster. Oh, you were? Right on, brother. You still have your brown leather chair? When I first saw you on stream, when we were doing the Zoom calls, I was like, dude, he's got a beautiful. I bought one, dude. I bought it. It's not as nice as yours. It's leather. I still haven't picked up a. I needed a chair for it, or like a what do you call those things? Like a footrest or whatever they're called. But David's debonair, man. He's just hanging out. He's got a beautiful old home, handsome furniture. You still have it, you dirty dog. Did you see the title last night, David? Of I loved Bob's title on his video last night about the vigilantes. I'm like, that's so good. I was like, all I thought about was the Bond vigilantes. You still have the cat too? Right on. Yeah, man. I still. We were talking about Bob earlier this morning. We talked about him for about a full hour or so, because I'm in the same camp as him right now. Same camp. I haven't been watching him, and I saw the video popped up yesterday for me on YouTube. I just haven't had time to watch, and so I did watch that video this morning. And he went on the same rant I've been on all week, and I'm like, dude. I was like, I love Bob. Yeah, man. Yeah, his indicators are gangster. We use something similar to what he uses. Some of what we use is similar to what he uses. We're actually putting out some of our EMA stuff is coming out with predictors, like future predictors on it. Yeah, I mean, I used to, when I had time, bro. He's one of my. If I have two not miss people on YouTube, it's still Bob. Or no, not two. I should say there's more. So there's Bob Kendall. If there's like a late night person, he's the guy. I love Bob. And then I let Larry Williams for your 1 month quarterly check-ins. And then your date or my day-to-day. And I don't do this. I don't have the time anymore to consume like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours every day of other people's content. But then the other person would be what the fuck's his name? Damn it, I don't know why I'm having a mind block right now. I gotta look right now. Hold on, I'm gonna look right now. I don't know why I'm having a mind block on him right now. Let me see here. Hold on. Let me see what pops up in my type in stock trading or something and see who pops up. My other guy is damn it, I don't know why I'm having a mind block on him right now. It's what's his name? He comes in the stream all the time too. He does good technicals and charting. Where is he right now? I don't know why he's not popping up. What's his name? I don't know. I'm having a mind block on him right now, and I don't know why. I'll have to try to figure out who it was I was thinking about. Yeah, Mike Silva, dude. Mike Silva. He's the guy. I love Mike Silva. He's fucking awesome. I send people to Mike all the time, too, because Mike gives great insights. He does like a version of Larry. If there was a young guy that could take over for Larry Williams at some points, probably Mike Silva. It's probably him because he's fucking awesome. He knows stockcharts.com inside and out as well. He's probably like a young Larry Williams. Yeah, figuring out money. He does a great job with technical analysis. So if you're looking for like pitfalls anywhere, ranges, any of that kind of stuff, very useful person. Yeah, it's Mike Silva. Yeah, for YouTube channels, those are the ones that I watch. I used to watch every once in a while. I'd watch FX Evolution. I used to watch that guy sometimes. For like recorded videos, stuff like that. To get like especially if you like, if I like take a day off or a week off or something, I have to keep up with the market. I have to watch those people. The other thing that I have noticed is that I watch people less because I don't want to be not poisoned, but I don't want to. It's not quite poison, but I don't want to become beholden to other people's ideas, or like rip other people's ideas off, any of that kind of stuff. So I try not to. As a matter of fact, when I watched Bob Kendall yesterday, I didn't watch the entire broadcast. I watched his rant in the beginning because I wanted to see what is. I wanted to like bounce my sentiment. When he had said that, I was like, man, I have that same fucking sentiment right now. And sure enough, he was like spot on. So it reinforces, of course, now I'm like digging my heels in. I'm like, that's it. I feel like he's totally, because I trust Bob, and I've always trusted him. Yeah, influenced by, absolutely. Yeah, I try not to get influenced by. I stay off Twitter a lot of times for that same reason. These days, oftentimes I try to stay off Twitter as much as possible. Like I'll get on there and like I keep TweetDeck open back here in the background. I'll keep TweetDeck open with a bunch of news. I follow a bunch of like breaking news stuff, but I don't. I try not to drink the Kool-Aid on Twitter anymore. It poisons me. And I don't feel like I can come on stream with you guys, and it's not poison. It's not like a bad thing. I need to be on point. Like, so you figure I'm streaming mostly 5 days a week, and then I'm not going to be able to show up 5 days a week, 365 days a year, and always be on point. So I have to find a percentage of the time that's acceptable, right? 70, 80% of the time, 90% of the time to be on point. And I feel like when I'm consuming other content, not just the raw stuff, that I'm not always on point. I create these biases that are crazy. I trade worse too, but I'm not forming my own opinions. Yeah, Mike doesn't show a lot of opinion. For some furus that works. Some furus only show wins. Mike Silva's very objective, which I like. I'm a fan of that from Mike Silva. Yeah, Jill. My Bob, dude. Like Bob, when he went off last night, I was like, I gotta tell Winky about this. I was like, because Winky and I have been going over this for weeks now, and I'm like, just the title of that. So late last night, it came up on my YouTube feed, and all I saw was vigilantes, and I was like, I know exactly what he means. I was like, I know exactly what he means. He was blowing a whistle. It was doing a dog whistle. Bob was on a dog whistle last night. He knew who he was calling. He had the whistle out, and he knew he was going to drag in a bunch of old crusty people that know what that means. Vigilante in the market. Yeah, FX Tom, he's fine. I like him. Sometimes a little too bearish for me, but I got nothing bad to say about FX Evolution. I like him. I like what he does. Yeah, Bob gave you clarity in a wildfire. Yeah. The politics. I can't do it anymore. I can't do the politics. I can't do I can't do it anymore, man. I can't do it. It poisons my soul. Like, it straight up poisons my soul, the politics. Like, even when you have those politics, it's like, I never sit in a room with any of those people. Like, I sit with normal people. I don't know what their politics are. I have a beer with someone. I don't know what their orientations are or what their politics are. But somehow we put that under a microscope on social media and it just gets nasty. I don't want anything to do with it. I just want to live a good life, man. I want to live a good life, have happiness, have good times. I want to enjoy my dogs and enjoy my kids, my wife, and my life and all that kind of stuff. And social media, it's just wild. And I don't think it matters which side it's on either. I feel like there's between the bots and the astroturfing and the loudest voice, and then in my real life, I don't experience that most of the time. So, you know, I don't know. You say those things to me on the street, I'd probably, you wouldn't. You probably, if you met me in person, I'm 6'1". I weigh 230 pounds or somewhere in there when I'm like lifted and shit. You wouldn't say that to me in the street corner. You wouldn't say that to me in a dark alleyway. The things that are said on social media, right? So, it's just like, if I walked around in real life with that, being surrounded by that in real life, it'd probably, it'd be a hard life. Like, I try to live, like, most of my life I live, quite happily. Like, I want to enjoy experiences, show up with you guys every day, right? You guys mostly see me, generally speaking, happy, unless I'm ranting or something. I'm still positive, even in those rants. You can probably tell that most of my life try to have a good time. Bob who? Yeah, I want my bias to be organic. Yeah. I need it to be. Bliss says I relate social media to driving a car. Everyone's inner asshole comes out. I agree with that too, Bliss. Yeah, dude, David, 2 hours, man. I want to be done right now, and I'm like, I can't. You know we're going to grind higher. just grinding higher on a Friday. Yeah, man. You know what we're doing, Dave. It's the creepy crawly, bro. You're going to leave no short left behind into the close on Friday. Typically, probably what's going to happen today. What's my background? Yeah, we could actually, it's a good time to talk about that. I don't talk about that too often anymore. I have, but I haven't revisited it in a long time. Like a trader log or something like that. Trading 412.04 right now. Supply to the upside. Next target above 412.64 in the SPY. So myself, how did I get started? So a long time ago. A long time ago. I was a burner. I was a burner. And, actually, let's start before then. Before I was a burner, I watched Jon Stewart. And I was watching Jon Stewart. And as the economy was collapsing and the stock market was collapsing, I watched the Jim Cramer. Like, I was watching the Jim Cramer interview, and I knew about Jim Cramer, and I watched his show. It was like a background thing, but not in the market in any way, shape, or form. But I knew about the stock market through that. Like, Jon Stewart was my experience. Now, at that same time, I was using crypto. I was using Bitcoin specifically. So being a burner, this is way back in the day, and I was in the party scene. So I used to produce raves and stuff like that in big cities, large numbers of people. Did that through. So I was in the Army, and then I was in college. Got to college. When I was a teenager, I was in the rave scene, and then I stayed near it through all those years. And of course, in that scene, people are using things like ecstasy, and mushrooms and stuff like that. And I was in the military then, so I couldn't do drugs. I didn't do drugs. I was in the military, but I knew about it. Once I'd gotten out of the military, of course, I would go to Burning Man, stuff like that, and it was like, hey, let's get some Bitcoin, and we don't want to buy drugs on the street. We want to do what rich people do and not get in trouble, right? We want to make sure it's high quality. We want to make sure all these things, right? And then we're going to go to Burning Man. I'm going to get a break for what I'm doing. And I'm not a drug addict, and I'm, like all those things you try to, rich people do these things. Not that I was rich, but this is the idea, right? You got like tech bros, and they're like, you got to microdose every day and all this kind of stuff. Trading 41211. So anyways, I was buying stuff on Silk Road, man, actual Silk Road. It's like understood the concepts of trading cryptocurrency. And then I went to, over the years, like 4 years pass, and I wound up at 3 or 4 years past, like right around there, 07, 08. And then evolving into Occupy Wall Street movement. Not that Occupy Wall Street became, like it transformed into something that it wasn't at some point. It like went mainstream. But before it was mainstream, like the burner community was talking about this. It was happening in New York City, and like all these hipsters, I feel really calm now, but there's a really derogatory term for these people now, but I was one of those people, and I started trading stock. Started like buying and selling stock, just stock. That was it. And I was kind of like the ass end of Yahoo. Like message boards started to have bots and stuff on them. They were being abandoned at that time. And the message boards that I started to get involved with was Wall Street Bets, and with Wall Street Bets specifically, and with Reddit specifically, and Yahoo really wasn't providing the place anymore. I never really got involved with Twitter, and then I switched from buying and selling stocks to trading options on the memes of that time period. So I traded a lot of meme stocks, meme options, stuff like that. Did a lot of stuff on Wall Street Bets with the rise of tech, with the rise of Tesla. Rise of Apple, the rise of all these tech bros from early 2000s. Then from there, I traded with Wall Street Bets. I was taken under the wing of some very good professionals that were on Wall Street Bets back when it was like a place for professionals to hang out and for stupid kids to lose all their money. Like you'd have like a kid that like wanted to pay for college or something. And house burned down, you name it, whatever happened in their life, and they were like, this is my one chance to get out. I can't afford my college tuition, I need to pay for it. And if they shut up and listened, they were talked to usually in the background. You get like DMs and stuff. If you traded and posted your trades over time, people would recognize who you were. And if you called out your trade first and then you came back to say, hey, I won or lost, they were tracking you in the background. And then eventually I was invited into eventually I made friends that helped me in the background. And then eventually I was invited into Vegas Bets and met a bunch of people, joined a bunch of Discords. Plus I was in Vegas Bets at that time. Still had the only real training at that point that I had was through market professionals that were mentoring me behind the scenes. Trading 412.16, 412.17. And then I was just a retail trader. That was it. Then I started to pay for professional classes and professionals to teach me in person. Then I've spent another 5 years doing that. About 5 years. And that was 2018 to 2020, 21-ish or something like that. And somewhere in that time period is when I started to move over from Wall Street Bets to Twitterverse. I was actually like IP banned or something. Then people told me I wasn't IP banned, but I know that I was. from admins on Reddit itself. I'd gone after the admins of the Nikola sub, and I went after some people involved with Nikola, and I was really pissed off. I wasn't a Nikola bull, but I felt like the fraud that had a lot of people lost a lot of money on that fraud, and so I was kind of pissy and rage pissed, and I lost a bunch of stuff over that. I lost a bunch of access and stuff like that, so I moved over to Twitter, and I was amazed at how many people were losing traders, losing investors, and so I said, "Hey, you know what I'm gonna do?" I said, "I'm gonna try to do my own thing and see if this helps people." And it kind of grew into where we are today, and that's been the last, I think, 2.5, 3 years, something like that. I've traded everything too. I've traded. I guess I'm glossing over some stuff. I've traded. Let me see. I've traded the wheel. I've traded just spread trading. I've traded futures. I've traded individual tickers. I spent some time going down the biotech hole. Traded penny stocks. I've been involved unknowingly in pump and dumps with penny stocks. I've traded all kinds of shit. I've traded butterfly strategies. It depends on what I'm available to do. Strategies, and then the market, of course, matters for what I'm trading. Or the market that we're in at that point, at that time. So I don't know how long that is. What, 2023? It's just over 10 years? Somewhere in there? 12 years, maybe? Somewhere in there. Yeah, the wheel, dude. Fuck the wheel. Vegas bets. I've been told different things over the years. Some things I won't repeat. I could tell stories about that time frame, those time frames. Mostly what I saw in Vegas bets was not what's I've been told. I mean, I've been told a bunch of stuff like Elon had bots. I believe Elon was in the subreddit itself. But there were bots written for Wall Street bets. There were definite pump and dumps going on. There were definite, but I'll be honest, my experience in there was very clean. I was liked by a few guys, and they took me under their wings, and they taught me how to trade. So I don't have the things that I don't want to talk about. I don't want to talk about mostly because I don't want to get in trouble. But my truly like my experience in Vegas bets, I was a private sub, right? And there were about 150 people in there at one point. When I was active in there at one point, I think it grew to like 150 people at one point. It may have gone slightly higher, 350 maybe. That's fuzzy remembering, but I think at the time there was 150 people, probably 35 active posters, and it was everybody that you knew. Not everybody. There was a. So if you guys are pre Wall Street bets, pre 2019, or let's say like 2016 to 2019, 2020, if you remember the entire group of regulars that were well respected, most of those people were in Vegas bets, and most of them, it was mostly due diligence inside of there. And now there were discords and stuff, but inside of Vegas bets proper on Reddit, most of it was due diligence. What are you doing tomorrow? What's the consensus of the group? I guess that's kind of collusion, but and then of course we had alphas in there, and those alphas, you guys know that they're famous people on Wall Street bets. Those alphas would come in and say what's wrong with our stuff, pick apart our stuff. And, of course, they had insider information. They had access to terminals, not so much the terminals, but they had access to chat. The Bloomberg terminal chat was the key, right? The text messaging. So, these people, all these professionals talk to each other. And so you kind of get insider information. And so that was kind of the key. And then there was a couple quants in there, too. I'm not going to name names of these guys either, but there were legitimate quants that were developing algorithms for Wall Street. One of them went to prison, right? I think if he's in here right now watching, he might be. He probably won't make himself known. But if he's in here right now, I think he went to prison, right? I'm not going to say who he is, but some of these guys have been to prison. Some of these guys have been in trouble over the years. But I didn't encounter what a lot of people say. I heard stories about some stuff. I know about the founder and how he abandoned the site. And the only thing they'll tell you is this: how did I get in? If I had to answer that, like, how did I get in? Becoming a good trader, shutting my mouth, asking questions, being there every day. Like, I was in there all day, every day. And eventually, you start to learn. The best part about Wall Street Bets back in the day is middle of the night, people would come in and they would just drop hardcore alpha. They would teach you hardcore alpha. They would talk to you. They taught you the way the market moves. You'd go through like an hour or 2 hours, and then boom, you get some alpha. And then like an hour or 2 hours, boom, you get some alpha. And if you start posting your trades, they're tracking them. Back then they were. Or you'd make a big win. Like the first time I ever won a lot of money was in Wall Street Bets. I won, first time I won a lot of money in Wall Street Bets, I think I won $250,000. Something like that, 250. 2 big trades in succession. 6 figures on both. And made a lot of money, and I panicked, and I went to Wall Street Bets, and I was like, I'm panicking right now. I was like, I don't know what to do. I know that the market was going to open that morning or something, and it was either the night before, I had 2 trades on, and I knew that I was going to be rich. I knew that it was going to open. And what's crazy is if I had left those trades on, I probably would have made $600,000 3 times, 300% of that trade I would have made if I had left the trades on. But I was so panicky that I didn't know what to do, and I was pulled to the side. They actually took pulled me to the side out of the normal daily stream, and they started talking to me during DMs. And they were like, this is how you manage both of these trades, about taking profit, realizing gains, to leave some on to make more gains. And I did the prudent thing. They walked me through the entire process, and I was able to collect a lot of money. Now, if I had left those trades on, I would have made probably triple. But it was a not a hard lesson. It was a good lesson in management of what I had. And not to overreact, not to panic, not to blow it all up, not to let it go to zero, realize gains, that kind of stuff. It was the first time they ever made a serious amount of money in one. It was 2 trades, but it was one play, basically. I made a shit ton of money. And it was fucking awesome. And it was a counter trade. It was a counter trade. I'd gone against, and I had posted them. That was the other thing. I had posted these trades, and when they pulled me out, I had to show proof. So I showed proof of these trades, and then they helped me manage the trades. I'm forever grateful for that too. I'll never forget that. They helped me manage a trade that I was in, a winning trade, and no one tried to steal my money. Down the road, people did, but not at that time. Years later. I had people try to find out who I was and take my money and that kind of shit. People would DM me. I used to give people free money in there. People blow up their accounts to give them money and shit. But I owed those. I'll always, forever and ever and ever and ever, have a very warm place in my heart for what Wall Street Bets was in the early days, or not the early days, but the middle part, and then before it blew up. But they used to say that, there used to be wash a bunch of people out, a year had passed, and then 3 years had passed, and you get a new regime. But then you have people like stuck around for like a decade or so. And of course, people would bitch and they'd change the rules and all this other shit, and then there'd be infighting and all this nonsense. But so there used to be a saying. I don't know if that's still there now, or but they'd be like, I hate the new Wall Street bets, so something like that. I'm trying to recall exactly what it was, but it was like, I fucking hate the new Wall Street bets. And of course, they'd be like, yeah, it's always changing, man. Go fuck yourself. Like, they'd ban you if you were there too long too. Sometimes you got too salty, you'd be kicked out. But it did change. It fucking changed with GME. It changed. So before GME when GME went to like its first $100, that's when it changed. Like right then and there, it was over. The gig was up. Even with the growth that we had over the years, that was when the gig was up. It hadn't even hit its all-time. GME didn't even hit its all-time highs at that point. The gig was up. The jig was up. The pros that were in there knew the hedge funds were coming in, like into the sub. They were gonna study it, fucking turn it over, launch bots. It was insane. Like all kinds of fucking crazy. Like you were just, like there were big changes leading into it, but not quite like GME. Like there were some major changes coming into that pre-GME, but not quite like GME was like. I was like, is anybody real in here? It's like, who is everybody in here? I was like, what the fuck is going on in here? It was really fucking crazy. I mean, there was a lot of change heading into GME. I should acknowledge that. It'll be like a couple of years before, but the real Wall Street Bets is dead. I'm sorry, but it is. I shouldn't say that. I've been on I check into Wall Street Bets every month or so. It's doing better. It's moving back into what it once was. But at the height of that shit, like there was like a good 2 years or 3 years where it was a fucking hellhole. It was like the shit stain of the entire market. Yeah, you were there for all that? Yeah, there was a day when I walked into Wall Street Bets and I was like, everyone in here is a bot or a hedge fund. I was like, and I don't mean like users that were helping like new traders that could show that they could learn. There was a time when I was just like, this isn't real. None of these people are anyone that I know. This sub's been taken over. Someone came in here and took this sub over, and I don't know who the fuck it was. I don't know what's going on anymore. Yeah, I was in through all that GME shit from day one. And then, dude, like the crazy part was that's when I started transitioning over to Twitter. Just prior to that, like started dabbling in Twitter, like I don't know, 6 months before or 3 months before. And I was like, as we went through this, so going through the going through the GME saga, I was there from the start. So if you're in this stream right now and you were in in GME from the beginning, it was so bizarre. As we went through the motions of it, like, I don't know. It was, man, it was so fucking bizarre. And especially like seeing as it grew and grew and grew and grew and grew in the growing part of it, it just got so insane that it was like, and then you'd see people come out and they were like rocket scientists or they were like the new Jesus or the new this or the new that, and then the overrunning of Wall Street Bets, and it was like, who the fuck are these people? And fuck these people. Like, it was really bad. It was really, really bad. It was a wild thing to experience, but I don't know. I don't know, man. Wall Street, the GME thing was. It was a different experience if you were in it from the start. Absolutely. It's not that I don't give like, it's not like I don't care about people that have put all this money into it. It's that I don't know. It's such a hard thing to put a finger on. Like, you can tell who was in it from the beginning and who wasn't. You can tell. You can. I was there when. Matter of fact, apes. I remember when the apes first came into Wall Street Bets and they were getting kicked out. They were getting fucking banned. Do you guys know that? You guys might or might not know that. Like when apes were first, like that whole ape thing. Like, I mean, day one. Like, ban. Yeah, so if any of you out there were if you guys are like beginning, your experience is absolutely different than millions of people. Like millions and millions and millions and millions. And then when it took on its own like life of what it represents, I'm like, it doesn't fucking represent any of that shit. I was like, you're drinking something, man. Like, you don't know what it really means. Like when it like took on that life of its own, I was like, no. Even now, I think that what it meant, it didn't. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it ever meant what they tried to spin it into. It was just fucking bag holders, man. It was just fucking bag. But it was crazy because I was like on FinTwit, and like, you know, high follow accounts. This is another cool part. High follow accounts, right? Trading higher now, 412, 30, 25. Looking for that H line above right now. We talked about this being bullish and heading higher to seek out liquidity above earlier in the broadcast. You should be making a lot of money right now. This is a fascinating thing. So before GME was a thing, of course, people are like, you have to follow this guy and you follow that guy and this guy. Follow this guy because he's got 1 million followers. Follow that guy, he's got 100,000 followers. Follow this guy because he's been in the market for 20 years. Follow that guy, follow that woman, follow this person. These people are going to make you a ton of money, blah, 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 blah. So I spent like 3 or 6 months. Oh, yeah, baby. Give me that H line above at 412.53 right now. Squeeze it on up and touch it for daddy. Get up there, baby. Get on up there, doggy. Woo! Woo! Squeeze them. We got a little bit more to go, probably. 407's $1.03 yesterday. $1.05 now trading $5.53 on the day. 410's now trading $2.52 on the day. Like and subscribe these videos if you're making money on these videos. If these live streams are helping you out, this is a free stream. Please like and subscribe. Tell your friends about what we do here. Got a if you're making money, if you're like ringing the cash register, you're not paying me $1,000 a month, right? You're probably paying some other guy, some other alpha guy. For some tools somewhere. So you get your free stuff from old Cap over here. So I'm gonna post a link to if you ever want to support the stream and you're making money, becoming a better trader. Consider supporting the stream over here. So there he goes, a PayPal link. Tagging and bagging. 412.64. No problem taking money here for the next leg higher. Let's look. Oh, we got more liquidity up there. You see it right there? It's hiding out. It's right there. You see it? Right there. We'll leave that one up there. See that bar hiding out up there? It's like right there. Oh, yeah, baby. Easy day in the market today. Easy day. Look at that gorgeous run right there. Woo, doggy. Hello, ladies. What up? What about 413.86 up here? Let's take a look around. Let's see. Let's take a look around. Let's do another check. What was I talking about a few minutes ago? Oh, so I'm on Twitter and I'm like following all these people and I'm trying to like make friends, and most of my real friends on Twitter were just regular traders and stuff. Great people, love them. But the people that I was told to follow, they have like 100,000 followers, 30,000 followers, 50,000 followers. I'm not gonna name like TikTok, all those guys. Like, just talk to all those guys, but like we're at like no followers, like 500,000, something like that. 100 followers.
Futures settle at $2.13. Diesel June futures at $2.31, and gasoline June futures at $2.37.
VIX now in slight free fall. VIX can come down and trade
Stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
$16.18, 15.56. It is forming a triple bottom right now on VIX. Let's check out ES. But what's fascinating is
WTI crude June futures settle at $71.34 a barrel.
oh, dude, SPY is super fucking bullish right here, man. ES is super fucking bullish right here. ES, I talked to you earlier in this stream about going back and retesting that 4201.06 on ES and SPY retesting a high. Dude, I'm telling you what. I don't know, man. It's looking for it. It's seeking it out. And it's got all these triggers underneath it. We have a cross coming up. The hourly is crossing the daily on ES. That's a pretty emotional, kind of a big deal. Even if we come back, I'm going to show you ES real quick. Even if we roll here, I want to show you guys something. So one of the benefits I had of jumping on Twitter was that I got there and I was able to, so I was making friends, right? I'm making friends on FinTwit, right? And I start to follow a bunch of people. Everyone's like, you got to follow this person. You got to follow that person. So here's ES right here, right? I want you to see this right here. I want you to see this hourly trigger coming up right now? It's crossing the daily trigger. And it usually leads to an explosive move higher here. Okay? Now, even if we come back and check this down here, and then we wait for the 1 and the 5 to come underneath it, it can lead to an explosive move higher. So a couple things here. 4112, 4120, 4125, very important for ES. And to be honest with you, we might not ever come back to check this stuff. We're going to get back up here and start hammering out. We're gonna start seeking this stuff out up here. You got some, like, let's take all this stuff out up here. Take out all this stuff up here. The real sellers in the market, like the algorithm sellers, they're up here. There's algorithmic sellers here too, retail sellers here. But if we start breaking above this, it's going to be explosive to the upside to 419, okay? So you'll get some volatility mixed in with this. And there's a pullback point in this. We'll look at SPY real quick. Yeah, man. Like right here. See that cross right here? I want you to see this. See on SPY right here? See how we get that cross, right? It just rips face. Boo. We're having that happen right now. Boom, explosive moves higher. Very extreme bullishness right now on the SPY. Extreme bullishness right now on ES. So one of the cool things I went through on Twitter, one of the fascinating things was I had subscribed to all these people, like followed all these people, and as GME progressed, when GME started to leak onto Twitter, how do I describe this? GME was leaking onto Twitter. It wasn't popular yet, but it was leaking, where like people were noticing. High follow accounts were noticing. And dude, I'll be honest with you, those guys are trying to fucking short the fuck out of it. And then you see the professionals, like real professionals with Twitter handles. They're like, we're gonna send this shit into the depths of hell. And no one knew. Well, no, retail traders knew it was gonna happen. We were all like, these guys are fucked. They're gonna get bent over and fucked sideways. Absolutely, they're gonna get bent. And they did get bent. And then hedge funds started fighting each other inside of GME, right? There was like this whole thing that went on. But the funniest part was, not funny, but the most insightful part was that during that time period, you were able to see the high follow accounts that knew it was going to happen. I'm getting texts right now. The neat part about GME was you were able to see high follow accounts that knew what was happening and high follow accounts that had no fucking idea. And from that point forward, I knew who to follow and who not to follow. One of those follows was Jedi Marcus. He was one of those follows that you knew to follow. Whereas you realized how many high follow accounts had no fucking idea what was happening. And it was cool because you saw the progression of like, fuck that meme stock and fuck that ticker. And you saw professionals raging about it. You saw them then join the party. You saw high follow accounts join the party. Like you watched the range of posts, like start down here, like then go up and then down over time. And that was really fascinating to watch, like how it evolved, how it became like a round the world kind of a thing. So I was able to be like, yeah, I can now look at all these people and say I trust all these motherfuckers over here, and I don't trust the rest of them. And I made a lot of good friends on Twitter, low follow accounts like me that knew about it at that time, lifelong friends at that time period. When it was going on. So that was really cool. I did like that part of GME. That was a once a decade kind of a thing too. It was really fucking crazy. Like for the whole of it. And I'll be honest with you, I'm gonna tell you this day, if they didn't shut that shit down that weekend, when they shut that shit down, that's when it was over. I think it was a Tuesday. Could be wrong. I thought it was a Tuesday. Maybe it was a Thursday. I think it was a Tuesday. Up until that moment, if they hadn't shut down GME, it would have went to the moon. Not to the moon, but it would have went to. Wouldn't have stopped. It would have started bankrupt banks and hedge funds. They had to shut it down, and they knew they had to shut it down. And they never publicly admitted that, but they had to. Somewhere in some room, somewhere in a deep dark place. And I remember before they shut it down, we knew that they would have to shut it down, and they told us, no fucking way. And then they did. They didn't have a choice. You know what it was very similar to? It was very similar to Volkswagen back in the 1980s. I think it was 86. I can't remember exactly, but might have been 1980s. Was it Volkswagen or Porsche? I can't remember. One of those two tickers on the DAX, I believe. It was the same situation. Or it's the most similar situation. Yeah, that's never happening. You guys are all... I don't like saying that public because it pisses people off, pisses apes off and stuff, but that will never happen. They beat you. They beat us. They didn't beat us. So what happened was there were a lot of very intelligent people, professionals, that thought they were smarter. And they got taken for a ride until they figured it out. And once they did figure it out, that shit'll never happen again. I mean, it might happen again in like a decade or two. There might be some other way to find like a loophole, but that shit's never happening again like that specifically. And that's okay. I know that there's still believers. By the time you're the believer, someone else has lost $1 million, and that's why they made you a believer, in my view. And we haven't had MOAS since, so I'm right so far. Was it 2008? Is that when it was? I thought it was 1986. Was it 2008? So I got my years wrong. I remember I went through and studied it at that time, but I forget. That's what I was told. Look at Volkswagen. That's what we're doing. Volkswagen. So what did they do? They bought all the shares, right? The owners did. There's like a corporate takeover, I believe. Porsche or Ferrari or someone was going to overtake, or maybe it was somebody else, or a group was going to overtake it. And so they bought all the shares and they started squeezing the fucking share price, right? Is that what it was, Lord Pente? Yeah, there was either like a corporate takeover, a corporate rating, or an insider takeover, or it was like just a competitor takeover or something like that. I don't remember any. I mean, doing this off the top of my head. So, but I do remember that it just started squeezing relentlessly. There was no stopping it. It was Porsche. Yeah. So 2008. But they weren't stopping that shit, dude. When they shut that shit down, that was it. It was over. It was fucking over. Yeah, it sold short 107%. And they quietly in the background just started accumulating shares. No one knew. 412.86 right now. Squeezing higher, looking for 413.86. Yeah, Porsche family kept the shares off the market. Tesla, baby. That's what it was, right? They wanted to buy Porsche. It was fucking brutal. People would ask me, like, how high do you think it's going to go? And before they shut it down, I was on Twitter at that time. People were like, how high do you think it can really go? Like, be honest with you. I'm like, it ain't going to stop. I'm like, it's not going to stop. I was like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Not until they know. And like, you know how you're like the smartest guy in something, and you walk into a situation you should normally be able to deal with, and there's like some critical information that you either don't believe, or it's never been an issue, or it's never been a consideration. That's kind of what it was. Like the smartest guys in the room were like, nah, fucking way. That's not happening. And so you present the information to them and they go, no, that can't happen. And they're like, no, we've seen this happen. We have an example of it happening. Right on, Sly. Appreciate it. $412.96 right now. Thanks, Binky, for putting in the Discord, brother. Appreciate it. Please like and subscribe to these videos. Tell your friends about them. Get inside the Discord. Yeah, Roaring Kitty knew. Absolutely, Roaring Kitty. Roaring Kitty knew. So that was, well, there was some stuff on Wall Street Bets with Roaring Kitty. He didn't just know. He was posting there too. And some people claim that that's like some people claim that it's insider trading. That's bullshit too. They tried. They dude.
So just seeing
The amount of fucking bullshit that was spewed.
Banking situation. So U.S. lender PacWest today has led a rebound in U.S. regional bank stocks after investors cautioned that some of this week's bruising sell-off was overdone. So PacWest's share price increased by as much as 88 points today.
PacWest.
Intraday gain ever.
We're getting close here, folks. I don't see much liquidity above. There's some above. We're getting close. We're almost there. We're almost there. Right about here. It was really like trying to like one second here, put that right there. You know, like and for most of the people that were in Wall Street or not or in GME, it wasn't MOAS, it wasn't, well, it was until they broke it. Like all the reasons that were given, all the story behind it, all that stuff that's been created, all that shit was made up. Like that was all shit that was made up. I'm sorry. Like a lot, like everything that surrounds it now, it wasn't. None of that was about. And I remember people got pissed at us too. People were like, "Fuck you, man!" Like it was like, no. I remember that part too. People getting angry. Oh, thanks for subscribing, Sly. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're getting very close, David. Real close here. There's some bands showing. There's another band showing itself right here. This one right here, man. We're getting real close. It's close enough to take some money off. Hold on. Oh, I got 10 left. That's it, though. So, see what happens up in here. You're going to get some resistance. 413. Get another 86 cents or so to go. Look at it. Another bar just showed up here.
Recent drop in market interest rates are probably swamping the impact of any credit tightening from bank stress. So I feel the ultimate impact of bank stress on the economy will be small. Fed's says Wall Street is glued to the transitory inflation story and not prepared if inflation persists and the Fed has to do more with rates. So aggressive policy has stemmed the rise of inflation, but it's not clear that it has yet put inflation on a clear downward path. So adds that jobs growth suggests that consumption will remain strong and that there is plenty of room to fight inflation now. So I feel that the policy is at the low end of the restrictive zone, but not yet clear it is restrictive enough to get on a downward inflation path. Says he does think that the Fed will ultimately have to grind higher on rates, but because of forecast for slower decline in inflation than others. So again, it does say you need to be ready to be data dependent with an open mind on whether to pause on interest rates at the June meeting. And Fed's Bullard adding that jobs report today was impressive in terms of employment growth, but still a long way to go from balance in the labor market. So again, just some relatively serious comments from Fed's Bullard there, saying the market shouldn't be preparing for a pause rather than the Fed's going to remain data dependent at the next meeting.
This makes you wonder, too, if the threat of limiting shorting bank stocks, if this was hedge funds pulling their shorts off market, too, right, due to that? Just the threat of it. I'm, like, wondering here if I leave this on. If we can, like, tag this right here. It's 2:48, 10 minutes left for Power Hour.
Daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I'm going to give you a target down below for a rollover here. Yeah, the options chain is getting. Be real careful here. Real careful. The entire expiry on SPY is now almost worthless.
Off those comments, but again, just to highlight, Fed's Bill, I did say that I feel that policy is at the.
I'm flat right now. Right at this moment, I'm flat.
Restrictive enough to get on the downward path. He did also say that the Fed will ultimately, have to grind higher on rates, but because of forecasts for slower decline in inflation than others.
There's not a lot of juice left here. There's some.
Does bring us now to 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Where we do get the U.S. consumer credit number. Forecast is 17 billion on the prior 15.29 billion.
Be careful of a swift reversal here. There's not a lot of juice left to go higher. There's some. We could like do a fast squeeze and then a quick rollover. Just be really careful up in here. There's a block of 411Ps. They're worth 4 cents right now, 5 cents. There's a small block of 412Ps, still worth 13 cents. And then it starts to get thin. There's like 412s that are 24 cents, 413s that are 40 cents. But it's gonna get like crispy up in here. There's not a lot of money to be paying out these dealers don't have a lot of money to be paying here as we come up in here. Let me look on Monday, see if there's still a large block of puts. Yeah, they're getting killed too. Like the puts on Monday, 410Ps, they're 43 cents right now. There's 103,000 of them on Monday. They're just puts are getting destroyed right now. So we're getting close. You know where Valhalla is, right? Oh, yeah, there it is, 416.30. Is anybody out there calling 416.30? I don't see that we have the... if you got a bunch of call buyers, we could possibly get there, but without call buyers coming in, like waves of call buying, getting up here is going to be tough. So just up in here, this last H line, 413.86. Be conscious of it as we go up. We'll look for liquidity above, see if there's anything else or some stink bids above, promising you higher highs. We're right there right now. So just be real. There's that one little bar up there. One more bar. Nope, 2 more bars. There's a bar presenting itself here and here. Just right where we are right now. Just be really cautious here. Long in the tooth here. Nice trade right here. $413.43 right now. I'm flat now. I'm out. Oh, I'm out. I'm not doing this. Yeah, an hour left right now. I'm not seeing the fuel to get up there. If there was like a bunch of blocks, I'd say yeah. You know, there's probably the promise of getting up there to trap you. I'm gonna go again, like the risk to reward. I'm not on it. If you guys don't agree with me, say something. I'm not seeing it in the options chain. Price target 413.86. There's your H line. First one here, second one, third one right here. To me, this is top right here, 413.86. Your next leg higher is at between 413.86 and 416.30. This is the leg right here that I'm having a hard time. This one right here is the one that I'm having a challenge of saying, yeah, I'm on that trade. I don't think maybe I'll look at it. When I'm talking about buying like a call that's worthless right now. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Hold on.
5 minutes to the top now. But we do get the US consumer credit number. Forecast 17 billion. Prior 15.29 billion.
I'll buy some cheap shit with you. Hold on. I'm going to get a 100 pack of 415s. They're only 5 cents. Now trading 6 cents. I'll fucking hold these things. If we squeeze up there, so be it. Just blasting right now. The options market needs money. That's my problem is. My problem here is that you need put money. Someone else has to fill these bags. You need bag holders to get up there. To get up here, you need bag holders. So if that's either put fuel or waterfall call buying. You think dealers are going to go bankrupt today? Probably not. Yeah, I got some lottos for up here. Gonna leave it on the 1 minute here so you can get a more detailed. Oh yeah, baby. 7 cents right now. Give me 8 cents. Give me 8 cents. Give me 8 cents. Give me one more penny. Give me one more penny. 8 cents right now. 5 cents to 8 cents right there. Give me 9 cents. Give me 9 cents. I get a sell order in right now. Oh, shit. I'm going to get knocked out here. I'm going to take my penny and run. I didn't get my 9 cents. You took the 8? You took the 40%? Yeah, I think I'll grab one more. I'll jump in one more time. They're dirt cheap, so here, hold on a second.
US consumer credit at 26.514 billion, 26.514 billion.
I got a free trade here, so
17
hold on a second. So we're gonna get rid of this one here.
So just to repeat, the US consumer credit coming in higher than forecast.
Tagged all that shit.
514 billion.
We'll move this one up here and this one up here. Look for another buy on these two green boxes. So we're gonna go back right now. Hold on a second here. So we're gonna look at the 5-minute chart. Let's look at the 5-minute chart real quick, and I want you to look at this.
To actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and
It's 3 p.m. power hour, right?
free trial at Tick Strike.
So an hour left right now. You know, you're gonna give the worst price possible to the close of Friday's OPEX, right? So just in here, keep your eye on this one specifically, 412.17. If we can grab like another trade in here, maybe for 335, 340, somewhere in there, 345. Just like keep your eyes on the options chain because they're gonna destroy them right now.
2023.
I've got a trade set up on 414, but if I can get 413s, if the 51-cent 413s can get cheaper, maybe I'll grab those and we do the creepy crawly up into the close. The problem when they do this, if they do it, what they end up doing is they kill all the options and then they'll send it up without paying. So you have to be very tactful in this trade higher. So just be patient here. You can actually see on right now, I'm talking about it. I'm showing you right here. Right here. See this right here? Let's just be patient at the moment. Set up a trade. Just relax. We can move them up. I'm like, right now I'm set up on 414. We can move to 413 or 412 or whatever. I'm going to move it over to the 1-minute chart so we can see the real. I want to see the actual price action here on the 1 minute and see the behavior of it. I'm going to also check on VIX right now. I want to check up. I'm going to look at Apple and stuff and a bunch. I'm going to do some work in the background. Yeah, it's still fucking bullish, man. Still fucking bullish. Apple has, congratulations, bulls. Apple has officially broken out of its negative channel for the first time since December 31st, 2021. 2021. I'm not looking. I'm not going to look right now, but I'm almost exactly sure that December 31st, 2021, Apple has officially broken out of its negative channel. Unreal. Congratulations. I agree, Johnny. I'm with you, John. I should look at you. One of you guys should chart an Apple chart and see what I think the trade back is to 172. VIX hanging out, man. VIX trying to find some kind of VIX has more to go down. I'll be honest with you. Even though VIX has more to go down, it can go down, I should say. Hold on here. VIX can easily go to 1470. Easily. more supply presenting itself to the upside right now on SPY right now, on ES at least. Bills are gonna get so wrecked. I love you, Foresight Finance. I love you. Always have, brother. Almost time to have a beer with you guys. It's the weekend, baby. Weekend. I just want Tom Lee to be wrong. Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to grab a beer. Let's have a beer together. It's been a good fucking day, so I'll be right back. Let's crack a beer. Grab a whiskey. Grab a bourbon. Grab a scotch. Grab a tea. Grab a coffee. Grab a water. Grab a milk. Whatever it is that you do. Grab a doobie. Whatever it is you do it. And what we'll do is we'll have a drink together, man. It's Friday, baby. I do want to, what I said stands for Monday, right? We're going to go back and check that top again. We're getting up here. I pretty much promise you that we're getting up there. We got 416.30, 417.64. I mean, look at these numbers up here. 418.32, 417.64, 416.30. Check. If any of you guys are in the Army, check, double check, recheck, check. 5-minute chart. There's the three levels right there. 416.30. 417.64, 418.32. Drew out the 3H lines for you earlier today. Hit.
Francis Lemaire says France will accelerate debt reduction. Just to repeat there, Francis Lemaire says France will accelerate debt reduction.
Pinstrike almost, baby. It's pretty good. I'm going to go get a beer. Nice run here. Beautiful run. Gorgeous run. Absolutely stunning. I'm trying to buy this one right here. I'm out right now. I want to buy this one if possible. I want to buy that one right there, okay? Draw it out for you. That's what I want to buy. I'm flat right now. I got other shit in the market, but not... I'm talking about zero dates. Yeah, I'm going to get a beer. I'll be right back. You're right, Binky. I'm going to get a beer, brother. Thanks for managing the stream. All right, so I'm back right now. Do I have, if you're new to the stream, and you're new, right? So who's asking? Bribaldo? Hold on. Bribaldo. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right or not. He's asking a great question. He said, do you have conviction on where the market is going 3 to 6 months from now? Apple breaking out is cool and all, but I don't see how the market pricing in cuts by year end holds. Yeah, so no worries, brother. It's a good question. So what I would recommend to you is, the only thing that I can recommend to you is that you'd have to show up week in, week out to answer that question. I give projections years out in advance. I give if this, then that. I go through macro once a week, sometimes every 2 weeks, but normally I go through like big macro stuff. Why this and why that? What will influence this? What will impact that? So just the only recommendation I could give is stick around. I'm known for calling the top back in 2020. I'm known for calling the top of SPY back in 2021. I'm known for saying buy the dips down at 345 and 365. Like day-long, week-long rants explaining myself up and down until I'm red in the face. So the only thing I could recommend would be just hang out, man. Like, do your own thing during the daytime. Still do what you do, whatever works for you right now, whatever's been working for you, do what you do. I can't address that question right now at this moment because it's a complex question to answer. And takes a lot to answer that question. It's not one stream either or 1 hour. So far, if there's ever whenever there's like crash potential, I say something. So you won't hear it from me often, but when it is there, I say something. It's not like I hide any like if there's a crash, like, hey, we have a chance of crashing, or we have a chance for rolling the market over hard and heavy. Why that is, I'll lay it all out for you between GEX, Gamma, market positioning, sell side positioning, all that kind of stuff. You name it. I go through it all. Macro stuff, yield curves, unemployment, rate cuts, pauses, increases. If this happens, then that happens. And I'll be honest with you, with conviction, you really can't have conviction because there's things that are priced into the market. There are unknown things that the banks don't know, that institutions don't know, that happen along the way. But mostly it's traded. Generally speaking, it's traded where we think it's where it's going to go. And you don't really need to. You don't really need to call it either. As a matter of fact, we have a longtime friend here, right? His name is Chase. And when we first started selling the market, it was like, you still take profit all along the way. Like you don't. You have to take profit along the way, regardless of what you're doing. It's a very critical part of being a successful investor or trader or seller is that you take it as it goes. You'll be back to work if you don't. A lot of times, man, I gotta say this, and that's it's a really good question because being a day trader helps you to not stick to a conviction. Conviction traders tend to blow up their accounts. Like you can have a conviction or a hunch and it pays out, but generally speaking, as an investor, as a trader, you have to be able to, now I'm not saying you have to be a bull or a bear, but you have to know when to get out of the way too, regardless. So if you're not going to take a put, sometimes I don't take puts. I take puts, but not as much as I could. Like if I'm even when I know the market's going down, I won't take, sometimes I will, but sometimes I won't. I tend to go the long side for a bunch of other reasons, just for the way that this stuff is built. taxes and how I trade better for my own personal self. But just like the conviction, like do you think or we're going here or there, you will blow yourself up with that. With real money on the table, you will. So if tomorrow something happens that says, hey, we're going to crash, I have no problem shorting the fucking market to the depths of hell. If we're going to squeeze up to all-time highs this week, I have no problem taking that trade either. So, that's a good question, man. That whole thing, that part of it's a big one because, it's a big one because I don't believe that most people in news or in social media, both, or actually have money on that. There's a lot of other motivation for that. Fees. There's fees involved. Sometimes it's selling subscriptions. Sometimes it's writing a book. Sometimes it's because they write articles or they won't. Like, there's a lot. Sometimes it's just paper trading or there's a million, not a million, but there's probably like a 20 to 50 good reasons why I tend not to follow that or subscribe to that. When I have in the past, I've tended to blow up accounts. So you just lay out what you. So as a retail trader, you already have your leg or your arms are tied behind your back as a retail trader. So you're not an insider. You don't have power and money. You're not an insider. You, me, Bulls, Bears, doesn't matter. You're not working at a prop firm, right? I've been offered jobs at prop firms, right? Been offered jobs at to get my Series 7 and stuff. Like you just like, but I'm not that guy, right? So if I'm not inside of a boiler room right now, or in Wall Street, or in some off Wall Street thing, or I'm not sitting in front of a Bloomberg terminal with 100 people that I've known for 15, 20 years, and we're trading secrets with each other as to what's going to happen. You're kind of left with what you can glean, what you can find out, what you can deduce, what you can put all together. You put this big mathematical problem together in your brain, and you put risk on where you can, right? But I guess my point behind that is you're already at so many disadvantages that one of your best tools in actively managing your money is that you have to be able to change your conviction on a dime if needed. But I'll preface what I just said, which is very important, and I think that a lot of people here in the stream can attest to this. If you just gave me a chance for 2 or 3 weeks, maybe 4, you leave me out in the background. I review long-term, medium-term, short-term, along within the course of a few weeks to a month, in depth. And I usually piece it all together by a Friday. So I'll like drop hints over the course of it. And I'm never an after guy. It's always before. I'll like start a conversation. It takes 4 or 5 sessions. And then I'll wrap it all up into an end conclusion or a thesis or something. Like, well, you'll hear me or see me on FinTwit talk about something that's like people are like, why the fuck is he talking about this? Or why does this matter? Or this doesn't make sense right now. It's never after. It's always like before. And then try to piece it all together as time moves forward.
By signing up at ToTheTick.
So that you build a story. You build a story of this is why I have my conviction. Now, okay, so I have my conviction now, right? I've built this story, right? It's like I got all the parts together, where we're going, why we're going there. If it turns on me, I still have that plan, that conviction, but if it starts to turn on me, right, if we break this level, then this, if we break that level, if we find out it's 25 BPS or 50 BPS or pause or shaky pause or cuts, where's unemployment at? Where is the yield curve at? Where's the market at? Well, a lot of times the news that breaks, you can kind of tell if the like you're like, hey, we're at a top and the news is good. If we're if we're at the top and the news is bad, you know the market's gonna roll over. there's some news the market can't price in, right? Like a good Apple earnings, or they do. And then you got dealers, you've got banks that try to influence where the market goes with their positioning. Actually prevents true price discovery in the market. Not just market makers and dealers and dealer brokers. Like, so they control like 9% of the market. Then you have like retail sentiment. Retail money is mostly bull, like 70% of it is retail bull. But then you have the sentiment of retail traders that impact how they what they think we can go to, can't go to. Then you've got hedge funds and sell side and their influence in the market. Then you have the prime banks and their influence in the market. It's very to me, it's very complicated. But if any of that stuff changes, you have to adjust to that stuff. And so I try to keep people updated as we go along. So like, is there some material change that we have to then calculate into where we're going next? And I'm not always right, man. I get shit wrong a lot on the stream because I usually try to do, not usually, I pretty much fucking know before. I'm not like that guy that's like, I don't know, like don't say something and then come back later and tell you, yeah, look at that, it's fucking awesome. I just sold out of that. Or wait to see if a position or a thesis like is starting to go my way and then come out with it. That kind of stuff. So I would just ask you, like, stick around for like a week or 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And then when I'm bringing up all that stuff, that's when I ask those specific questions. Like, why do you think this in relation to that? What do you think of, or why are you presenting us with this? And what does this mean? And then we can dissect it over the course of a month. It's a good question, man. You're saying insanely hard to switch for me. Insanely hard to switch for. Oh, give me 1 second here. Hold on. You know, you can be sell side. You can be bearish. You can be, so I want you to know too, when I use bull bear here in the stream, I'm using a heel. I don't actually truly believe in bull bear. Like, I'll be honest with you, I don't believe in bull bear. I believe in like probability statistics. I believe in some of the market structure and stuff like that. Mostly that's what I rely upon. I use like the bull bear thing as a heel, like just like wrestling, like create a story. I know though that people have their own, they trade better as a bull or a bear or a sell side or a buy side. Whatever's most profitable for you. And you don't ever have to trade like me. I trade, I like the basket thing that everyone was talking about today. We talk about that all the time. Like you have a day trading account, you've got a, I have a stock account. I've got a spread account. Most of us do it like that here.
Million to the buy side.
Now, just checking right now. I just want to check with the market real quick. We have a bunch of billions or millions to the buy side. We do have a bear cross right here so far. So price needs to get above the 27 EMA on the 1 minute here. It needs to stay above this green box. If it does stay above this green box, we'll see where it goes. If it goes higher, if you start doing the creepy crawling to the close. Now, the bull bear thing, like, or even the way that I trade. This is a live stream, so I try to keep people entertained. Then we have the other people that work on futures, being a futures trader. There are guys in here that trade spreads, butterflies, condors. There are people here that trade stocks. We're trying to do more streams for that stuff, but I can't provide that content on a live stream from like 9:30 until 4:30 Monday through Friday. And I can't do I don't have the time to do the full research to be focusing on just stocks or just futures or just, because it takes a lot to be good at any one thing while I'm live streaming. So like if I wasn't live streaming, I would have 40 hours a week that I could spend on all these things that I used to do. I used to have fun doing a bunch of this stuff. But we have people here that do this stuff, so you can find those people. You don't have to do what I do. But my point stands that if you are a bear, not a bull, or if you are derogatory, let's say you're like, this fucking market's going to go to the depths of hell, or the economy is going to crash and the stock market's going to crash, or I believe in MOAS, whatever that is, right? If you're like, I trade, or I like being this person, I'm down with that. I'm okay with you being like that. I'm okay with you being like that. So use that to your advantage to make money. So let's say you were sell side. You want to get in with some sell side guys that make money. Because these guys focus on sell side. I typically, personally, focus on buy side. I can see sell side coming. I know where the risk is on sell side. I take put positions here on live stream, but that's not where I'm focused. And I do better. I'm a pretty I'm a positive guy in real life, but even in this stuff, I know what the fraud is. And I don't believe for a minute that they won't fucking run this shit until it breaks. And when I say break, I mean they will fucking milk it till it breaks and they don't see it coming. They don't typically institutions don't typically stop abusing something until they kill it. Does that make sense? So like if you had like a truck that was making you money, you'd run it until the engine blew up, right? So you had to buy another truck, or you couldn't get to your destination, or the maintenance couldn't be performed. Just like that, like a vehicle. Let's say you deliver goods somewhere. You're going to run that truck until it bursts and the wheels fall off. Does that make sense? You don't care if you know the wheels are going to fall off one day. You don't care if you know the engine's going to blow up. You're going to run that truck because you paid a bunch of money for it until it actually does blow up. Nobody cares about the truck's failings, or the people watching the truck going down the road. Only the guy that's making the money off that truck, making him money, cares. That's my take, but that doesn't have to be your take. So, anyways, if you're getting caught, if you're having a hard go of it, or you're getting caught on the wrong side of a trade, I'm urging you, please go inside the Discord. Ask for your wife's boyfriend. Say, hey, I want to be a winning trader. I want to be a winning investor. I want to be a winning sell side. Find e-trading shorts in there, and he will help you out. I got no ill will towards a bear. Dude, I help bears out all day long. I shit post against bears. I want you to know my public persona on Twitter. I'm always shitting on bears, but dude, I spend so much time trying to help a bear out. It's not fucking funny. I try to help bears more than bulls, more than likely. Like sell side. So I've got no hate for bears, nothing like that in real life. I'm just fucking around like shit posting. Cheers, by the way, to all of you out there. If you made money today, congratulations. Right there, baby. PBRs, Utah Water. Introduce yourself. King Kyle just introduced himself to you. I know for a fucking fact, man, I have paid for every service. I've paid for every tool. I've paid for multiple Discords. I've paid alphas, thousands and thousands of dollars. I mean, like thousands. As a matter of fact, there's a trader in here right now, David AMS. I was in a trading group with him. We paid, how much you paid, David? $600 a month? I think we paid $600 a month, right? You can ask David. I've actually paid for a lot of money for shit. I was for Bookmap for all the tools. I think that was costing me $800 a month. So it's not like I haven't paid to have this. Right now, you have a perfect opportunity. It's free. You just go in there. It's free right now. I don't know how long it'll stay free, but it's free. So you can at least go in there, make friends. In this Discord specifically, if you just go in and say, hey, I need some help, show me the way, or, you know, I'm a great trader, but I want to become a better trader, or how do you make money, man? Even just a conversation. Let's hang out every day. It could just be like, let's shit post together, whatever it is. It's gonna do nothing but help. Yeah, David. David's here. He knows. People pay a lot of money for that kind of stuff. So I do too, and I have. So yeah, so I got Iron Mike in here saying, Cap, I was an Uber bear. You helped me keep a level head about things. Glad I found you on Twitter. Appreciate the stream. Thanks, Iron Mike. Yeah, you can be an Uber bear, and you can make tons of money as an Uber bear, but you have to, like, temper yourself. And I think Iron Mike says it very well. Like, manage being a bear. Manage making money. Be tactful. So that you're making money. Because this is the last point I'll make, brother. This is to Brybaldo. On social media, this is probably the biggest thing that made me start streaming. At the end of the day, none of that internet shit matters. The only thing that matters is that you made money. So no matter what your convictions are, no matter what it looks, no matter what your persona looks like out there, no matter that you're like how you present yourself on social media or your friends on social media, at the end of the day, you're the one that has to pay your electric bill. You're the one that has to pay your mortgage or your rent. You're the one that has to pay for your wife or your husband. You have to pay for your car. You're the one that's eating at Wendy's or not. You're the one that's going to break out from. And you know what? I didn't include this in my story earlier. I should have, because there's another part to my story about never getting a leg up in life. And I was like, I should have included my professional career and what I did as a profession. I will go into that story later again, but I'm here because I thought that being in the system and making a lot of money, I was going to do well, and that's not the case. And I didn't know that there were people out there that paid me, and I was like, oh, that's a lot of money. I'm making six figures. It's good money. Those people could have paid me $500,000 a year, and it wouldn't have made a dent. And like that, there's this. Well, you're being given the greatest gift in the world right now. You're able. The only place that I know that legally you can lift the veil between, and I mean really lift the veil. Like, you have a concept of how much money people have, but if you want to really lift the veil on the disparity and difference between people with money and people without, if you are a professional and you make $100,000 a year, I can't talk to my friends about losing $100,000 in 1 week or in a day in one trade. I would look insane to them. They are perfectly comfortable. I can't talk to someone saying I lost $300,000 this year. That makes $300,000 in a year. I can't talk to them about that. They can't grasp the idea of that money. If any of you out there have a real job, like making real things, like, hey, I'm a professional bricklayer, I am a mechanic.
Close imbalance, 33 million to the buy side.
Like, you make something tangible. And then if you're a small business owner and the amount of work that you've had to put into making money, like I had to input all this time, input all this knowledge, stay sharp in all this knowledge. Then I needed to buy all this stuff and put risk out there with insurance and taxes and time and managers and all this other stuff, just to be left with this amount of money. And you think you're like, I'm doing well. And then you find out what trading is. And when we're like the scabs of the entire world right here, like this gift you were given, you're basically being told, yeah, you don't do shit and you can make obscene money. You're trying to get this from the richest people in the world, right? As a retailer, you're legally trying to take money out of a fat rich old white man's pockets without getting caught. So his fat, white, greedy hands, I don't know why I say white, but it's mostly white guys. They're mostly old. I know that's a stereotype, but it's like 98% of them. And they're so wealthy, and we want to sneak into their pocket, pull out just a little bit, because they're not going to notice $500,000 or $300,000. You're not stealing. I'm not stealing from you. You're not stealing from me. We're little people. Our job as a retailer is to get together as a group and find out a way to take it from them. Does that make sense? They're against you and I. They don't want us. This is their playground. They don't want us here. They want to take all your money. So your job here is to get together with some other retailers that are smarter than you and say, "Hey, man, how do we take this money from these rich, fat, rich white guys legally? Can you teach me how to do that?" Right? So if you want to be that person, if you want to, and you know what, this I should have titled this my story was that you can actually take money out of the market and put it in to create wealth and pay off your debt, and you can actually get a leg up in life. You don't have to be a millionaire or nothing like that. If you like keep your regular job, or even if you make just enough here, you're still getting a leg up on. If you're like, hey, I make $100,000 a year in my job, you can easily make $200,000 or $300,000 easily. Most people don't make $100,000 a year. Most, like in this country, like 79% make like 60, 50, 70, 40, or less. So for you to make 60,000 or 50,000 or 100,000, you can make 2-3 trades and make that in a year. I might even recommend to you to just fucking turn off Twitter. I'll be honest with you. Turn fucking Wall Street Bets off. Turn off CNBC. Turn off Twitter. Get inside the Discord. Stay away from the crack, man. Like the Kool-Aid, bro. It's so bad. You could go and just do an oversold trade 9 times a year, and most of us like even me, like, you get addicted. You're like, I need to know everything. I need to know all this. I need to know all that. You just do oversold, man. 9 times a year, 6 times a year, and you'd be rich. Rich. So I don't know, man. Get in the Discord, bro. Definitely. And just ask. Be like, I need to start making some fucking money. Regular money. How do I do that? Can anyone teach me something to make me regular money, please, so I can build an account? Yes, happy Cinco de Mayo, man. I should have said that, bro. Thanks for saying that, Flan Blanca. Hey, happy Cinco de Mayo, Flan Blanca. Yeah, dude, slave shift. I didn't want to use that word earlier, but that is the word. That is the word. You're a slave. More than you think you know. Like, I remember for years, even as a professional, I was like, oh, I'm so grateful and lucky that they gave me a raise. Or, oh, I'm so grateful. And like, I remember I'd like jump companies. And I'd be like, oh, I'm sweet. I'm going from 50 to 60. Now I'm going from 60 to 70. Now I'm going from 80 to 90. And I'm getting a bonus, possible bonus. I remember I'd have like bosses and like CEOs and shit. Like, if you do this, I'll give you that. You know, oh shit, you missed it. Not knowing that these guys, 10 grand was a shit stain.
The early market on close imbalance still sitting at 33 million to the buy side now.
They spent that on a weekend, not even blinking. I've done it. I've fucking done it. Like when you first start making money, you got to piss it away. People say they don't, but they do. Like all that shit you always wanted to do. Like, I'm going to go take a flight here. It's going to cost me $5K. I'm going to go rent a hotel room. It's going to cost me $15K. And I'm going to blow a bunch of money on some crystal and table service and a bunch of this and a bunch of that. And before you know it, you're like, bam, there's $50K. Bam, there's $100K. Gone. I'm like, my fucking boss, man, could have paid me that. And didn't. And then acted like, oh, dude, that's going to ruin my company. That wasn't true. That fucking company, he didn't care if that company made money. He was making money everywhere else. He was making money in real estate and fucking investments. But the company wasn't making that money, so he couldn't pay me. And I'm like, that fucking guy and that guy never told me about that shit. Like, you should get in the stock market. Fuck no, they don't tell you that. They want you to work, man. Especially if you're good at what you do. I was very good at what I did, so no one's going to tell you that. They want you to keep doing what you do. They don't want doctors to stop doctoring. They don't want attorneys to stop attorneying. They don't want people to stop doing what they do. They're not going to tell you their secret club. They want you to put your money into a 401k, and then they gamble it. Is 1.8 billion market cap too small to talk about? No, it's so you guys can talk about tickers here. The problem is that I don't want to get in trouble with FINRA, and I don't want to get in trouble with the SEC. Number two, if I was trying to pump and dump, I would go to every live stream and I would talk about that ticker. I would go into Wall Street Bets and talk about that ticker. I would create bots to talk about that ticker. Very easy to manipulate a low float stock. And just for me, you guys can talk about it. I can't. So if there is one that you want to talk about and I refuse to talk about it, it's because I can't go to prison. I have people in my life that if I was a single young guy and I had like a Lambo and had that lifestyle, I'd probably do it, but I'm not that guy, man. I have I have responsibilities and things in my life that I can't take on that risk. Yeah, this is the SPY pump room. Trading down right now. This green box should actually be right here. We'll look in the 5-minute real quick. You can see it right there. So we're now coming back to test. Remember we talked about the test? Right? Remember that? Come back down here. Bears need to get a new low. Bears can't give it up, right? And the same thing's happening right now, right? I want you to see that as we come down here, right? That you have the flattening of the 6 and the 27 right now. You can see sellers coming in trying to push through the 5 minute. This is the 5-minute 27 EMA, and they want to get underneath it here. So you want to see. So sell side wants to see a red bar here and then another red bar, right? To confirm the move is lower. So if you want to set up puts for this move down to R3, you can. For me personally, I'm not thinking about that right now. I'm thinking about it being Friday and murdering the VIX. Because it's Friday. Because VIX went high. It didn't go crazy high, but it went high enough. So I'm thinking about that creepy crawly, right? Clean it up into the close. So I'm going to pay attention right over here and watch this. So now a 1-minute chart, right? So I'm just going to watch this right here, and I want to watch the price action here, right? The reason I'm watching this price action, I'm a price action trader as a day trader, right? And price matters. So I don't want to see red bar on a 1-minute red bar down here. I don't want to see a rejection bar like a green candle right here and then another red bar on the 1-minute. I'm looking. So look right now on this book map, right? You're seeing. See that? Do you see how the screen just turned black? Right.
Sell side, just waiting for the final orders before we call it.
See right here. I want you to watch this right here. Do you see how the market just emptied right here on book map? Right, just rug pulled. Right, that's hidden sellers. Right. There's actually tools for bookmap that you can see those hidden sellers, but they're rug pulling the market right now. So am I going to take this trade going into this bell this last 10 minutes? Fuck no. Fuck, this is a 1-minute chart right here. This is the red bar that I was talking about. Just broke through. So I just want to see what happens here. I want to know what happens here. Right, the next 1, 2, 3 bars. I want to see if this holds or not. Are they going to do the creepy crawly thing up to the close? Right? Do they do does the next bar green? Is this bar green or is this bar red? And watch this, volume sellers right here. Right? They're trying to rug pull this into the bell. So I'm not going to take this trade. I'm not taking along here. I want to see the creepy crawly in the last 10 minutes. I'm not seeing it. It's not showing me so far that there's a trade to the upside here. So I'm just flat right now. I also see a bear plane forming. Right? So it's another little tool that I'm looking at in the background here. So things aren't looking that good for me right now to take a long into this bell, although I want it to go up there into this bell. So what am I looking at? I'm looking at Monday, right? Like, let's think about Monday here. Let's get a 5-minute chart. I'm going to expect a pullback on Monday. We're either going to get a gap up. Wait a minute, I got a bull cross. I have a bull cross on what? So I got an alert on SPX. Hold on here. Let me look at SPX. I just got an alert here. Yeah, I got a cross at the 1 and 5. Okay, so I want to pull back on Monday. So on SPY specifically, or at SPX, I want to see a pullback to 41.14, 41.14, or even 40.98. Right down in here. That's what I want to see. Do I think we can gap it up Monday? Yes. So if we gap it up on Monday, that's that big green box. If we gap into Monday here, right, it's an automatic sell. So I'm going to be flat into Monday. If we gap it up, hold on a second. If we gap it up into Monday, I know that I can sell this up here. Okay? Like 416, 417, 418, we gap this up on Monday. I know I can sell it. I'm almost guaranteed I can sell it. Do I personally want to sell this into Monday for a dip buy? Like, hey, do I want to put some puts on down here? No, I don't. I'm going to tell you why. If cash market can't get up there, futures market will do it. They'll place it up there sometimes to find out what the reaction is. VIX is on a low right now. I want the VIX to cool off. But I'm afraid of them pushing it up here to test where it's at. Are we going higher or not? I don't like where the VIX is so low. So can we go down into Monday? Yes. So I'm looking for a dip buy on Monday as a bull. I am looking for, so I'm a bull, right? I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm looking for on Monday. Hold on. I'm looking for a dip buy. So what's my next trade? 409.08. Basically right here. I want to dip buy this, right where my cursor is. This is my trading plan for next week. I want to dip buy this on Monday. Even as a bull, I want to sell this on Monday. So Sunday night, I want to sell up here. Monday morning, I want to buy this right here. So there's my trading plan for Monday. Does that make sense? My trading plan for Monday is buy the fucking dip down here. Or if we gap up on Sunday, to sell this. Does that make sense? That's my trading plan. So do I want to position over the weekend right here? Nah, man, I want to take Friday off, dude. Made tons of money. Made tons of money. Let's look at the option chain for Friday. Or for Monday, excuse me, the 8th. There's 121,000 puts that have been murdered. They're at 410p. Shocker, right? I said I want to buy 409. There's 147,000 puts that have been destroyed. Those will probably print into Monday. So if you wanted to take a trade for Monday, yeah, I'm not anti taking a put trade into Monday, but you know what? I don't want to be awake on Monday. or Sunday. I don't want to get consumed by Twitter over the weekend. I don't want to hang out while other people are out having a good time. People out there getting laid, partying, hiking, biking, reading a book. So I'm not going to take that trade, but I don't blame you if you take that put trade into Monday because there's 121,000 of them, and they are dirt fucking cheap. They are dirt cheap right now. So yeah, I want to see the pullback into Monday. I don't think we're done though. I don't think we're done. This is not also, so we just hit 413.72. Not a bad place to put a put spread on for end of month. Do I think, so we're at 413.72 right now at this high. Do I think we'll be back to 413.72, like on the downside? If we go to 420, do I think we'll see 413 at some points by end of month? Fuck yeah, I do. And you can use put spreads in the money just to suck out the decay over a month. Next 3 weeks. We could rip to 430, and then we could rip to 420 or 430, come back down to 413 by end of month or the 21st, and your shit will be expiring, and you would have just earned a bunch of money on the theta decay and be in the money. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah. Yeah, I think my call is that we're weak into Monday. Buy the dip at 409. Let's look at a 15-minute chart. See it right there? Nice, beautiful bull cross right there. See that nice dip by market goes up and market goes down. See it right there? Market dips down, market goes up. Market gets some support here. Market gets some more support right here. If there's a rug pull in here, we know we're going to go lower. So yeah, if you're smart money is waiting for Monday for a dip buy. That's what smart money is. Smart money is going to check back on Monday for a dip buy. If there's a rug pull on Monday and some material news changes, we'll short the fuck out of it. We'll short the fuck out of it. So yeah. If you wanted puts into Monday, I get it. How's that sound? So buy puts, got it. Yeah, so if you guys are get in the Discord, man. I know there's people in the Discord that are like buying put spreads right now. John Haggerty's like, I'm closing out. David was like, I'm closing out. I was like, hey, I'm closing out. Taking money. Taking the profit. Looking for just checking to see if there's still demand here, right? Where my cursor is. There wasn't. Right? There was no demand there. Then they rug pulled it. There they go. They're still rug pulling it. Right in here. Remember I was like, I'm looking for the next candle here, right? And you got that red candle, right? Then we got another red candle. We went underneath, right? They tried to push this wick right here, and they just pushed it down, 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 pushing it down, right? So no trade for me long into this close. So I'm watching the candles, watching the price action. See the bear trade right here? There's a bear flag or bear plane right there. And there's another bear plane right here. So this is a bearish close. Bearish close right now on the S&P 500. So, hey, I want to say something to all of you. If you joined us this week, please like and subscribe to these videos. Let your friends know. Join us in the Discord. Find me on FinTwit. Just Google search CaptainJimJames, Twitter. If these videos are helping you, please consider supporting the channel. There's a donate button down in the description of YouTube. I think donate buttons come up all the time here. See if I can get you guys a donate button or something. Yeah, sweet. There's a donate button there. And when you guys are making money, it does make me feel good that you tip. I'm sorry to say it, but it does. It does something for my id. It tells me that I'm doing a good job for you. So there you go. I appreciate you being here with me all week long. I will be with you guys on Monday morning, by 9:30 at the latest. So things are working out. There is one fly in the ointment. I have the install on Monday for fiber. I hope that doesn't fuck with the program. If it does, I will let you know before it happens. I'll post on Twitter and say the fiber guys said no between 10 and 11 or whatever the fuck they're coming. There may be a down moment or down hour or something like that. If it doesn't mess with anything, if like I can keep both on at the same time for a day, we'll just do the live stream on Monday. But I love all of you. I appreciate you showing up. I'll see you guys on Monday, baby. Let me read the chat before I hang up here because I want to see what you guys are saying in the chat. Thanks for putting the Discord in there, Binky. I'm going to put a Discord link inside of the Twitter or Twitch as well. So you go for a Twitch Discord link. Dude, seriously, Bumbledine. Lisa, have a great weekend. Fisted, have a great weekend. Nino, have a great weekend. G Dad Gold, Griff, baby. Zed Lex, Ross Walks, Jill Natullo, David AMS, OB Joyful followed, Panda Osito, John Parker, Wix 2186, Shob Khan, Shob Khan, thank you, brother. Venka Reddy, thanks for supporting the channel, Shoeb. Sundog 1171, King Cow, baby. Don Papa 3600, Baby Ham 0324, Damonati Bist, Fud Fudokano, Genius OC, Chris Classic, QLX OLP, The Unseeing Ants, Brian Fitzpatrick, Sky Wobbit, J Morex, Steve Austin Mill 6, Email Patel, Lane Meyer, Deckhand Dougie Dog. Good to see you in the house, Deckhand Dougie. Britt Baldo showing up today. John Klopp. Oh, yeah, baby. Lisa Cullen in the house today. Dental Zex is in the house today. Brittany, if you're out there, thanks for showing up. Joe Harper. Winky, baby. Hey, Chaz, your wife's boyfriend. Everybody that's out there right now. Uncle JBJ. E-Trading Shorts. Career Low. Z Holy Croissant. H-Bomb was in the house today. I missed you, H-Bomb. I love you, brother. Sly Labbit was in the house today. Annie, get your gun. Jody Mogs was in the house today. Iron Mike in the house today. Who else was out there today? Looking through right now for some of the long-time regulars. Well, Career Low in the house. 63 Benzo in the house. Uncle JBJ.
Taking a look into this Binance headline then.
Chaz in the house. Kobe, Blisso, it's Stacy F. David Ebb, Nick, Miller member, John M. John Haggerty, Nick, my brother John Klopp is in the house today. Dan B, James Andy. Who else is out there? Johnny Haggerty. Cruisin's in the house. FX Retracer, Bro Waltz, Flama Blanca, Bebop, Critical Solution, Panda, Mr. Konska.